Chapter 40-45. In the Tea Garden. At this moment, everyone sitting here was on the same side. Feather Emperor chuckled and said, "This time, it's really a success." "That's not right. The Heavenly Cloud Sea doesn't seem to have built a land of inheritance yet?" Madman said. "It's also being built. However, we don't need the help of the three races. When the time comes, you can just accompany us there." Azure Dragon laughed hoarsely. "Then it's definitely our duty." Madman bared his teeth. Even the dragons, the Foam people, and the Kirin clan had agreed to help, let alone the Heavenly Cloud Sea. Qin Feiyang said suspiciously, "When I went to the Foam people just now, I found that the Foam people's time array is also 5,000 years a day. Whose masterpiece is this? Is there a need to think about it? It must be Brother Wolf. When you were in seclusion to comprehend the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, he stayed in the Azure Wave Snow Mountain for a long time." Madman pursed his lips. "Brother has no choice. Can I not agree to my future father-in-law's request?" The white-eyed wolf's face was full of helplessness. "You seem to be very wronged." Fire Lotus revealed a trace of displeasure. No. Father-in-law's request must be unconditionally agreed." The white-eyed wolf immediately pulled a smile. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. In the past, only Qin Feiyang could deal with the white-eyed wolf. Now, there was one more. But this was also good, lest he let his temper run wild. Suddenly, Madman asked, "Did Mu Qin come out of the soul-sealing valley?" "It's been a whole day outside, 5,000 years in the Black Tortoise realm. He has already come out, but after coming out, he didn't return to the Devil's Land." Fire Lotus shook her head. "Then where is he?" Madman was curious. "I've checked, he's hiding in the eastern region. He seems to have a lot of resentment towards you." Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, with the blood oath, he won't dare to fall out with us before destroying the Divine Kingdom. As for the future, if he wants to fall out with us, why should we be afraid of him?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "If he dares to turn against me, I'll kill him right away." Madman sneered. "We'll talk about it then." Qin Feiyang held the teacup and drank leisurely. He did not take Mu Qin's resentment to heart at all. A little while passed. The Blood Ancestor sent word that the Heavenly Cloud Sea's land of inheritance had been completed. Immediately, the group set off for Sky Cloud Island. Because the land of legacy was on the other side of Sky Cloud Island. The land of inheritance wasn't just built for sea beasts, it was also built for the divine beasts of the land of buried gods. After all, it was now. The divine beasts of the land of buried gods all lived in the sea of heavenly clouds. The relationship between the Feather Emperor and the little rabbit was also very good, so there was no need to make such a clear distinction. After everything was settled, the Mermaid Princess, Fire Dance, Zhuo Xiaoxian, and Li Feng entered the Black Tortoise world. The Mermaid Princess, Fire Dance, and Zhuo Xiaoxian all went to receive the inheritance. Li Feng directly entered the ancient castle to fuse with the inheritance that Long Chen gave him. Yun Xiang and the Master de Jura stayed by the Feather Emperor's side. As for Qin Feiyang, Madman, and the White-Eyed Wolf, after bidding farewell to the Feather Emperor and the others, they once again descended on the Dragon Nest. This was because when they came to the Dragon Nest to leave their law insights, Long Chen had secretly sent them a message, telling them to come to the Dragon Nest to find him after they were done with their business. In the pavilion. In the hall. The four of them sat around a table. "What's the matter?" Madman drank wine while looking at Long Chen and asked. "Back in the Western continent, didn't I say that I have some opinions about the king? But there were too many things at that time, so I called you here to talk about it." Long Chen held the teacup and smiled. "What other opinions can you have about him?" Madman was suspicious. "No." Long Chen waved his hand and put down the teacup. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, you should have already noticed it. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, but I don't know if what I've noticed is the same as what you've noticed. Then I'll talk about it first. I feel that the king has his own difficulties. Long Chen said. Difficulties? Madman and the white-eyed wolf were taken aback. Yes. Back then, when the king was defeated by Qin Feiyang, he said that many times, we don't have a choice. Do you know what this means? It means that although he's the king of the divine kingdom, he has to listen to orders. Long Chen said with a smile. Listen to the orders of the king of the divine kingdom? Madman asked. Apart from him, who else can order the king? Moreover, when Qin Feiyang wanted to kill the king of the divine kingdom could and had the ability to save the king. But he didn't do anything during the whole process. Do you know what secrets are hidden in this? Long Chen asked with a smile. Don't keep us in suspense, just say it. The white-eyed wolf glared at him. Don't you know that I hate using my brain the most? If I'm not wrong, he was testing the king's loyalty to him. If the king changed his mind and wanted to reconcile with us, I'm afraid that we wouldn't have to do anything. The king of the divine kingdom would have killed him personally. Long Chen explained. It seems to make sense. I remember that the king of the divine kingdom only came to the rescue after the king expressed his stance. Madman nodded and muttered. Yes. So I'm guessing that the king of the divine kingdom was using this opportunity to test the king's loyalty. If the king really chose to reconcile with us, I'm afraid that not only the king, but even the purple gold divine dragon clan would be finished. Don't doubt his ability. As the king of the divine kingdom, it's too easy for him to wipe out the purple gold divine dragon clan. This is like Qin Feiyang. As the king of the black tortoise world, he only needs a thought to wipe out the creatures of the black tortoise world. Long Chen said. In that case, the king can still be persuaded? The white-eyed wolf was bewildered. If the king is really forced to do this, we can indeed win him over. After all, whether it's the king himself or the purple gold divine dragon clan's strength, they can't be underestimated. Long Chen nodded, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Brother Qin, do you see the same thing as me? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. This person's insight was truly terrifying. What he said was almost exactly the same as what he thought. The white-eyed wolf asked, Brother, can we understand it this way? In the future, when we encounter the purple gold divine dragon clan, will we still have to show mercy? This, you'll have to ask Qin Feiyang. I don't care. If we kill them, then so be it. Long Chen chuckled. The white-eyed wolf turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, This is just our guess. Let's wait until we enter the divine kingdom and understand the real situation. Enter the divine kingdom, Long Chen whispered and sighed, I still feel that this is too risky. It's just like when we entered the black tortoise world. As long as you're willing, you can immediately find our whereabouts. The madman said, Even so, didn't the king of the divine kingdom say that he won't interfere for 10,000 years? You dare to believe the promise of such a person? Long Chen was speechless. Even if he doesn't keep his word, we definitely have to go now. Your father gave us such a big problem. If we don't enter the divine kingdom, when can we open the seal and obtain the inheritance inside? The white-eyed wolf was dissatisfied. Cough cough. Can you not look at me with those resentful eyes? At first, I was also against it. But what can I do? Long Chen smiled bitterly. After pondering for a while, he nodded and said, Okay, I'll go with you. In any case, I have a life-saving trump card now. Even if the king of the divine kingdom chases after me, I won't lose my life. Really? The white-eyed wolf was surprised. What kind of life-saving trump card could be so powerful? It's temporarily life-saving. Long Chen smiled mysteriously and said, However, we really have to call the young man who pretended to be Qin Batian, because I have a feeling that this young man can solve our crisis in the divine kingdom. I've already talked to him, but he didn't seem very interested. Qin Feiyang shook his head. If he doesn't go, then I'll think about it again. Long Chen said. From what you said, if we can't convince him, you won't go, right? The white-eyed wolf frowned. You can say that. Long Chen nodded. No sense of brotherhood. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly, his expression full of displeasure. Whatever you say. Anyway, you have to know that it's impossible for us to sneak in without anyone noticing. Because the gate of the divine kingdom has its own consciousness. As long as we enter, it will definitely inform the king of the divine kingdom immediately. In other words, we only have one way, and that is to kill our way in openly. Long Chen said. If we don't kill our way in openly, can it be called a counterattack? Suddenly, a lazy voice sounded. A young man walked into the hall with sleepy eyes. Why are you in our dragon nest? Long Chen got up and looked at the young man in surprise. He didn't notice at all. You have to know. The dragon nest had always had the enchantment of the god's sword. Who can stop me from going where I want to go? The young man entered the hall and directly sat down on a chair, yawning. Qin Feiyang and the others were really speechless. However, this seemingly calm sentence caused them to be endlessly shocked in their hearts. Who can stop me from going where I want to go? Domineering. The white-eyed wolf asked, since you came to us, does that mean that you agree to go to the divine kingdom? Otherwise, why would I come to you? To drink tea with you? You're not young ladies. The young man looked at the white-eyed wolf with disdain. The white-eyed wolf's mouth twitched. But then, the four of them looked at each other with unconcealable joy on their faces. They really didn't expect this young man would take the initiative to come to them. The white-eyed wolf looked at Long Chen and laughed. Little Chen, what do you say now? What else can I say? I can only accompany you to die. Long Chen smiled bitterly. The young man suddenly said, since you know that you're going to die, then say your last words in advance. Long Chen's face darkened. Why is he still a jinx? Can't he say something nice? The young man stood up and snatched the wine jar from the white-eyed wolf's hand. He turned and walked out of the door and said faintly, go while I'm in high spirits. Go now? Long Chen was stunned. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other in dismay. This was too hasty. Chapter 40-46. I'm still a little interested now. If I lose interest later, I won't go even if you carry me in a palanquin. The young man opened a time passage and walked in without looking back as he drank. He's really swift and decisive. The corner of Madman's mouth twitched. But this is a rare opportunity. Don't wait until he loses interest, or it will be too late to regret. White-eyed wolf said and hurriedly ran into the time passage. Then you go first. I'll go find my mother and tell her something. I'll go to the land of buried gods to find you. Long Chen came back to his senses and immediately left the loft, flying towards the mountains not far away. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other with a helpless expression and rushed into the time passage like lightning. Core area. After the Divine Kingdom's people withdrew, this place became very deserted. In the sky. The gate of the Divine Kingdom was high up in the sky, releasing wisps of aura that made people's heart palpitate. Qin Feiyang and Madman arrived in the sky above the core area and found that the young man was looking at the gate of the Divine Kingdom. His sleepy eyes seemed to be glowing. Aren't you going to tell Feather Emperor and the others? And Yun Xiang. Didn't he say that he's going to the Divine Kingdom? Madman turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked. Yun Xiang. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and shook his head. It's better not to ask him to go. If we all go to the Divine Kingdom, only Feather Emperor and the others will be left in the Sky Cloud Realm. If the Divine Kingdom takes the opportunity to cause trouble for the Sky Cloud Realm, wouldn't it be very dangerous? This, Madman frowned and said, if the Sky Cloud Realm really takes the opportunity to cause trouble, it's meaningless for Yun Xiang to stay in the Sky Cloud Realm. After all, no one can stop the 3,000 incarnations of the Divine Kingdom except for you. Qin Feiyang heard this and frowned. It seemed they had been ignoring one point. after entering the Divine Kingdom, what would happen to the Sky Cloud realm? They had always been the ones fighting against the Divine Kingdom. Furthermore, they were the only ones capable of stopping the Divine Kingdom. The people of the Divine Kingdom were not stupid. Once they knew that they had entered the Divine Kingdom, they would definitely take the opportunity to invade the Sky Cloud realm. The Divine Kingdom was so powerful that even a group of heavenly prides was enough to raise the Sky Cloud realm to the ground, let alone the monarch, the supremes of the human race, the Divine King, and Heavenly Lord G. If he went all out, he could stay in the Sky Cloud realm and block these people. However, if he didn't go to the Divine Kingdom and let White-Eyed Wolf and the others go, he wouldn't feel at ease. 2 choices. The young man suddenly spoke. What choice? Qin Feiyang stared blankly at the young man. First, transfer the beings of the Sky Cloud realm to the Nether King's hell. Secondly, after we enter the Divine Kingdom, we will destroy the gate of the Divine Kingdom. The young man said. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at each other. Their faces twitched again. First, the first choice. Back then, it wasn't easy to get everyone back from the Nether King's hell. Now, they had to transfer them to the Nether King's hell again. As for the second choice, it could only be described as crazy. If they destroyed the gate of the Divine Kingdom, how could they come back? Wouldn't they be trapped in the Divine Kingdom forever? After the gate of the Divine Kingdom is destroyed, it can be repaired, but it will take a long time. The young man said. How long? Qin Feiyang asked. I don't know. I guess it will take at least hundreds of thousands of years. The young man guessed. So long? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Of course, if you can't wait that long, you can also try to suppress the gate of the Divine Kingdom. As long as you suppress it or seal it and bring it with you, not only can it protect the Sky Cloud realm, but we can also leave the Divine Kingdom at any time. However, whether it's destroying or suppressing, there is a prerequisite. The prerequisite is that the ruler of the Divine Kingdom won't interfere. The young man said faintly. In other words, if the ruler of the Divine Kingdom intervenes, then whether it's destroying the gate of the Divine Kingdom or suppressing the Divine Kingdom, we can't do it? The White-Eyed Wolf frowned. Do you still need to ask? If the ruler of the Divine Kingdom intervenes, even I have to avoid it. How can we destroy it or suppress it? The young man rolled his eyes. Hearing this, the White-Eyed Wolf raised his head and looked at the gate of the Divine Kingdom. His eyes flickered. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and frowned. I'm afraid that even if the ruler of the Divine Kingdom doesn't intervene, it will still be difficult for us to destroy it. Why? Madman looked at him in confusion. Because last time, the gate of the Divine Kingdom was destroyed by the Princess of the Divine Kingdom. With that lesson, the Divine Kingdom will definitely be prepared. Qin Feiyang said. Don't worry about that. No matter how prepared they are, they won't be able to stop our 3,000 incarnations. The young man waved his hand. At the mention of 3,000 incarnations, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at the young man in unison. What's wrong? The young man didn't turn his head, but he could feel the puzzled gaze of the 3. Where did your 3,000 incarnations come from? Madman was curious. The young man slowly turned around, looked at the madman, and joked, if I say that I found it interesting when I saw Qin Feiyang activate his 3,000 incarnations, so I pondered for a while and figured it out myself, would you believe me? Madman looked at the young man in astonishment. When he came back to his senses, he said with a dark face, who would believe you? Then that's it. In any case, you won't believe what I say. The young man turned around and continued to look at the gate of the Divine Kingdom. Hurry up and think about it. Should we let Yun Xiang come? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at each other with a bitter smile on their faces. This young man was really a mysterious man. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, forget it. Let him and the masked Shura stay in the Sky Cloud realm. They can help the Feather Emperor deal with any sudden changes. Shwa. At this moment, Long Chen finally arrived. The white-eyed wolf glanced at the teleportation channel behind Long Chen and asked, "Where's your sister? Why did you let her come for such a dangerous thing?" Long Chen shook his head. The white-eyed wolf said with a smirk, "I didn't see it. You're quite concerned about your sister. Seems like you really didn't pick her up." When Long Chen heard this, a row of black lines appeared on his forehead. He said angrily, "I'm telling you, don't say such things in the future." "Ha!" The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. "Everyone's here, right? Let's go." The young man said and took the lead, heading towards the gate of the Divine Kingdom. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang and the others immediately followed. Long Chen looked at the ground below and asked suspiciously, "You didn't ask Yun Xiang and the others to come?" "Nope. They don't need to undo the seal. It's safer for them to stay in the sky cloud realm." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "That's true." Long Chen nodded. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Little Chen, since your sister isn't here, why don't you help us undo the seal secretly?" "How is that possible? This seal was placed by my father. Once the seal is undone, you'll definitely notice it. At that time, you won't even have a place to cry if you take everything away," Long Chen said. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf smiled embarrassedly. "Forget it. Although going to the Divine Kingdom was a bit difficult, it was still better than losing the inheritance." "Be careful," the young man suddenly said. The four of them quickly raised their heads and looked at the young man. They saw that the young man was staring at the gate of the Divine Kingdom. Could the gate of the Divine Kingdom run away? No. Last time when the God-slaying tablet was undergoing its tribulation here, it really ran away. Thinking of this, the four of them became serious. Seeing that they were getting closer to the gate of the Divine Kingdom, the gate of the Divine Kingdom immediately rushed towards the inner region with a loud clang. "You really want to run away?" The white-eyed wolf and Long Chen looked at each other and activated the moment of time at the same time. They instantly appeared in front of the gate of the Divine Kingdom. Qin Feiyang and Lunatic also rushed towards the sky like lightning and stood behind the gate of the Divine Kingdom. "I don't have much patience. You'd better behave yourselves." The young man took a step forward. A mighty divine power rolled out and rushed towards the gate of the Divine Kingdom like a tide. Surrounded by the five of them, the gate of the Divine Kingdom kept shaking as if it was afraid and looking for a chance to escape. "Don't be afraid. Your Divine Kingdom is so powerful. Even if we enter the Divine Kingdom, what can we do?" The madman chuckled and activated instant time. With a whoosh, he entered the Divine Kingdom's door. Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, Long Chen, and the young man looked at each other from a distance. Then they also turned into beams of light and disappeared into the gate of the Divine Kingdom. What they didn't know was that the moment they entered the gate of the Divine Kingdom, a figure appeared in the void below. It was Long Chen. "You think I won't come if you don't bring me?" Snorting, Long Chen also rushed towards the gate of the Divine Kingdom. This time, the gate of the Divine Kingdom didn't hide. Maybe it thought that since Qin Feiyang and the others had already entered, it didn't matter if one more person went in. Back to Qin Feiyang's group of 5. At this moment, they were in a vast space. It was boundless. There were no mountains or rivers, and there were no traces of living creatures. "This is the Divine Kingdom?" The white-eyed wolf frowned. "No. This isn't the Divine Kingdom." Qin Feiyang shook his head and glanced around. The situation here is similar to the space-time transmission channel between Hell and the Sky Cloud Realm. So I think we are now in the channel of the Gate of the Divine Kingdom. It is indeed similar. Lunatic nodded. When they entered the Sky Cloud Realm in the past, what they saw in the passageway was also a boundless void. Since it is a channel, there must be an exit. Let's go. The young man waved his hand, and the group rushed towards the other side. However, they had only flown for a dozen miles when a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Following that, an invisible force surged towards them from all directions. They received the news so quickly and came to intercept us. Lunatic raised his eyebrows. And it was definitely not the monarch and the others who came to intercept them. Because this force was the rule force. Rule force, Longchen smiled faintly and opened his god's domain. Boom! When the rule force around them poured into the god's domain, it disappeared without a trace. Amazing! The white-eyed wolf gave a thumbs up. Even the young man couldn't help but take a few more glances at Longchen. The god's domain was worthy of its name. Chapter 40-47. Longchen smiled and was about to move forward. Boom! But at this moment, behind them, a terrifying aura erupted. When Longchen sensed this aura, his face suddenly changed. He hurriedly turned his head and saw a woman being squeezed by the power of the rule force. Blood was spurting out from her pores. This woman was Longchen. The power of the rule force around her was like an invisible mountain, making her unable to move at all. Longchen? Qin Feiyang and the others turned their heads to look and couldn't help but be stunned. Why is this woman here too? Go and save her. Immediately after. Madman shouted. Longchen immediately rushed towards Longchen with his god's domain. Qin Feiyang and the others also followed closely behind Longchen. Longchen's current situation was undoubtedly the truth in front of his eyes. The power of the rule force here was enough to kill them. Very quickly. The 5 of them rushed in front of Longchen. As their god's domain enveloped Longchen, the power of the rule force that was squeezing Longchen immediately disappeared. Longchen lay in the void, gasping for breath, his eyes full of fear. White-eyed wolf waved his hand and activated the law of life. A majestic life energy poured into Longchen's body, and the injuries on his body were immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After Longchen's injuries were almost healed and his mood gradually stabilized, Longchen suddenly said angrily, "Who allowed you to follow us? Do you know how serious the consequences would be if we were far away now?" Longchen got up, glanced at the fierce Longchen, and lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. Longchen couldn't help but feel distressed and said, "Are you stupid? I told you to cultivate in the sky cloud realm but you didn't listen. You just had to come here and take risks." Longchen stammered. "Since you're here, let's go together." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Yeah, let's go together. The more people there are, the more we can take care of each other." Longchen looked at Longchen and giggled. Longchen's face darkened. He looked up at the entrance and said helplessly, "All right, I don't want you to sneak in again if I chase you back." "Thank you, brother." Longchen was pleasantly surprised. Qin Feiyang also looked at the entrance and said with a frown, "However, I'm a little worried about Yun Xiang and the others. Don't let them know that we've already entered the Divine Kingdom and rush in recklessly." "Don't worry. Yun Xiang wouldn't be so impulsive." Longchen waved his hand and glared at Longchen. Longchen hugged Longchen's arm with a fawning smile. "I hope so." Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and glanced at the turbulent rule force outside the god's domain. "We have mastered the ultimate meaning of the strongest law and already have the strength to interfere with the rule force, but I didn't expect it to still be able to threaten us. It seems that the person behind this is the ruler of the Divine Kingdom. If you don't want us to enter the Divine Kingdom, then we'll go. Continue." White-eyed wolf smiled coldly. Longchen took a deep breath and looked at Longchen. "Follow me closely." "Okay." Longchen nodded. The group immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the opposite side. The rule force became more and more terrifying. Even the god's domain began to tremble, but they still couldn't see the exit. "It can't be that far." Madman frowned. Suddenly, Longchen seemed to have thought of something and frowned. Maybe he has already blocked the exit. No way. He is the ruler of the Divine Kingdom, how could he be so despicable? Madman was surprised. He released his divine sense and rushed in all directions. But as soon as his divine sense left the god's domain, it was instantly strangled by the rule force. If he isn't despicable, Would he let the monarch and the others kill their way to the sky cloud realm when little Qin Zi was going through the tribulation? White-eyed Wolf snorted coldly. This kind of person really didn't deserve to be the ruler of a world. About a few hundred breaths passed. The rule force had reached an extremely terrifying level, and even the god's domain had cracked. I can't hold on for long. Long Chen said in a deep voice, and for the first time, his face looked extremely solemn. Then let's retreat first. Long Qin asked. Retreat. Long Chen made a prompt decision and led Qin Feiyang and the others to activate momentary time and rush toward the entrance. A moment later, they came to the entrance, but found that the entrance had disappeared. What's going on? We don't seem to have gone in the wrong direction, right? White-eyed Wolf was surprised. The direction is definitely not wrong. This is the place. Look, there is still the blood left by Qin. Long Chen pointed to the void in front of them and said. Everyone looked over. There were indeed a lot of blood stains in the void. And at that time, the entrance was not far away. But now, the entrance had disappeared and was replaced by nothingness. The entrance has disappeared, which means that our judgment is right. The exit must have also disappeared. He's trying to trap them here until they die. Qin Feiyang's eyes were gloomy. He never thought that they would encounter such a crisis before even entering the Divine Kingdom. Little brother, you have to think of a way. White-eyed Wolf looked at the silent young man next to him. Heard. Qin Feiyang and the others also looked at the young man. You all have no way, what can I do? The young man yawned. You can't do this. We are now grasshoppers on the same rope. White-eyed Wolf's face darkened. In such a critical situation, how could he act as if it had nothing to do with him? Crack. With a loud noise, a wide crack appeared in the god's domain. Waves of rule power surged in from the crack and rushed toward Qin Feiyang and the others. If you want to leave this place, you first have to find the location of the exit and then tear it open. As the young man spoke, he scanned the void. You don't have to tell us that. We know that too. But this is our first time here. Who knows where the exit is? Wasn't this equivalent to saying nothing? Longqin's war soul. The young man reminded. Longqin's war soul? White-eyed Wolf was stunned and turned to look at Longqin. Longqin was also a little stunned. The young man said, Longqin's war soul not only has the ability to eavesdrop on others' conversations, but also see through fabrications. As long as she is careful, she should be able to find the location of the exit. That's right. Back then in the ancient realm, when we changed our appearances, you could see through it at a glance. You can definitely see through it now. Try it quickly. White-eyed Wolf urged. I'm not sure if it will work. Longqin shook her head. We have to try to know if it will work or not. The rule power is increasing. Qin, hurry up and activate it. Long Chen said. Okay. Long Qin nodded. A ray of bright light appeared in her eyes and her pupils turned milky white. Usually, when she eavesdropped on others' conversations, the light in her eyes was looming and difficult to detect. At this moment, her two eyes were like two bright moons, dazzling to the eyes. It could be seen that her war soul had been fully activated. She glanced around and shook her head. There is nothing unusual in this area. White-eyed Wolf looked up at the other side and said in a deep voice, then let's go there and take a look. Whoosh! A group of people immediately flew to the other side. The cracks on the god's domain were getting bigger and bigger. The rule power that was pouring in was getting more and more terrifying. It was almost threatening to Qin Feiyang and the others. Brother Qin, it's your turn to make a move. Long Chen shouted. Qin Feiyang nodded. Roar. The purple gold dragon soul appeared. Eye of Heaven opened and quickly replicated a god's domain. However, the rule power was even more terrifying. With a crack, Long Chen's god's domain shattered. Fortunately, Qin Feiyang had successfully replicated it. Otherwise, the current rule power was enough to kill them instantly. However, Qin Feiyang's replicated god's domain wouldn't last long. Because at this moment, it was already shattering. Frenzy shouted, "If one isn't enough, then let's use 3,000 gods' domains." Unheard of. Qin Feiyang and Long Chen looked at each other. Boom! 3,000 incarnations were activated, and purple gold dragon souls roared out. Long Chen also activated his god's domain again. In just an instant, 3,000 gods' domains appeared out of thin air, stacked together layer by layer, constantly competing with the rule power. The crisis brought by the rule power could be temporarily resolved. A group of people galloped all the way. Soon, they came to the place where they turned back from before. "How is it?" White-eyed Wolf looked at Long Chen. "I didn't find anything. I really don't know if my battle soul has such an ability." Long Chen was also very anxious. "Believe in yourself. It can be done." Seeing Long Chen in a mess, White-eyed Wolf quickly comforted him. At this time, they must not panic. Without stopping, a group of people continued to rush into the depths. Boom! At this time, in all directions, there was a loud rumbling sound as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. What's the situation? Everyone scanned their surroundings in bewilderment. In less than 3 breaths, Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, and White-eyed Wolf's expression changed. They saw a dazzling divine light surging from all directions, exuding a world-destroying aura. "What is this?" Long Chen was aghast. Even he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of crisis. "Origin Force." Qin Feiyang said word by word, his face gloomy to the extreme. Of course, he was no stranger to the Origin Force. Although he had not been to the Origin Force in the Black Tortoise Realm, sometimes when the Black Tortoise Realm was damaged, the little brat would use the Origin Force to repair it. And when he first entered the Sky Cloud Realm, when facing the Dragon God's sword and other sovereign divine weapons, the little brat also used the Origin Force. So, now, he could recognize the Origin Force in all directions at a glance. What? The Origin Force? Long Chen was shocked. The Origin Force, that was the origin force of a world, more powerful than the power of law. He's even used his source energy. He's really going all out. Bastard. You are too shameless. White-eyed Wolf roared. However, in this boundless space, there was no response. Boom. As the Origin Force came, the 3,000 gods' domains were shattered one by one. The powerful gods' domains were like decaying dead wood at this moment, facing the Origin Force. They had no ability to resist. Chapter 40-48. This was the power of Origin Energy. No matter what heaven-defying means you had, under the power of Origin Energy, it would be like rotten wood. The strength of the power of Origin Energy depended on the size of the world. In other words, the bigger the world, the stronger the power of Origin Energy. The current power of Origin Energy of the Black Tortoise Realm had not reached the full level yet. So at this time, Qin Feiyang did not dare to use the power of Origin Energy of the Black Tortoise Realm to compete with the power of Origin Energy of the Divine Kingdom. Long Chen, haven't you found it yet? The White-eyed Wolf was anxious. Now, all of their lives were tied to this woman. Don't rush me. The more you rush, the more panicked I will be. Long Chen scanned the void in front of her, not letting go of any details. In her eyes at this moment, the space here was like a woven silk thread. These silk threads were formed by the power of space-time law. In other words, this was indeed a space-time tunnel. However, it was countless times larger than the usual space-time tunnel. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 of the 3,000 gods' domains had been shattered. Suddenly, Long Chen's gaze swept back and forth, locking onto a void in front of her left, and a trace of surprise immediately crept up on her face. The void there was also formed by the threads of space-time law. But unlike other places, the threads here were more messy, as if a patch was sewn on a piece of cloth. Could it be here? Long Qin murmured. Did you find anything? Seeing Long Qin staring at a place, Madman immediately asked in surprise. Qin Feiyang and the others also followed Long Qin's gaze, but they did not find anything unusual in that void. The entire void was one entity. Yes. It's like a patch. An irresponsible guess. Maybe that's the exit. Long Qin said. The white-eyed wolf heard this, and the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. This kind of statement was indeed very irresponsible. I haven't seen the exit, of course I'm not sure. Long Qin glared at him. Whether it is or not, I have to give it a try. Qin Feiyang stared at the void where Long Qin was pointing. His eyes were as sharp as a blade because he had no other choice. Hide in the Black Tortoise world? If they really hid in the Black Tortoise world, not only would they not be able to escape, they would also implicate the Black Tortoise world. Although the Black Tortoise realm had grown a lot and was even larger than the ancient realm, it was still like a child in front of the divine kingdom. The power of the origin could easily destroy the Black Tortoise realm. Once the Black Tortoise world collapsed, not only them, but all the living beings inside would suffer as well. This kind of thing was absolutely unacceptable. Crack. At this moment, of the 3,000 domains of divinity, only 1,000 remained. With the power of the origin source, it would only take a few blinks of an eye to shatter 1,000 domains of divinity. I can't hesitate any longer. Attack! Qin Feiyang bellowed. Boom! The 3,000 avatars behind him immediately activated the ultimate intent of the law of life and death. As the will of the heavenly Tao awakened, the 3,000 ultimate intents surged out of the godly domain like a flood. But before the 3,000 ultimate intents could even approach the void, they were already crushed by the origin source. This origin source is too strong. 3,000 ultimate intents of the law of life and death and even the will of the heavenly Tao can't contend against it. Madman's eyes were lifeless. I don't know how strong it is, but it's countless times stronger than the origin source of the Black Tortoise world. If we can't defeat the origin source, then we won't be able to approach the void, let alone tear open an exit. The only thing we can do now is to envelop the void in a godly domain. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Because if the void was enveloped in a godly domain, the origin source would be blocked outside. Naturally, it wouldn't be able to stop them from attacking the exit. But there were risks in doing so. Because the ultimate intents of the law of life and death were too strong, the shockwaves from colliding with the void would cause fatal danger to them. And when the time came, once the collision occurred and the shockwaves erupted, the godly domain would disintegrate on the spot. Once the godly domain disintegrated, the origin source would instantly drown them. When the time came, even if they didn't die from the shockwaves, they would definitely die from the origin source. In other words, even if the exit was here, even if they successfully tore open the exit, it would be a situation where they killed 1,000 enemies and suffered 800 casualties. But now, they really had no choice. After all, they had to take a gamble. Boom! Long Chen opened his godly domain again. The 3,000 incarnations behind Qin Feiyang were also replicated again. Because the godly domain that was replicated before had been completely shattered. Following closely, the group of people went straight for the void. Soon, that void was enveloped in a godly domain. To be on the safe side, little brother, senior brother, let's attack together. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. If he couldn't tear open the exit with his strength alone, then what he would face next would be a disaster. Because there was only one chance. He had to succeed in one go. Okay. Madman nodded. The power of the origin of all evil surged out. The young man glanced at the void, and the 3,000 incarnations were also activated. One after another, the ultimate esoteric laws were born, and they contained a terrifying will of the heavenly Tao. 3,000 incarnations, 6 ultimate esoteric laws, that was a total of 18,000 laws. And Madman's origin of all evil also had a power that surpassed the ultimate esoteric laws. As for Qin Feiyang, not only did he activate the ultimate esoteric laws of life and death, but he also activated the ultimate esoteric laws of death, karma, and light. Each ultimate esoteric law contained the will of the heavenly Tao. It could be said that when the three of them joined forces, even the monarch and the others would have to retreat. Get ready. Once the exit is torn open, no matter what happens, you must run out immediately. Qin Feiyang instructed. Before his voice faded, tens of thousands of ultimate esoteric laws and the origin of all evil immediately turned into a torrent and blasted toward the void. Accompanied by a loud bang, a destructive aura suddenly erupted. As expected, the godly domain replicated by the 3,000 incarnations was shattered one by one. Outside, the power of origin was also crazily bombarding the godly domain. There was the power of origin on the outside, and the destructive power born from the collision inside. Now, it was equivalent to a pincer attack. In an instant, more than 1,000 godly domains collapsed. The most terrifying thing was Qin Feiyang and the others were inside the godly domain. Facing the destructive power that erupted, they would definitely bear the brunt. In just an instant, their bodies were dripping with blood. Boom! Who dared to hesitate? Qin Feiyang activated the ultimate esoteric law of life, and the divine lotus of life emitted endless life energy, constantly healing the injuries on their bodies. If it weren't for the divine lotus of life, just this fluctuation was enough to kill them. It was really killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of their own. But at this moment, their gazes were fixed on the void. Under the bombardment of tens of thousands of ultimate esoteric laws and the origin of all evil, that void was crazily distorting. Long Qin saw it the most clearly. In her eyes, the threads formed by the power of spacetime were breaking one after another. This was undoubtedly good news. Because the threads breaking meant that the exit was cracking. In the blink of an eye. Suddenly, with a loud crack, a crack more than a meter long appeared in the void. At this moment, the godly domains had also been completely shattered, and the power of origin surged in from all directions. Let's go! Qin Feiyang shouted. Long Chen waved his hand, swept up Qin Feiyang and the others, and activated the moment of time and flew toward the crack. And the divine lotus of life was always there. Now, Qin Feiyang didn't dare to deactivate the ultimate esoteric law of life. Their recovery was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they rushed to the front of the crack and could already see the outside world. It was a blood-red land without any vitality, and the sky was dim, looking extremely desolate. This made them ecstatic. Because Long Qin constantly judged that this was the exit. But then, their expressions changed abruptly. High in the sky outside, 4 figures stood side by side. These 4 people were the monarch, Heavenly Lord Ji, the paragon of the human race, and the divine king. Moreover, Heavenly Lord Ji and the monarch had already activated their 3,000 incarnations. In the sky, the ultimate esoteric laws emitted a destructive aura. The divine king had also activated the mark of the god race. Behind the paragon of the human race, there were also golden dragon shadows, looking down on all living beings. Obviously, the monarch and the other 3 had been waiting for them. Moreover, it was waiting for them to come out of the tunnel and give them a head-on blow. In other words, even if they tore open the exit, they would have to face the bombardment of the monarch and the other 3. The crisis was not over yet. Not bad. They can actually forcibly tear open the exit. But it will never be possible to enter the divine kingdom. The monarch said. He was indeed surprised that Qin Feiyang and the others could break out of the space-time passage. Because he knew the means of the divine kingdom's paragon best. If it were him, he wouldn't even be able to find the exit, let alone break out. But appreciation was one thing. He had to kill them. Boom! As the monarch's voice fell, the tens of thousands of ultimate esoteric laws that the four had prepared suddenly shattered the sky and charged toward Qin Fei Yang and the others. Behind them, the source energy roared like a ferocious beast. In front, tens of thousands of ultimate esoteric laws were enough to destroy the world. The situation that Qin Fei Yang and the others were facing now was that there was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. We have already come this far, there is no reason to back down. Besides, even if we back down, we will still die. The power of origin is much more powerful than their ultimate esoteric laws. The lunatic gritted his teeth, took a step forward, and instantly arrived in the sky above the divine kingdom. Qin Fei Yang and the others looked at each other, then rushed out of the crack and landed beside the lunatic. Behind them was a huge stone door. The crack they tore open was right in the center of the stone door. This was the other side of the door of the divine kingdom. However, even if they successfully entered the divine kingdom, the power of origin did not let them go. It turned into a raging wave and surged out from the stone door, drowning them. We have already left the passage, but it still controls the power of origin to kill us. This is a bit too much. The young man murmured. Chapter 40-49. The young man's voice was not very loud. But every word he said fell clearly in the minds of the king and the other three. Even the ruler of the divine kingdom standing at the top of the sky heard it clearly. Although the tone was very calm, they could hear a shocking sharpness. All of a sudden, the young man raised his head to look at the top of the sky, and the appearance of yawning instantly disappeared. At this moment, his body was straight, and his eyes were like torches, as if a god had returned. One look from him made the ruler of the divine kingdom at the top of the sky tremble involuntarily. He could actually detect his presence. And he could even accurately lock on to his position. One had to know. He was the ruler of the divine kingdom. He represented the will of the heavenly way. As long as he did not take the initiative to show himself, no one would be able to discover his traces. But this young man in front of him could actually find him. It was really unbelievable. But he did not know. What happened next was even more shocking to him. The green foxtail grass in the young man's mouth suddenly rose into the air and exploded into a dazzling divine light. Following closely, a magnificent force burst out from the ground. Under this force, the world in front of him trembled. Because this force contained a terrifying will of the heavens. It was as if the young man had incarnated into the will of the heavenly way at this moment. What? The ruler of the divine kingdom at the top of the sky suddenly changed his expression. The pupils of Qin Fei Yang and the others suddenly shrank because they were too familiar with this aura. This was also the power of origin. That's right. The force that rushed out of the green foxtail grass was the power of origin. Could it be that there was also an independent world hidden in the green foxtail grass? But how was this possible? The Great Qin, the Forgotten Continent, the third level of the miracle, the ancient realm, the sky cloud realm. They had explored so many places and only found the black tortoise realm. Moreover, other than Qin Fei Yang, they had never seen anyone who had an independent world. The most terrifying thing was, the power of origin summoned by the young man seemed to be several levels stronger than the power of origin of the divine kingdom. This power of origin did not attack the monarch's ultimate meaning, nor did it attack the power of origin surging out of the stone door. Instead, it formed a barrier that enveloped Qin Fei Yang and the others. Rumble. The ultimate intent at the front and the origin energy at the back crashed into the barrier at almost the same time. At this moment, Qin Fei Yang and the others' hearts were in their throats. One had to know. The monarch and the others not only possessed a large number of ultimates, but they also possessed the will of the heavens. The power of the origin of the divine kingdom was even more terrifying. Even with the young man's source strength, he would not be able to withstand such terrifying attacks that were directed at the barrier at the same time. But what shocked them was that no matter if it was ultimate intent or origin energy, they didn't cause any damage to the barrier when they struck it. In fact, the barrier didn't even tremble. Like a boulder, it was indestructible. This your sister is too strong. The frenzy, the white-eyed wolf, and Long Qin were all dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang and Long Chen looked at each other, and their hearts were also in turmoil. Just one power of origin was able to block so many ultimate intents and the power of origin of the divine kingdom? Just how terrifying was the young man's quintessence energy? At the same time, the monarch and the others stared at the barrier around Qin Feiyang and the others, and their eyes were trembling. The dominator of the divine kingdom at the top of the sky was also in disbelief. A single strand of origin energy was actually this powerful? Was this really a power that a junior could master? I rarely get angry, but this time, I'm really angry. If I get angry, you'll be in trouble. The young man's eyes were still locked on the top of the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, the barrier exploded with an apocalyptic might. It instantly shattered all the ultimate mysteries and origin energy. Then, it collapsed and turned into a 3-meter-long sword. It slashed towards the top of the sky with an apocalyptic sharpness. Humph. At the top of the sky, the dominator of the divine kingdom snorted coldly. Immediately, endless power of origin poured out like a waterfall, drowning the sky for thousands of miles, shocking the world. Boom! The sword shot into the sky, and the power of origin that poured down was immediately split open. It was unable to stop it at all, and it went straight to the top of the sky. The next moment, a blood-curdling scream rang out in the sky. Immediately after, a bloody arm fell down from the sky, bringing with it a pool of blood. What? The dominator's arm was cut off? The monarch and the others were shocked. This was a dream. The dominator of a world was injured. They had known each other for so many years, but they had never seen anyone who could hurt the dominator in the slightest. Needless to say, Qin Feiyang and the others. The shock in their hearts could not be described with words. Too strong. He was simply a godlike figure. Qin Badian, who the hell are you? At the top of the sky, the dominator of the divine kingdom roared angrily. Are you an idiot? Since I'm Qin Badian, then I'm naturally the son of the princess of the divine kingdom. Of course, I'm also the grandson of the monarch. The young man sneered, looked down at the monarch, and said jokingly, Grandfather, what do you think? Hearing the word grandfather, the monarch's heart was in turmoil, and he could not calm down. He did not doubt the young man's identity. Because the 3,000 incarnations were the best proof. And Qin Feiyang and the others did not refute. This meant that the young man in front of them was indeed the son of the emperor and his daughter. But it was hard to imagine that a junior not only had the ultimate profundity of 6 supreme laws, but also had such a terrifying origin power. The young man then looked at Heavenly Lord Ji and bared his teeth. I should also call you uncle. Heaven Lord Ji's heart was in turmoil when he heard the word uncle. Of course, he knew the young man's strength best. Because in the Western continent, the young man had fought with him for thousands of times. Even if he did not use his origin power, his strength was not weaker than his. To be honest, he was very happy to have such a nephew. But more than that, he was shocked. Just as the monarch thought, how could a junior have such a heaven-defying method? Origin power, only the dominator of the world had the ability to control it. Was there really an independent world hidden in that dog's tail? And a world even bigger than the divine kingdom? Boom! At this moment, at the top of the sky, wisps of origin force appeared once again. The young man raised his eyebrows, looked up at the top of the sky, and said, Do you still want to attack? Don't forget that you've already broken your promise. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang and the others, Get ready to run for your life. Run for our life? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. He had already cut off an arm of the dominator of the divine kingdom. Did he still need to run for his life? Cough, cough. Don't have too much hope for me. I only have one source of origin power. I've already consumed it by cutting off his arm. I thought I could intimidate him, but now it seems that I have angered him instead. The young man thought. It can't be. Only one source of origin power? Don't joke with us at this time. Frenzy transmitted his voice. Do I look like I'm joking with you? The young man smiled bitterly. Frenzy looked at the young man's expression, and his heart sank to the bottom. Long Chen's eyes also sank slightly, and he transmitted his voice. We can't run now, because once we run, he will know that we have no other means. That's right. We must stay calm. Let's see if he dares to make a move. Qin Feiyang also said secretly. He raised his head to look at the top of the sky and said, back then, when I fought with the monarch, you personally promised that you would not interfere in the war between the Sky Cloud Realm and Scandinavia for 10,000 years. What? As the dominator of the Divine Kingdom, do you really want to be a villain who goes back on his words? But the dominator of the Divine Kingdom turned a deaf ear. The source of origin power surged in the sky, brewing an even more terrifying killing move. Long Chen shouted, if you really dare to make a move, I will call Ice Dragon and the heaven-swallowing beast over. Huh, you want to use them to scare this sovereign? Don't forget, you are now in the Divine Kingdom. Even if you have established a contract bridge with them, you can't contact them now. The dominator of the Divine Kingdom sneered. Is that so? Long Chen raised his arm, and a token appeared. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the token and couldn't help but be stunned. This was given to us by Ice Dragon. He said that as long as we are in danger, we can crush this token. No matter where we are, he will be able to detect us immediately. Of course. If you are confident that you can block Ice Dragon and the heaven-swallowing beast, then you can ignore it. Long Chen sneered. Swish. In an instant, Qin Feiyang and the rest, as well as the king's gaze, fell on the token in Long Chen's hand. Although it is fake, be confident. Long Chen secretly said. Fake? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Was there a mistake? Seeing Long Chen speak so seriously, they really believed it. At that moment, they looked at the top of the sky with incomparably calm expressions. Who didn't know how to act? At the top of the sky. The dominator of the Divine Kingdom also stared at the token in Long Chen's hand, his eyes full of fear. Moreover, he could keenly sense that there was indeed Ice Dragon's aura in this token. Damn it, why do you keep haunting me? There was a trace of anger in his expression, and he said in a deep voice, I did promise that I would not intervene in the battle between the Sky Cloud Realm and the Divine Kingdom, but now, you have already killed your way to the Divine Kingdom. But before he finished speaking, Long Chen disdainfully said, you want to break your promise by killing your way to the Divine Kingdom? When you killed your way to our Sky Cloud Realm, what did we say? Is it true that only the officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people are not allowed to light lamps? The dominator of the Divine Kingdom was incomparably annoyed, and coldly snorted, fine, within 10,000 years, I will not intervene. You all take care of yourselves. After saying that, he disappeared without a trace. The surging origin power in the sky also dissipated. Qin Feiyang and the others watched this scene and couldn't help but secretly let out a long breath. They finally suppressed the dominator of the Divine Kingdom. However, the crisis didn't seem to be over. The monarch, Heavenly Lord Ji, the Divine King, and the supremes of the human race were still here. Chapter 40-50. Qin Feiyang could fight against the king. The young man could fight against Heavenly Lord Ji. But Long Chen, Frenzy, and White-Eyed Wolf hadn't merged with the will of heaven. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat the Celestials, let alone the Divine King. The White-Eyed Wolf said, Long Chen, look at how dangerous our situation is. Why don't you help us break the seal? No. This is my principle. Long Chen thought. The White-Eyed Wolf was furious. Don't think about it now. Run. Long Chen put away the token and said. Run? Qin Feiyang frowned and thought, we haven't suppressed the gate of the Divine Kingdom yet. If we run away now, they might run to the Sky Cloud Realm. Then destroy it. Long Chen said. That's the only way. Attack! Qin Feiyang shouted. Except for the young man, the others all activated their ultimate ultimacy and attacked the stone gate behind them. The king and the other three were stunned. They wanted to destroy the gate of the divine kingdom? Boom! Heavenly Lord Ji took a step forward and charged towards Qin Feiyang and the others with his 3,000 incarnations. Uncle, the last battle hasn't ended yet. The young man acted like he hadn't woken up yet again. He activated his 3,000 incarnations and charged towards Heavenly Lord Ji. Fine. Then let me see how powerful your nephew is. Heavenly Lord Ji's eyes turned cold. Boom! The two immediately clashed and charged into the sky. Qin Feiyang immediately stopped and turned to face the king and the others. He said to Frenzy and the others without looking back, "Hurry up." Before his voice died away, 3,000 incarnations appeared and activated the ultimate ultimacy of the law of life and death, the law of death, and the law of karma at the same time. Opposite. The king and the others looked at each other. All the ultimate ultimacies appeared and charged forward with the will of heaven. At this moment, Madman and the others also attacked the stone door. However, at this moment, rays of dazzling divine light appeared on the stone door. The ultimate intent of the mad scientists group hit the stone door, but it didn't even budge. How is this possible? Long Qin was shocked. Just as little Qin Zi said, after the princess of the divine kingdom destroyed the gate of the divine kingdom last time, the enemy increased the strength of the gate of the divine kingdom. Madman's expression darkened. So what? Long Qin asked. Boom! Qin Feiyang and the monarch's trio had also clashed. Destructive fluctuations erupted like a volcano. Frenzy and the others quickly hid behind the stone door. I have to think of something quickly. The white-eyed wolf urged. Watch me. Frenzy made up his mind and instantly turned into a giant. The white-eyed wolf and Long Qin quickly retreated and looked at Frenzy in surprise. Frenzy bent down, grabbed the stone door with both hands, and roared, "Get up!" In an instant, his veins bulged. He used all of his strength to forcibly pull the stone door up from the ground. That works too. The white-eyed wolf and Long Qin were dumbfounded. It was really simple and violent. Let's go. Madman roared, carried the stone door, turned around, and ran. The white-eyed wolf and Long Qin Zi looked at each other and hurriedly followed to help suppress the stone door. Because the stone door was struggling. Seeing this, the young man and Qin Feiyang immediately turned around and chased after Frenzy and the others without looking back. Uncle, let's fight again next time. The young man chuckled. Heavenly Lord Ji was so angry that he activated the moment of time and chased after them. The monarch's trio didn't dare to be negligent. They had to take back the gate of the divine kingdom, or they would be in a passive situation. What the hell is this place? There's not even a living creature. Half an hour later, the chase was still going on. The white-eyed wolf scanned the ground in front of him and frowned. It had been so long, but he still hadn't seen a single living creature. Not only were there no living creatures, but there wasn't even a single blade of grass. They couldn't help but wonder if they'd entered an illusion. But Qin Feiyang used the eye of life and death to see that there was no illusion here. Look! There are trees in front. Suddenly, Long Qin pointed to the mountains in front of them. Qin Feiyang and the others looked up. Indeed, in the mountains hundreds of thousands of miles away, they saw towering trees and beasts. Clouds and mist lingered in the mountains. If the area they were in at this moment was purgatory, then outside was paradise. Furthermore, the sky was clear and boundless. Long Qin scanned his surroundings and muttered, "This might be a forbidden area, so not a single blade of grass grows. It's very similar to the entrance to the ancient world." The white-eyed wolf nodded. Because the entrance to the ancient world was also a land of death. While they were talking, they had already crossed hundreds of thousands of miles and arrived above the verdant mountains. The warm sunlight shone down, making people feel as if they were sitting in a spring breeze. Moreover, the clouds and mist in the mountains were all formed from essence chi. Just the essence chi that enveloped this place far surpassed the sky cloud realm. It was no wonder that Ryuko and the others would look down on the sky cloud realm so much. They had the capital to do so. The human sovereign martial artist shouted, "Qin Feiyang, quickly stop. You want us to stop, so we'll stop. Giving you so much face. If you have the ability, then come and chase us. Anyway, we're in the divine kingdom now. We're not afraid of a fierce battle with you." The white-eyed wolf laughed. In the past, they had to worry about the safety of living creatures in the sky cloud realm, so they tried their best to avoid colliding with the divine kingdom. But it was different now. Now that they had entered the divine kingdom, it didn't matter even if the people were in a terrible situation. So now, the ones who should be worried were the monarch and the others. Who are they? They're actually carrying the gate of the divine kingdom? Look, the people behind them are the monarch, the divine king, the human sovereign, and Lord Ji Tianjun. They're actually chasing after these young people in person? Are you kidding me? When Qin Feiyang and the others rushed out of this forbidden area, it quickly caused a sensation. The birds and beasts they encountered along the way were all shocked to the extreme. Although the names of Qin Feiyang and the others might have spread throughout the divine kingdom, not many people knew what they looked like. And the birds and beasts in the world usually stayed in their own nests and wouldn't leave unless there were special circumstances. So they didn't know what Qin Feiyang and the others looked like. So at this moment, seeing Qin Feiyang and the others carrying the stone gate and the monarch and the others following closely behind, their hearts were full of doubts. Roar! Suddenly, a giant beast hundreds of feet long roared out from the mountains and blocked the path of Qin Feiyang and the others. Where did this little worm come from? Get lost with me! Lunatic shouted. A surge of the power of all evil surged out. The giant beast's strength wasn't weak either. It had mastered an ordinary ultimate profound, but it was instantly killed by the power of all evil. Not even its bones were left. What kind of power is this? It's too terrifying. Originally, there were many ferocious beasts that wanted to run over to intercept them, but when they saw this scene, they immediately fled in panic. Behind, the monarch and the others couldn't help but frown. If they were in the forbidden area, they could still boldly attack. But now that they were in the outside world, they didn't consider the impact of the battle. For experts at their level, blood would flow like a river whenever they fought. We can't let them enter the city in front. Otherwise, once we attack, there will be countless casualties. The human sovereign said in a deep voice. That's right. In the past, we could be unscrupulous in the sky cloud realm, but now that they have come to our divine kingdom, we must act cautiously. The divine king also nodded in agreement. At this moment, Qin Feiyang and the others also saw the city in front. The scale of the city was at least tens of thousands of miles. The walls on all sides were towering like mountains, exuding an ancient aura. Still chasing? Long Qin looked at the four people from the divine kingdom behind her, and a trace of fierceness suddenly crept up between her brows. Boom! She activated 3 ultimate profound, and with a terrifying divine might, she blasted toward the city. What? The monarch and the others' faces changed. Don't you people from the divine kingdom like to massacre cities? Then this young lady will also have a taste of what it feels like to massacre a city. Long Qin smiled sinisterly. However, just as the 3 ultimate profundities were about to reach the city, 3 figures appeared on the city wall and unleashed their strongest ultimate profundities to block Long Qin's 3 ultimate profundities. No way. Long Qin's pupils shrank. In such a remote city, there were actually 3 powerhouses who had grasped the ultimate profundities of the strongest laws? How dare you! After blocking Long Qin's ultimate profound, the 3 of them roared and took a step forward. Their aura roared in all directions as they charged toward Qin Feiyang and the others. Back off! The human sovereign saw this and hurriedly shouted. Sovereign? The three of them were stunned. Their eyes looked past Qin Feiyang and the others to the monarch and the others behind them. What? Monarch, Divine King, Lord Ji Tianjun. What's going on? Why are the four of them all here? Could it be that they are chasing after those young people in front of them? At the thought of this, the three of them couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. To be chased by the monarch and the others and still be able to escape from the forbidden zone, how could they be simple people? Without thinking, they slammed on the brakes and quickly retreated to the side. After offending us, you still want to run? The madman flew over and sneered. He raised the gate of the divine kingdom and smashed it toward the three of them like a brick. This is the gate of the divine kingdom. In fact, one of them exclaimed. The next moment. 3 screams sounded. The three of them were smashed on the spot, and blood stained the sky. No way. He killed them just like that? The people in the city couldn't help but shudder when they saw this scene. You guys, quickly leave the city. The human sovereign roared anxiously. His words woke everyone up from their dreams. The people in the city swarmed out of the city like a swarm of bees. Qin Feiyang and the others flew into the sky above the city. The madman's eyes were overflowing with blood as he blasted down with the power of all evil. Accompanied by a loud bang, the entire city was instantly turned into ashes, and countless people who fled were killed or injured. You guys are simply insane. The human sovereign roared. We are insane. When you guys killed the creatures of the sky cloud realm and the underworld king's hell, weren't you insane? I am just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Now you know the pain, right? Your mood now is the mood of our sky cloud realm's billions of creatures at that time. Don't worry, the good show is yet to come. If I don't slaughter all the cities of your divine kingdom, I swear I will not stop. The madman laughed wildly. Chapter 4051. Sky Cloud Realm? What do you mean? Could they be from the Sky Cloud Realm? Those who escaped couldn't help but be surprised when they heard Madman's words. Didn't they say that the Sky Cloud Realm was very weak? How dare they come to the Divine Kingdom so blatantly? At the same time, hearing Madman's clamor, the faces of the monarch and the other three turned pale. With the hatred of the Sky Cloud Realm for the Divine Kingdom, this madman might really do it. The monarch's eyes flashed as he decisively made a decision. Looking at the Divine King and the human race's supreme, he said in a deep voice, Heaven Lord Ji and I will continue to pursue. You two split up and gather the powerhouses of the various races to encircle them. Is there a need to mobilize so many people? Heaven Lord Ji frowned. Don't underestimate them. If they keep avoiding the battle, we can't do anything to them. At that time, the Divine Kingdom will definitely be in chaos because of them. We must encircle them as soon as possible. No matter how bad it is, we must force them back to the Sky Cloud Realm. After the monarch finished speaking, he looked at the Divine King and Heaven Lord Ji and said, Go. Okay. The two nodded, opened a space-time passage, and left. The Divine King and the human race's supreme left. What do they want to do? Seeing this scene, the white-eyed wolf's eyes suddenly had a trace of doubt. They left? Madman was slightly taken aback. He turned his head and saw that they were really gone. Longchen frowned and said, as expected, they should be gathering the powerhouses of the Divine Kingdom to encircle us. Hearing this, Longchen's face turned pale, and she said worriedly, Just the four of them, we have no way to deal with them. If the older generation figures of the Scandinavia all come here, then do we still have a way to survive? There's no need to think about it. There's definitely no way to survive. Longchen shook his head. So we must escape as soon as possible, change our appearances, and hide first. When you all have merged with the will of the heavenly Tao, we can fight head-on. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. They are chasing us like this, how can we escape? The white-eyed wolf frowned. We can escape. The departure of the autarch of the human race and the Divine King has created an opportunity for us. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked at the young man and said, "Little brother, you stay outside and stall for a while." Before the young man could react, Qin Feiyang led Feng Zi and the others into the Black Tortoise world. The young man was stunned and said angrily, "What kind of joke is this? How can I possibly hold on?" But there was no other way. Now, he could only brace himself. Black Tortoise World. Above the blood sea of the western regions. Now that Qin Feiyang no longer activated the slaughter domain, no one came to donate blood. The entire western region was deathly silent. Activate your ultimate meaning. Qin Feiyang activated his 3,000 incarnations and looked at Long Qin and the others. They immediately knew what Qin Feiyang was going to do. All sorts of ultimate mysteries appeared. As for the 3,000 clones, they immediately activated the Eye of Heaven and began to copy their ultimate intent. How do we deal with this thing? Feng Zi pressed hard on the struggling stone door. If we can't destroy it, we can only seal it. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The law of life and death, karma, and death appeared. Seeing this, Feng Zi, White-Eyed Wolf, Long Qin, and Long Chen also mobilized their ultimate meaning. Immediately, more than a dozen ultimate meanings surged toward the stone door. Can we seal it like this? Long Qin couldn't help but frown. This stone door seemed to be unimaginably powerful. As long as the sovereign of the divine kingdom doesn't make a move, there shouldn't be a problem. Besides, our Black Tortoise world also has origin energy. Although it can't be compared to the divine kingdom, it shouldn't be a problem to suppress it. After Qin Feiyang said that, he looked up at the sky and roared, "Brat, come out for a while." Swoosh. After a while, Brat appeared, but when he saw the door of the divine kingdom, his face suddenly changed and he said angrily, "Why did you bring this thing in? Can you suppress it?" Qin Feiyang asked. Suppressing it is possible. However, this will consume a lot of origin energy, Brat frowned. The current Black Tortoise world's origin energy wasn't even enough for those heaven-defying artifacts and sovereign weapons to absorb. How could there be any left to suppress the door of the divine kingdom? But this door of the divine kingdom, we have to suppress it. White-Eyed Wolf said. Brat pondered for a while, looked at them and said, "I can help suppress it, but you have to find a way to get me some spirit veins and crystal veins as soon as possible, the more the better." Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. This isn't a problem at all now. The divine kingdom is so big, do you still lack spirit veins and crystal veins? Madman snickered. In the past, in the sky cloud world, they didn't snatch the spirit veins and crystal veins because the various forces in the sky cloud world were now in a group. For example, the three major races. With the relationship between Long Chen, Qi Shaoyun, and Fire Dance, they couldn't snatch it. But it was different now. They were now in the divine kingdom. And judging from the previous situation, there must be countless spirit veins and crystal veins in the divine kingdom. With their current methods, they could obtain a large number of spirit veins and crystal veins with just a flick of their fingers. Brat said, "Then you guys seal it first. After sealing it, I will bring it to the land of origin. By the way, where is the other half of the door of the divine kingdom?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, "It's still in the sky cloud world." Wait. If someone enters the divine kingdom from the sky cloud world now, will they be directly teleported to the Black Tortoise world? White-Eyed Wolf asked. No. As long as it is sealed, the transmission of the door of the divine kingdom will be cut off. Brat shook his head. That's good. White-Eyed Wolf nodded. The seal was soon completed, and Brat brought the door of the divine kingdom into the land of origin. And at this time, the 3,000 clones also assisted Long Chen and the others with their ultimate mysteries. But the next moment, Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows. What's wrong? Long Chen was suspicious. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "I wanted to integrate the will of the heavenly Tao, but I found that the will of the heavenly Tao can't be integrated with your ultimate mysteries. Isn't that nonsense? None of us have mastered the will of the heavenly Tao. And how can a clone integrate the will of the heavenly Tao? Madman rolled his eyes at him. Although the clone doesn't have the will of the heavenly Tao, your ultimate mysteries have it, so it doesn't matter much. Yes. It won't be a problem to force the monarch and heavenly Lord Ji to retreat. After all, you and that young man are strong enough to defeat them, not to mention now that you have tens of thousands of ultimate mysteries. Long Chen and White-Eyed Wolf spoke one after another. Okay. Long Chen, come out with me. You guys wait here. Qin Feiyang then swept up Long Chen and the 3,000 clones and immediately appeared outside. One day outside was 5,000 years in the Black Tortoise world. Although a long time had passed in the Black Tortoise world, it was only a moment outside. The battle between the young man and the monarch had just begun. However, even if it had just begun, the young man still looked quite embarrassed. So fast? The young man was stunned. Is your array just a decoration? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and turned to look at the monarch and heavenly Lord Ji. Why don't the two of you work with us to overthrow the overlord's rule and return freedom to the people of the divine kingdom? As he spoke, the 3,000 clones also activated the three ultimate mysteries of death, life and karma. The will of the heavenly Tao exploded and a destructive aura shattered in all directions. The monarch and heavenly Lord Ji's pupils immediately shrank. They never thought that Qin Feiyang would say something like that. Although you look down on humans like me who have the purple golden dragon blood, blood is thicker than water after all. We really shouldn't harm each other. I can also see that you're doing this because you have no other choice. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking to you through voice transmission. So, let's work together. Not only are you helping us, but we're also helping you. Qin Feiyang thought. You're too naive. If it weren't for the ice dragon and the sky-swallowing beast, do you think you'd still have the chance to talk about cooperation with us? You'd have died in the hands of the overlord. Your wisest choice is to leave the divine kingdom immediately. The monarch said coldly. Looks like there's no room for negotiation. Qin Feiyang shook his head regretfully. His eyes immediately became fierce. Then let's see who's the real deal. Boom! The 3,000 clones waved their hands and the ultimate mysteries instantly covered the sky and the earth. There were tens of thousands of ultimate mysteries. Moreover, Qin Feiyang's three ultimate mysteries all contained the will of the heavenly Tao. In addition, the ultimate mysteries activated by the 3,000 clones of the young man. What kind of scene would that be? Even the monarch and heavenly Lord Ji together couldn't stop it. The two of them kept retreating and they looked extremely miserable. We'll meet again someday. Qin Feiyang said to the two of them and then looked at Long Chen. Long Chen immediately took Qin Feiyang and the young man with him and activated the momentary time and escaped without looking back. The monarch and heavenly Lord Ji wanted to stop them, but they couldn't break through the ultimate mysteries in front of them. No. In the face of these ultimate mysteries, they could only retreat. Moreover, they still had to seal the battle waves here. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable once it spread. Let's solve the problem in front of us first. The monarch sighed inwardly. Then how should we explain it to the Lord? Heavenly Lord Ji thought. Just tell us the truth. Hurry up and seal the battle waves. Otherwise, the consequences will be even worse. The monarch said in a low voice. On the other hand, Qin Feiyang and the others dashed all along the way, and they successively changed a few directions during this period of time before they stopped and descended on the peak of an enormous mountain that was 3 kilometers tall. Finally, we got rid of them. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Yeah. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look behind him and nodded with a smile. It wasn't easy. He didn't expect to experience such a risk when he just arrived at the Divine Kingdom. It was really exciting. Humph. I still remember what happened before. The young man took a divine life pill and looked at Qin Feiyang with an unfriendly gaze. Why are you so stingy? You were the only one who had the ability to stall them. Besides, if I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have left you alone outside. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He didn't expect him to be such a hateful person. The young man stared at Qin Feiyang angrily. How dare he call him stingy? Okay, I'll apologize, okay? It won't happen again. Qin Feiyang smiled apologetically. Right now, she could leave anyone but this young man. The young man pursed his lips and looked up at the sky. He said worriedly, "It's still too early to talk about escaping." What do you mean? The two of them were surprised. Aren't you the Lord of the Black Tortoise Realm? Why do you need to ask me? The young man glanced at him. Qin Feiyang frowned. Suddenly, he thought of something and his eyes trembled. That's right. They weren't escaping yet. Because there was still the Lord of the Divine Kingdom. As the Lord of the Divine Kingdom, as long as he wanted to, no one in the Divine Kingdom could escape his prying eyes. Perhaps the ruler of the theocracy was spying on them from somewhere at this very moment. If that was the case, no matter how they hid or changed their appearances, they couldn't escape the monarch's encirclement. Because the Lord of the Divine Kingdom could secretly tell their location to the monarch at any time. Chapter 40-52. The strength of the Divine Kingdom had far exceeded their expectations. Just that city alone had 3 powerhouses who had mastered the ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. It was hard to imagine how many experts there were in the entire Divine Kingdom. It was already a headache to deal with these people. If the ruler of the Divine Kingdom joined in, there was no way to survive. Longchen said, "So we have to think of a way to stop the ruler of the Divine Kingdom from interfering in the battle between us and the Divine Kingdom." A way? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. The young man suddenly looked at Longchen and asked, "Is that thing real or fake?" What? Longchen was suspicious. Qin Feiyang also looked at the young man in confusion. Token. The young man transmitted his voice. Token? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Was it the token that Longchen took out before? Did the young man suspect that this token was real and that it could be used to contact Ice Dragon? At that moment, he couldn't help but look at Longchen. Longchen suddenly smiled and said secretly, "Then answer me first. Is there really only one source of power?" Yes. The young man didn't hesitate. This title plate of mine is indeed fake. Longchen smiled slightly. Hearing this, the young man immediately raised the corner of his mouth and said with a hint of playfulness, "But I did sense Ice Dragon's aura in the token." What's going on? Ice Dragon's aura? Qin Feiyang was stunned. At that time, he didn't notice it. Longchen's face also showed a hint of surprise and said with a smile, "Your observation skills are really good. This token was indeed given to me by my father and can be used to contact him." Then why did you say it's fake? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "I'm afraid that everyone will rely on this token. Besides, I don't want to use this token because it can only be used once." Longchen said secretly. "In that case, this token should be the life-saving trump card you mentioned in the dragon's nest?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Yes." Longchen nodded. "It's really a life-saving trump card." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. It could only be used once, so it had to be used at the most critical moment. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the young man. His gaze glanced at the green dog's tail grass at the corner of the young man's mouth. He frowned and said, "You wouldn't be tricking us too, right? If you don't believe me." The young man threw the green foxtail to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He grabbed the green foxtail and sent his divine sense into it. It was a sovereign divine weapon. And even he couldn't see its level. However, he didn't find it was true origin was it. Qin Feiyang returned the green foxtail grass to the young man and asked suspiciously, "Where exactly did your origin energy come from?" "It was even stronger than the origin of the Divine Kingdom. I got it by chance." The young man held the long chen in his mouth again and said lazily, Why don't we have such good luck? Long Chen was speechless. It's luck. The young man smiled proudly and looked up at the sky. His eyes flashed and he yawned and said, "You guys discuss the next step yourselves. I'll take a nap first." Before he finished speaking, the snow python appeared. The young man took a step and landed on the back of the snow python. Soon, he was snoring. Qin Feiyang and Long Chen looked at each other helplessly. At this time, he was still in the mood to sleep. How big was his heart? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, looked at Long Chen and said, "Then let's hide here first and see if they can find us." "Okay." Long Chen nodded. To make the next step of the plan, they had to first confirm whether they had really escaped. The reason was simple. If now, the dominator of the Divine Kingdom had been secretly watching them, no matter what plan they made, they would have no chance to implement it. In short, what they had to do now was to find a way to get rid of the dominator of the Divine Kingdom. Time passed by little. Around evening, Qin Feiyang and Long Chen were keenly aware that something was happening in this mountain. So the two restrained their aura and went to check nearby. They didn't know if they didn't see it, but they were shocked when they saw it. The beasts in this mountain, as well as the humans who came to explore, were quietly evacuating. What's going on? The humans are fine, but the beasts here can't evacuate for no reason. The two were very surprised. Wait. Suddenly, the two seemed to have thought of something, and their faces changed drastically. This kind of situation would only happen before the war. Because when the war started, these beasts and humans would be hurt, so they would evacuate in advance. In other words, this was man-made. Swish. The two looked at each other and returned to the mountain peak. Their divine sense rolled out. This time, there was no hiding. His divine sense spread out in all directions. Everything was clear in their eyes. The beasts and humans in the entire mountain were quietly evacuating. When the divine sense gushed out of the mountain, the two's faces immediately stiffened. They saw that in the void around the mountain, there were figures standing. The leader was the king, the divine king, and the dominator of the human race, Lord Ji. The four of them stood in the north, south, east, and west directions, looking at the mountain peak where they were. The scene behind them was even more terrifying. Because behind them stood tens of thousands of figures, comparable to a sea of people. These tens of thousands of people all restrained their aura, like a group of ghosts standing in the night sky. Qin Feiyang and Long Chen couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. So many? Long Chen's face couldn't help but turn pale. There was no suspense. These tens of thousands of people were the top experts of the Divine Kingdom. And they were here to encircle and annihilate them. They found us so quickly and let the creatures here evacuate in advance. This means that as we speculated, the dominator of the Divine Kingdom has been secretly spying on our whereabouts. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. If the dominator of the Divine Kingdom had been spying on them, it was useless even if they changed their appearance. Because he knew what they had become? Running was even more useless. Because no matter where they ran, he would know. This was also the reason why Qin Feiyang and the other two stayed here. Because running was purely a waste of energy. It seems that we really have to go back to the sky cloud realm. The young man woke up, shook his head, and sighed. Go back to the sky cloud realm, Qin Feiyang frowned. I know you are unwilling, but there is no other way. As long as the dominator of the Divine Kingdom is here, there is no way we can escape from their pursuit. Unless, at this point, the young man looked at Long Chen with a lazy gaze. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but look at Long Chen. If they wanted to deal with the dominator of the Divine Kingdom, they would need the ice dragon and the sky-swallowing beast. Otherwise, this dilemma would never be solved. Long Chen pondered for a moment and sighed. It seems that there is no other choice. As he spoke, he took out the token, his eyes full of reluctance. Is there a need? He is your father. When he comes to the Divine Kingdom, you can ask him for another one. The young man transmitted his voice. The fact that Long Chen was the son of the ice dragon still had to be kept a secret. I know my father's temper too well. He will definitely not give me a second one. Long Chen smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter. As long as it can help us restrain the dominator of the divine kingdom, it is worth it. The young man secretly said. All right. Long Chen nodded. He stepped into the sky. The young man waved his hand, and the snow python disappeared. Then, he followed Qin Feiyang and landed beside Long Chen. You're quite alert. Seeing that the three of them were no longer hiding, the dominator smiled faintly. It is pointless for you to do this. Think about it. When you went to the Sky Cloud Realm, did the dominator of the Sky Cloud Realm intervene? The young man glanced at the dominator and the others outside the mountain and said faintly. These words were not only said to the dominator and the others, but also to the dominator of the divine kingdom. Because the dominator of the divine kingdom must still be secretly watching them, these words could reach his ears. Heard. The dominator and the others were silent. But the dominator of the divine kingdom, who was hiding in the dark, sneered. You are not following the rules. Seriously destroying the balance. Are you not afraid of being attacked? The young man looked at the sky and said meaningfully. The dominator of the divine kingdom sneered even more, and his voice sounded in the sky. I don't think I have broken my promise, because I did not do it myself. But you did. As the dominator of a world, don't you think you are too much to interfere in the affairs of the mortal world? Long Chen raised his eyebrows. This is my world. I can do whatever I want. Who is an ant like you to speak? If you are not convinced, get out of the divine kingdom. No one will keep you. The dominator of the divine kingdom laughed contemptuously. Whoosh. Long Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said, You want us to leave? Let me tell you, we are not leaving. As his voice fell, he clenched his big hand, and the token in his hand shattered on the spot. Seeing this, the dominator of the divine kingdom's pupils shrank, and he shouted, Kill them quickly. Boom. The dominator and the others outside the mountain immediately activated their ultimate mysteries. The tens of thousands of people behind them also erupted with terrifying auras. Ultimate mysteries appeared one after another. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked around. In the end, they found that the people who came to encircle them basically all mastered at least 4 ultimate mysteries of the ultimate mysteries of the ultimate mysteries. Some even erupted with the will of the heavenly path. Terrifying. So this is the foundation of the divine kingdom? Long Chen murmured, and his body couldn't help but tremble. No. This is definitely not all of the divine kingdom's foundation. Due to the lack of time, there are probably many people who haven't been notified yet. Qin Feiyang's expression was also extremely gloomy. With so many experts, even if he opened the eye of heaven and had time to replicate the ultimate mysteries, he wouldn't be able to fight them all. If no one restrained the dominator of the divine kingdom, then they would have a hard time in the divine kingdom. Boom. But at the same time, a loud rumble could be heard from the void behind him. It was as if someone was bombarding the barrier of this world. The void distorted crazily. Father's aura, Long Chen's eyes lit up. Terrifying auras rushed out of the distorted void. The owner of this aura was Ice Dragon. Hurry. The dominator of the divine kingdom urged. Kill. With the divine king's order, a murderous aura spread out, and the ultimate mysteries that filled the sky from all directions suddenly turned into a raging wave, rolling toward Qin Feiyang and the other two. The danger of death instantly rose in their hearts. Chapter 40-53. Who would dare to hesitate? Long Chen's God's domain opened. Qin Feiyang and the youth's 3,000 clones opened. Roar. Accompanied by an earth-shaking dragon roar, the purple gold dragon's soul roared out, and the eye of heaven opened instantly. 3,000 God's domains were instantly replicated. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's 3 ultimate mysteries and the youth's 6 ultimate mysteries were also activated. It's indeed the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death. Looking at the 3,000 gods' domain of life and death, the tens of thousands of experts of the divine kingdom were shocked. Eye of heaven. 3,000 clones. Will of heaven. Coupled with the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death. If it was a one-on-one battle, who could be this kid's opponent? No wonder even the monarch was defeated by this kid. These means added together were the symbol of invincibility. Boom. The 3,000 gods' domains took the lead. The other ultimate mysteries followed closely behind. But there were too many experts of the divine kingdom. The 3,000 gods' domains were all shattered in an instant. Even the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death couldn't compete with the tens of thousands of experts of the divine kingdom. They collapsed one after another. The three of them were about to be drowned by the ultimate mysteries from all directions. But at this moment, accompanied by a loud bang, the void behind them shattered, and two figures walked out. It was the ice dragon and the golden small beast. As soon as they appeared and saw this scene, they raised their eyebrows. These little guys really don't want to live? They actually dared to come to the divine kingdom. The golden small beast came back to its senses and landed on top of Qin Feiyang's group. It opened its small mouth and swallowed countless ultimate mysteries. What? The monarch and the others were already used to it, but the tens of thousands of experts of the divine kingdom were stunned. What kind of means was this? One must know. There were at least hundreds of thousands of ultimate mysteries. And they were all ultimate mysteries of the law of life. But they were swallowed into the stomach of a small beast just like that? This was too exaggerated. It wasn't that outrageous. What's wrong with you guys? The Sky Cloud realm is doing fine. Why did you come to the divine kingdom? Ice Dragon landed beside Long Chen and frowned at the three of them. If we don't come to the divine kingdom, how can we complete the mission you gave us? Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. The corner of Ice Dragon's mouth twitched. She was blaming him. He said in a deep voice, "Let me tell you something. If you were in the divine kingdom, we wouldn't help you. If the master of the divine kingdom doesn't interfere, we don't need your help." The young man pursed his lips. What? He intervened again? Ice Dragon frowned. Not bad. When we entered the gate of the divine kingdom, he personally attacked and trapped us in the passage. He even used the power of rules and the power of origin to kill us. It wasn't easy for us to escape, but he's spying on us again. He's telling the monarch of our whereabouts so that they can surround and annihilate us. Don't you think his actions are too much? Long Chen felt indignant. He's even using origin energy? Ice Dragon raised his eyebrows. Hearing this, the golden small beast's eyes turned cold. The young man yawned and said, "If it weren't for my origin energy, we would have died in his hands. He's too much. I can tolerate other things, but using origin energy is absolutely unforgivable." Ice Dragon looked up at the sky. Cold light surged in his eyes. A mighty divine power surged and went straight to the sky. With a loud bang, a huge hole appeared in the sky. Then, the divine power went straight into the land of origin. This was the rhythm of piercing through the sky. Tens of thousands of people in the divine kingdom couldn't help but tremble. The master of the divine kingdom couldn't help but panic. Boom! The next moment, a deafening sound came from the land of origin. The void of the entire divine kingdom began to crack at this moment. "What are you doing?" The master of the divine kingdom roared. "In the Sky Cloud realm, you promised that you wouldn't interfere in their affairs for 10,000 years. But in the blink of an eye, not only did you personally take action, but you also used origin energy. Do you really take our words for granted?" Ice Dragon's face was as cold as water. He turned to the golden small beast and said, "Boss Frog, swallow the divine kingdom directly." "You can't do this." The master of the divine kingdom roared. "You're the one who challenged our bottom line first. In that case, there's no need for us to be polite." Ice Dragon sneered. Boom! Suddenly, A monstrous ferocious power erupted. The palm-sized beast instantly transformed into a gigantic beast that was tens of thousands of feet tall. The scales all over its body emitted a golden divine light. As it opened its mouth, wind whistled. The shattered space in the surroundings and the collapsed earth below all rushed into its mouth. Stop. I promise that I won't interfere again. The master of the divine kingdom roared again and again, full of anxiety. The monarch and the others couldn't say anything. They all turned around and fled without looking back. This heaven-swallowing beast and ice dragon were too strong. They weren't weak. Even in the divine kingdom, they were top-notch existences. But in front of ice dragon and the heaven-swallowing beast, they were like insignificant ants. Your promise is useless. Ice dragon sneered. Then tell me, what do you want me to do? The master of the divine kingdom roared. Ice dragon glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others, then looked at the monarch and the others who had fled into the distance. An inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. He walked to the heaven-swallowing beast and whispered a few words. Hearing this, the heaven-swallowing beast was silent for a while. Its body instantly returned to the size of a palm. From now on, no one will interfere with you. No one will even spy on you. You can do whatever you want. But Qin Feiyang, you must remember what you promised us. After saying that, the golden small beast took Ice Dragon and disappeared into the sky without looking back. The young man turned to Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, what did you promise them? To destroy the divine kingdom. Qin Feiyang said. The young man was stunned. He looked up at the sky with a hint of doubt in his eyes. They actually asked Qin Feiyang to destroy the divine kingdom. What were these two doing? From now on, I will no longer interfere with anything in the divine kingdom. Monarch, divine king, sovereign of the human race, don't let me down. At this moment, the voice of the master of the divine kingdom came from the sky. His words were filled with intense killing intent. First, he was telling them that they must kill Qin Feiyang and the others. Second, he was warning the monarch and the others not to betray him. Yes. The monarch and the others looked at each other and nodded respectfully. After that, the voice of the master of the divine kingdom didn't sound again. They really have a way. Qin Feiyang snickered. What a joke. Don't you know who they are? But now, we have to run for our lives. The young man said telepathically. The master of the divine kingdom promised not to help them again. The ice dragon and the sky-swallowing beast definitely wouldn't help them. If they didn't rush out of the encirclement, they would die in the end. Let's go. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang looked around and immediately rushed to the south. Because the person in charge of the south was the sovereign of the human race. Relatively speaking, it should be easier to deal with. Long Chen and the young man looked at each other and hurriedly followed. Hurry and support the sovereign of the human race. The monarch shouted. The monarch was in charge of the east, Heavenly Lord Ji was in charge of the west, and the divine king was in charge of the north, before he finished speaking. The three of them immediately led the experts behind them and charged towards the south. Are they using me as a breakthrough point? At the same time, seeing Qin Feiyang and the other two rushing over, the sovereign of the human race murmured. Sovereign, these people are too presumptuous. How dare they look down on you? Let's use your trump card. Behind them, an old man in black said in a deep voice. That's what I was thinking. The sovereign of the human race raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two. His eyes instantly changed as if an emperor had descended. Golden dragon shadows appeared around him. These golden dragon shadows were all five-clawed golden dragons. Five-clawed golden dragons symbolized the emperor. As the ruler of the human race, the sovereign of the human race was undoubtedly the emperor. The emperor's aura swept in all directions. Even Qin Feiyang and the other two couldn't help but have the urge to worship him. I am the sovereign of the human race. I carry the will of heaven and earth and the faith of the human race. How dare you provoke me? The sovereign of the human race's voice was like a bell, shaking all directions. A terrifying will burst out from his body. The will of heaven? Qin Feiyang was shocked. No. This is the faith and will of billions of living beings. Although the will of heaven is terrifying, the faith and will of living beings is not inferior to it. In fact, it is even stronger. The young man said in a deep voice with a solemn expression. The faith and will of billions of living beings. Qin Feiyang and Long Chen looked at each other. This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. There is a saying in the mortal world, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. This saying can also be applied to a world. Although heaven and earth created all things also support heaven and earth. The will of heaven is irreversible, but if all things are united, they can also overturn the will of heaven. Therefore, what is truly terrifying is not the will of heaven, but the faith and will of living beings in the world. When these beliefs and wills accumulate, they will eventually be able to unleash the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The young man looked at the sovereign of the human race with a heavy and fearful gaze. Looking at the young man's expression, Qin Feiyang and Long Chen were in disbelief. This was because the young man had always been indolent. Even when facing a powerhouse like Heavenly Lord Ji, he had never changed. But now, he became so serious in front of the sovereign of the human race. It seemed that they had underestimated the sovereign of the human race. Sword of Faith, appear. With a sincere prayer, a long sword suddenly appeared in front of the sovereign of the human race. This long sword was colorful and only 3 feet long, but its sharpness could tear heaven and earth apart. What was more terrifying was the will contained in this long sword, which exuded an indestructible faith. This time, Qin Feiyang and the other two felt an even stronger threat. There is no turning back. Break out with all your strength. The young man shouted. The sleepiness in his eyes had long disappeared. At this moment, his eyes could be said to be sharp and threatening. Boom! 3,000 incarnations were activated. The ultimate profundities of the 6 supreme laws roared out, and the will of the great path erupted. Even the young man was so serious, how could Qin Feiyang and Long Chen dare to be negligent? Besides, the sharpness of this sword of faith indeed posed a fatal threat to them. Chapter 40-54. God's Domain. 3,000 clones. All kinds of ultimate profound meanings. Will of heaven. Eye of heaven. Without holding back. Boom. The next moment, the 3 of them waved their hands. 3,000 God's domains and more than 20,000 ultimate profound meanings charged toward Jizun. Sword of Faith, slash. Jizun's whole body flashed with golden light, and even his eyes turned golden. 5-clawed golden dragons circled around his body, and he was like an emperor. Clang! As his voice fell, the sword of faith erupted with destructive power and slashed toward the god's domain. Crack! One god's domain was instantly shattered without any resistance. Following closely, the second one. The third one, it was completely unstoppable. In just 3 breaths, all 3,000 gods' domains were shattered. So strong? Long Chen looked at this scene in horror. God's domain was so fragile. An even more shocking scene had just begun. The sword of faith slashed toward the ultimate profound meaning of the law of life and death. With a loud bang, the ultimate profound meaning of the law of life and death was instantly shattered. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang was like Long Chen, and his face was full of disbelief. One must know. This was the law of life and death. The strongest law in the world. When faced with the ultimate profundities of the law of life and death, the ultimate profundities of the various ultimate profundities could only be crushed. But now, it was completely defeated by the sword of faith? This was like a dream. It was too unreal. It's very strong, right? This is the faith and will of all things in the world. It's heaven-defying. The young man said. I'll replicate it. Qin Feiyang's face had a trace of joy. As long as such a powerful method was replicated, not to mention breaking through, defeating the 4 kings and tens of thousands of divine kingdoms' powerhouses would be a piece of cake. But the next moment, he was stunned. The Eye of Heaven couldn't replicate it. That's right. The Eye of Heaven, which could even replicate God's domain, couldn't replicate the Sword of Faith? It's useless. This is formed by the faith and will of all things in the world. It can even go against the heavenly Tao. How can the Eye of Heaven replicate it? Let's hurry up and break through, the young man said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed the shock in his heart. Then, he followed the young man and Long Chen to attack the supreme master of the human clan. At this moment, the tens of thousands of experts behind the human clan's supreme being had also activated their ultimate intent. Some had 4, while others had 5. There were even some who possessed the 6 Daos ultimate mysteries. However, it contained the ultimate profundities of ordinary laws, so it did not contain the will of the heavenly Tao. But there were also people who possessed the will of the heavenly Tao. For example, the black-robed old man who had spoken to the human clan's sovereign earlier possessed the ultimate profundities of 6 supreme laws. For Qin Feiyang and the other 2, this was undoubtedly one disaster after another. The Sword of Faith was like an invincible existence. In addition, the black-robed old man and other experts were assisting the human race utmost exalted, making it difficult for them to break out of the encirclement. Most importantly, the monarch, the divine king, and heavenly Lord Ji were also coming. I don't believe that the Sword of Faith can shatter all of our ultimate mysteries. Qin Feiyang was seething with anger. 100 life and death law ultimate mysteries blasted toward the Sword of Faith at the same time. But the result made Qin Feiyang dumbfounded on the spot. 100 life and death law ultimate mysteries collided with the Sword of Faith at the same time. In the end, the Sword of Faith was only pushed back. There were no cracks on it. It's too heaven-defying, Long Chen murmured. He thought it was a breakthrough, but he did not expect it to be a ruthless character. This strength was even more terrifying than the divine king. Even if it was the monarch, without 3,000 incarnations, he could only submit. Don't test the power of the Sword of Faith again, the young man shouted anxiously. Heavenly Lord Ji and the others were about to arrive. If they could not break out of the encirclement, they would not be able to escape even if they had wings. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and calmed down the shock in his heart. With a wave of his hand, 1,000 life and death law ultimate mysteries rushed out. With a crack, the Sword of Faith finally shattered. The human clan's sovereign also spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Get lost. The 3 of them roared at the same time. The remaining ultimate mysteries roared out like angry waves. Kill. The human clan's sovereign stabilized his body and roared. The more than 10,000 people behind him activated their ultimate mysteries and immediately charged toward Qin Feiyang and the others. Boom! A series of loud sounds shook the heavens and the earth. The void and the earth were constantly being annihilated. For the divine kingdom, this was a disaster. Although the black-clothed old man and the others had a lot of people, there were not many who had grasped the will of the heavenly Tao. Qin Feiyang and the young man were different. The ultimate mysteries activated by their 3,000 incarnations all had the will of the heavenly Tao. Without the Sword of Faith to block them, they were simply unstoppable and crushed all the way. Not good. The black-clothed old man's face sank. You are not his match, get out of the way, the human clan's sovereign shouted. More than 10,000 people hurriedly retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 flashed past them like lightning and fled toward the end of the world without looking back. Sovereign, are you okay? Heavenly Lord Ji, the monarch, and the divine king finally arrived with the experts behind them. The arrival of the ice dragon and the golden small beast not only intimidated the divine kingdom's sovereign, but also opened a way for Qin Feiyang and the other 2 to escape and advance. At that time, the monarch and the others were intimidated by the ice dragon and the small beast, which also led to the distance between them and the human clan sovereign. And Qin Feiyang and the other two were in the center of the encirclement, so they must have reached the human clan's sovereign first. Otherwise, Qin Feiyang and the other two wouldn't have been able to escape so smoothly according to the initial encirclement distance. It's okay. The human clan's sovereign waved his hand and turned to look at the backs of Qin Feiyang and the other two. He shook his head and said, "Actually, I didn't expect to be able to stop them. After all, their strength is obvious to all. I just want them to know that I am not the breakthrough point." The monarch and the divine king looked at each other. It seemed that this old man was very concerned about the breakthrough point. "What should we do now?" Heavenly Lord Ji asked. "What else can we do?" "Go after them. We must catch up with them. No matter what, we can't let them massacre the cities of the divine kingdom." The human clan's sovereign clenched his hands. The lunatic had said before that he wouldn't give up until he slaughtered all the cities of the divine kingdom. With the hatred these people had for the divine kingdom, they might really do it. Back to Qin Feiyang and the other two. Long Chen, Qin Feiyang, and the young man activated the momentary time and streaked across the sky like lightning. The young man turned his head and looked at the void behind him. He shook his head and said, "I really didn't expect that this human clan sovereign could gain the faith of the creatures of the divine kingdom." "Is it very difficult?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Very difficult." The young man nodded. He pondered for a while and said, "And this human clan sovereign should be easier for us to break through than the monarch." "Easier to break through?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He asked suspiciously, "What do you mean? Didn't you want to persuade the monarch to betray us and fight against the sovereign of the divine kingdom together? But now that I think about it, this human clan sovereign might be easier to persuade than the monarch." The young man gradually returned to his sleepy appearance. It was as if he could fall asleep standing up. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and Long Chen looked at each other, then turned to the young man and asked, "What do you mean?" "To gain faith, the first condition is benevolence, righteousness, kindness, and care for the common people. Because only then will the creatures of the world respect and believe in him." The young man explained. "He's benevolent, righteous, and kind? Care for the common people?" Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He looked at the young man and said, "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" "How could I be mistaken? Let's not talk about what he did in the sky cloud realm for now, but in the divine kingdom, he's definitely a person of virtue and prestige. His prestige in the divine kingdom is even higher than that of the monarch and the divine king. Otherwise, the one who gained the faith of the common people wouldn't be him, but the monarch and the divine king." The young man said. Qin Feiyang still didn't believe it. "You don't understand the power of faith. The power of faith is also called the power of faith. The birth of the power of faith doesn't mean that you will be born just because everyone believes in you. It requires a person who truly cares for the common people, a person who has spent his life doing good for the common people, to treat you as his faith and worship you as a god in his heart. Only then will the power of faith slowly be born. So, as long as the power of faith appears, you don't have to doubt that this person will definitely be a good person." The young man said. "So that's how the power of faith comes about." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. He looked at the young man and said, "Then why don't I have the power of faith? The living beings of the Black Tortoise realm trust me a lot. The people of Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent also worship me like a god." Black Tortoise realm? Great Qin? How many living beings are there in all these places? Even if the power of faith appears, you won't be able to feel it. However, speaking up to here, the young man pondered for a moment and continued, "I heard that you saved Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent. You also contributed greatly to the peace of the ancient realm. Now that the Sky Cloud realm is in trouble, you're also working hard. I think, when you save the Sky Cloud realm and make the living beings of the Sky Cloud realm start to believe in you, you should be able to slowly sense the power of faith. After all, there are still quite a lot of living beings in the Sky Cloud realm." The young man chuckled. Really? Qin Feiyang was pleasantly surprised. Calm down, calm down. Although you care about the common people now, you've killed too many people in the past. I heard that back then, as long as you opened the slaughter domain, rivers of blood would flow. If you want to obtain the power of faith, you must first wash away your sins. This is karma. The young man said. Wash away my sins? How? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Nonsense. Of course, it's to do good things for the common people. The young man rolled his eyes and said, however, it's better to rely on yourself than on others. Instead of putting your hope in the sky cloud realm, it's better to develop the black tortoise realm. Because even if you save the sky cloud realm, the living beings of the sky cloud realm might not thank you. For example, the Feng people, the dragons, and the Qilan race have a lot of hatred for you. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was true. The three races were polite to him now because they were afraid of him, not because they respected him. But the Black Tortoise realm is different. You're the ruler of the Black Tortoise realm, and you treat the living beings of the Black Tortoise realm much better than the ruler of the Divine Kingdom treats the living beings of the Divine Kingdom. As long as the living beings believe and you continue to increase, you'll be able to grasp the power of faith sooner or later. The young man smiled faintly. Chapter 40-55. Why didn't the ruler of the Divine Kingdom gain the faith of all living beings? Instead, he was taken advantage of by the human race? Long Chen was puzzled. Can the ruler of the Divine Kingdom gain the faith of all living beings? Let me tell you something. If this continues, one day, the human race will be able to kill him. There was a hint of mockery in the young man's eyes. Kill him? Qin Feiyang and Long Chen looked at each other. A subject killing a ruler? No matter how you put it, it was impossible. It seems that you still don't understand how terrifying the power of faith is. The power of faith is the power of all living beings. In the end, this kind of power can compete with or even suppress the origin force. The young man said. Compete with the origin force? The two were shocked. Of course. The young man nodded and said, I heard that many years ago, there was a person called Wutian. Wutian? Qin Feiyang was stunned. What's wrong? You know about it too? The young man looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, I don't know if the Wutian I know is the same person as the one you're talking about. There will always be one Wutian in this world. The young man said. In that case, they should be the same person. The pill scripture and the 6-word divine formula in my hands were created by this person. Also, the ancient castle Tsang Shui that accompanied it should also be his. Qin Feiyang frowned. Damn. Then your background is quite big? Don't tell me you're his illegitimate son. The young man looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Feiyang glared at him. Who is this Wutian? He sounds quite amazing. Long Chen was suspicious. Of course he's amazing. About his inheritance, if I tell you, you'll be scared to death. I'll just say one thing. The former Wutian was just like us, a speck of dust between heaven and earth. But his heart was also filled with righteousness. He saved continents and left behind countless legends. At that time, the god of creation in his world was just as cruel and heartless as the ruler of the divine kingdom. Later, this Wutian acted on behalf of the heavens and fought with the god of creation. Do you know how he defeated the god of creation? He's using the power of faith. The young man said with a smile. This, Qin Feiyang and Long Chen looked at each other. This power of faith was too heaven-defying. Therefore, don't underestimate the power of faith, and don't underestimate the supreme human of the divine kingdom. His potential is even more terrifying than that of the monarch and the divine king. Therefore, I suggest that instead of trying to convince the monarch, we should start with this human supreme. I feel that the chances of success are higher. The young man said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a long time and nodded. Okay, we'll listen to you. Long Chen pondered for a while and turned to look at the young man. Are you familiar with this Wu Tian? You seem to know so much about him. No, I'm not familiar with him. I've only heard about him from my elders. The young man waved his hand as if he was a little guilty. Elders? Long Chen was stunned. The young man looked at Long Chen's expression and frowned. You don't think I'm an orphan, do you? Ahem. Long Chen coughed and turned his head to hide the embarrassment on his face. The young man looked at Qin Feiyang with a dark face and asked, Do you also think I'm an orphan? Qin Feiyang also looked embarrassed and said with a flattering smile, Little brother, you can't blame us for this. Who asked you to be so mysterious? And you've always been alone. The young man's mouth twitched. What kind of logic is this? A person walking alone in the mortal world is an orphan? Qin Feiyang asked curiously, but since you mentioned your elders, you must have a strong family background. Otherwise, how can you master the ultimate meaning of the 6 strongest laws at such a young age? Where are you from? It was impossible in the sky cloud realm. Because no one had the ability to cultivate such a young man. The ancient realm, Hades, and Hell were even more impossible. As for the divine kingdom, they had the ability. But looking at the young man's attitude toward the divine kingdom, he was obviously not from the divine kingdom. Could it be that there were other continents in this world besides the sky cloud realm and the ancient realm? It's a secret. The young man smiled mysteriously. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Fortunately, this young man was not an enemy, or he would be on tenterhooks every day. Long Chen also looked at the young man curiously and then turned his head to look at the void behind him. He could clearly feel a powerful aura and frowned. It seems that they want to pursue us to the end. As long as the ruler of the divine kingdom doesn't interfere, nothing will matter. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Basically, he could announce that they were out of danger. Look, there's a city in front. This time, we have to keep a low profile. Qin Feiyang looked up at the land in front of him. In the distance, a huge city stood majestically. It was much larger than the city they had encountered before. Inside, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages, bustling and lively. The young man reminded, and in order to persuade the human race's sovereign, you can't kill innocent people anymore. Got it. Qin Feiyang nodded. The 3 of them immediately changed their appearances, restrained their aura, and rushed toward the city. However, they didn't enter the city, but quietly bypassed the city and continued forward. Restraining their aura here could also cause an illusion. Let the monarch and the others think that they had entered the city. When they arrived, the monarch and the others would be here to investigate. The investigation would naturally delay them, and they could take the opportunity to completely escape. As long as they escaped, they could soar freely in the sky. As expected. When the monarch and the other 3 arrived here with their men, they immediately stopped in the sky above the city and carried out a carpet check of the people in the city. After an hour of investigation, no one in the city had a problem. Immediately, they realized that they had been deceived by Qin Feiyang and the other 2. They are indeed a few little foxes. The monarch smiled bitterly. Then what should we do now? If we let them get away like this, won't they cause chaos in our divine kingdom? Everyone's face was full of worry. For now, I'm relieved. The human race's sovereign glanced at the city and said, What do you mean? Everyone looked at him in confusion. At least, they didn't massacre this city. The human race's sovereign revealed a smile. Not massacring this city doesn't mean that they won't massacre other cities. We still can't be careless. Immediately tell the city lord's mansion of each city to strictly investigate everyone who enters and leaves the city from this moment on. These little fellows are very clever. Tell them to be 120% vigilant. There can't be any mistakes. The monarch looked at the human race's sovereign and said, Understood. The human race's sovereign nodded. If the ruler of the divine kingdom was restrained by the ice dragon and the golden small beast, the monarch would undoubtedly be the most powerful person in the divine kingdom. Then let's move. Once there's news about them, report it immediately. The monarch ordered and then turned around and left with Heavenly Lord G. The father and son flew over a mountain. The monarch stopped and turned to look at Heavenly Lord G. He secretly asked, Heavenly Lord, what do you think of Qin Feiyang's suggestion? Huh? Heavenly Lord G looked at the monarch in shock. Shoo. Don't say it out loud. The ruler's last words were very obvious. If we dare to betray him, the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan will face the disaster of extinction. So you must be careful when you speak in the future. Maybe he's watching us from somewhere. The monarch's eyes scanned the surroundings, full of vigilance. Okay. Heavenly Lord G secretly responded. After pondering for a while, he said telepathically, I'll listen to Father. I'll do whatever you say. Sigh. The monarch sighed and looked at the sky. To be honest, I really didn't expect things to develop to this point. I also didn't expect that your sister's descendants in the sky cloud realm would be so outstanding. Every time I see them, I can't help but feel compassion. But, they're not purple gold divine dragons after all. Heavenly Lord G secretly said. Yeah. I used to think so too. So what if they're talented? Can they compare to us purple gold divine dragons? But now it's proven that they're much more outstanding than our descendants. Do you think I'm too pedantic? Actually, the combination of humans and purple gold divine dragons isn't that bad. Moreover, when Qin Feiyang talked to me, his words were full of respect. The monarch sighed. Indeed. Anyway, my son, whether it's his character or talent, is definitely not comparable to Qin Feiyang and Qin Badian. Heavenly Lord G shook his head. And your sister, she suffered so many grievances in the sky cloud realm. As her father, how can I not feel heartache? I really miss her. Unfortunately, she's now under the protection of Qin Feiyang and the others. I don't even have a chance to see her. The monarch sighed. Heavenly Lord G also sighed and said telepathically, but then again, we have to thank them. If it weren't for them protecting my sister, the sovereign would definitely not have let her go for her betrayal of the divine kingdom. Yeah. The monarch nodded and took a deep breath. I have to think about this matter carefully. Let's go back first. As the order of the human sovereign was issued, the entire divine kingdom and all the major cities were in an uproar. Qin Feiyang? Lunatic? Long Chen and Long Chen? Qin Badian and Golden Wing Wolf King? They actually came to our divine kingdom? Not only did they come to our divine kingdom, but they even carried away the gate of the divine kingdom that leads to the sky cloud realm. Impossible. They really carried it away. I received the news and went to take a look. I even asked the nearby ferocious beasts. At that time, many ferocious beasts saw that man called lunatic carrying the gate of the divine kingdom and fleeing while shouting at the monarch and the others. Awesome. These words immediately caused dissatisfaction. Awesome? Don't you know that they're blatantly provoking our divine kingdom? And that lunatic even threatened to slaughter all the cities of our divine kingdom. It's obvious that they're here for revenge. So that's how it is. I was wondering why the city gates were suddenly so strict. Then shouldn't we leave the city? Lest we die in their hands. You don't have to worry about that. The sovereign has already given the order to search for them. Although they're powerful, they don't dare to be so brazen in our divine kingdom. In just 3 days, all the creatures of the divine kingdom knew that Qin Feiyang and the others had broken into the divine kingdom. For a moment, everyone was full of curiosity about Qin Feiyang and the others. Because this was the first time that someone could break into their divine kingdom and successfully escape from the pursuit of the monarch and the others. Did he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Chapter 40-56. Deep in the mountains. Swoosh. Figures appeared one after another. It was Qin Feiyang, the young man, Long Chen, Long Qin, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf. In the past 3 days, they had been hiding in the Black Tortoise realm to recuperate after escaping the pursuit. Their essence, energy, and spirit had been adjusted to their peak state. The young man looked around and said to Qin Feiyang and the others, "Since it's safe, let's part ways for now." Part ways? This sudden sentence caught Qin Feiyang and the others off guard. Although they had escaped, no one could predict the unknown danger. At this time, the best choice was to develop in a group. Why would he leave alone? "Little brother, don't be like this. You're our backbone now. We can't do without you." The white-eyed wolf came back to his senses and hurriedly grabbed the young man. He couldn't let this person escape no matter what. The young man rolled his eyes. It was too nauseating. He shook off the white-eyed wolf's hand and said indifferently, "I'm used to traveling alone. But when you're in danger, I'll come to help." After saying that, he ignored the persuasion and left without looking back. Little Qin Zi, the white-eyed wolf, was quite anxious. They really couldn't do without this young man now. After knowing him for so long, you still don't know his character? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. From the beginning in the ancient world, the young man liked to be alone. Moreover, with the young man's strength, they couldn't stop him. Without this person, we have to be more careful in the future. Long Chen sighed helplessly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Now, let's go find out the situation in the Divine Kingdom first and then plan to hunt the geniuses." Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. They changed their appearance and suppressed their cultivation to the half-step sovereign realm. Then, they flew towards the mountains ahead. Soon, a city called Bright Moon City entered their sight. Its scale was several times larger than the Cloud Sea City in the Sky Cloud realm. However, such a city was still considered small in the Divine Kingdom. The 5 of them stood in the mountains outside the city. Their bodies were stained with blood, and they looked rather miserable. Disguised as hunters, they looked at Haoyu City from afar. At the city gate, there was an endless stream of people going in and out. Most of them were humans. Occasionally, they would see people from the god race. However, the inspection was very strict. The ground at the city gate was covered with a thick layer of heaven's eye stones. Anyone who walked on top of it would not be able to escape the detection of the heaven's eye stone. Furthermore, the 4 guards guarding the city gate were also very strong. "Why don't I take a look at the other city gates?" Madman asked. "No need." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Since this city gate was so heavily guarded, then the other 3 city gates would definitely be the same. Furthermore, it was not only Haoyu City that was affected. All the cities in the Divine Kingdom were probably sealed off. There seems to be the aura of a barrier. Long Qin scanned the sky above the city, his brows tightly knitted. Qin Feiyang and the others looked up. They could indeed faintly sense the aura of a barrier. In other words, now the entire Haoyu City was covered by a barrier. To enter and exit the city, one must pass through the city gate. However, the inspection was so strict that it was impossible to sneak in. "Actually, we don't have to go in." Qin Feiyang's gaze suddenly fell on the city gate. A young man and a young woman came out from the city gate. The man was wearing a brocade robe and had an extraordinary temperament. The woman was wearing a long red dress. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. She was charming and moving. The young man's demeanor was very arrogant. The woman also relied on the power of the young man to be arrogant. The most important thing was, when the 2 of them walked out of the city gate, the 4 guards not only did not question them, but also bowed to the 2 of them. It could be seen that the identity of the 2 of them was not simple. At least in Haoyu City, they must be people with status. Long Chen followed Qin Feiyang's gaze. When he saw the young man and woman, he immediately understood what Qin Feiyang meant. After a while, the young man and woman followed the road and passed below. Qin Feiyang smiled and activated the concealment technique. He led Long Chen and the others out of the jungle and followed the 2 of them unhurriedly. "Young city lord, where are you taking me?" The woman in red looked around and asked charmingly. "Don't worry. You'll know later. The young man called young Masterly smiled mysteriously at the woman and kept teasing her. The woman's cheeks blushed. However, when they met other people, the two of them maintained a distance from each other, looking very serious. Long Chin, not suitable for children. The white-eyed wolf transmitted his voice. Get out. Long Chin rolled his eyes at him. Why was his mind so dirty? They were a couple. Wasn't it normal to be intimate with each other? They're not a couple. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Not a couple? Long Chin was slightly taken aback. They were so intimate. How could they not be a couple? The white-eyed wolf said with a sneaky smile, have you ever seen a couple call each other young city lord? Huh? Long Chin couldn't help but turn his head to look at Long Chen. Couples usually call each other by their names, or like the white-eyed wolf and fire dance, one called Sister Feng and the other called Brother Wolf. Moreover, when they meet people, they keep a distance. This doesn't seem like the way couples get along. Long Chen smiled. Sister Feng and Brother Wolf? Disgusting. Long Chin despised him. It's none of your business. It's better than having no one. The white-eyed wolf sneered. Who did you say no one wants? Long Chin seemed to be irritated and glared at the white-eyed wolf. Of course it's you. With your personality, who would dare to want you? Not only was the white-eyed wolf merciless, but his face was also full of disdain. If it weren't for Long Chen who tried to stop him, he would probably fight the white-eyed wolf to the death. Madman looked at the white-eyed wolf and Long Chin and transmitted his voice. Old Chin, don't you think the way they get along is very strange? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and thought, haven't they always been like this? I don't think so. Back in the ancient world, when the two of them met, they were like enemies. But now, they are actually flirting in front of us? Don't you think the way they are getting along now is very similar to the way Brother Wolf and Fire Dance used to get along? Madman transmitted his voice. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he said in surprise, don't tell me you think the two of them, I think that's the trend. Madman secretly said. This, Qin Feiyang glanced at the white-eyed wolf and Long Chin from the corner of his eyes. Don't joke around, how could the two of them be together? Moreover, Fire Dance would not allow it. After a while, the young man and woman in front entered the mountain next to them. The young man was very excited, as if something exciting was about to happen. Qin Feiyang's group of 5 followed them all the way, their faces full of suspicion. Finally, the young man and woman entered a small forest. Seeing that there was no one around, the young man immediately turned around and hugged the woman. Young Masterly, what are you doing? The woman's cheeks turned red, and she immediately struggled, but it looked like she was resisting. Shameless. Long Chin immediately turned his head. The corners of Qin Feiyang's and the others' mouths twitched slightly. They came so far just to do this? Young people really knew how to play. You don't say. This wilderness is really a little exciting. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Qin Feiyang's face darkened, and he said to himself, why don't you bring Fire Dance to try it sometime? Good idea. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at him in shock. Long Chen was also speechless. Long Chin's face was full of disdain, needless to say. He was really shameless. Couples should add some fun to their lives. Only then will it be interesting. However, single dogs like you and your sister will never be able to experience it. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Get lost. Long Chen, who had a good temper, could not help but stare at the white-eyed wolf angrily. This was too simple and too demoralizing. Single dogs? Who are you looking down on? Believe it or not, I can bring a woman here at any time. During the conversation, the young man and woman were already hugging each other, completely immersed in love. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly. Who is it? This dry cough struck the two of them as if they were struck by lightning, and they immediately looked in the direction of the sound. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the concealment technique disappeared. The few of them immediately appeared in the void. Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly and said apologetically, "I'm really sorry to disturb you. But you really know how to have fun. Aren't you afraid of being seen by others? You don't understand. They want this kind of excitement." The white-eyed wolf chuckled. The woman in red was very panicked. She hid behind the young man and hurriedly tidied up her dress. The young man was very calm. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, and saw that they were all unfamiliar faces, and their cultivation was only half a step away from dominating. He tidied up his clothes and said, "What do you want?" Qin Feiyang was about to speak. The young man said again, "Do you know who I am? How dare you ruin my fun? Kneel down and apologize to me immediately. Dig out your eyeballs, and I will spare your lives." The tone of his voice was also overbearing. Ah! Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Was he that arrogant? They hadn't even spoken, but he wanted them to kneel down and dig out their eyeballs? "Young Master Li, you can't let them go," the woman said in a panic. "I know." The young man nodded. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and said, "Do you need me to repeat myself?" Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the woman suspiciously. Why was she so flustered? Why did it feel like she was cheating? "You look so arrogant, dare I ask, who are you?" Frenzy looked at the young man in confusion, like a curious child. The young man was stunned. The woman was also stunned. There was someone in Bright Moon City who didn't know who he was? When he came back to his senses, the young man's face suddenly had a trace of pride. He said, "I heard that I am the son of Bright Moon City City Lord, Li Outyan. So it's young Master Li, sorry for the disrespect." Frenzy hurriedly cupped his hands and smiled flatteringly. Seeing Frenzy's attitude, Li Outyan immediately became proud. The son of the city lord is indeed powerful. We can't afford to offend him. Let's go. You can continue. Just pretend we were never here. The white-eyed wolf turned around and pushed Qin Feiyang and the others. You want to leave after seeing us? Kneel down. Li Outyan was really arrogant. He pressed down on the white-eyed wolf's shoulder, and a powerful force surged. He had the cultivation of a peak dominator. Therefore, he was very confident that with this press, the white-eyed wolf would definitely kneel on the ground in a sorry state. However, things went far beyond his expectations. The white-eyed wolf was like Mount Tai. He didn't move at all. Chapter 4057. N. Li Outyan raised his eyebrows and increased his strength, but the white-eyed wolf was still as steady as Mount Tai. How could this be? Li Outyan was bewildered. But at this moment, the white-eyed wolf slowly turned around and looked at Li Outyan with a grin. "What do you want to do?" This smile made Li Outyan's scalp go numb, as if he had hit an iron plate, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Qin Feiyang and the others also had a playful smile on their faces. Even the geniuses like Ryuko wouldn't dare to be arrogant in front of them. A mere city lord's son dared to provoke them? This courage was worthy of praise. You're not just a half-step dominator, who are you? Let me tell you, don't be presumptuous in front of me, or else there will never be a place for you in Haoyu City. Li Outyan threatened as he protected the woman and slowly retreated, preparing to escape. Do we need a place like this? The white-eyed wolf disdainfully stepped forward and grabbed Li Outyan's neck. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of the white-eyed wolf's claws. Now he was finally sure that he had hit an iron plate. Seeing this, the woman turned around and ran. Madman took a step forward and blocked the woman's path, laughing, "You'd better stay here obediently." Looking at Madman's devilish smile, the woman was so scared that she collapsed to the ground, her face pale. Qin Feiyang walked to the ingrate's side, looked at Li Outyan and said with a smile, "Originally, we just wanted to ask you about some things, but you just had to be so arrogant with us, so I can only apologize." "What is it?" "Ask, I will definitely answer truthfully." Please don't kill me. Li Aotian's face changed as he shouted in horror. No need. I'll find the answer myself. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a puppet imprint appeared and entered Li Aotian's head. At the same time, Long Chen also waved his hand and a soundproof barrier appeared. Ah, a scream sounded. However, due to the soundproof barrier, no sound could be heard from the outside. After controlling Li Aotian, Qin Feiyang began to read his memories. Reading memories was a very painful process. Li Aotian's screams were heart-wrenching. About half an hour passed. Qin Feiyang finally withdrew his gaze, his eyebrows full of shock. What's the relationship between them? The white-eyed wolf was in high spirits. Why are you so nosy? Qin Feiyang was speechless. I'm just curious. The white-eyed wolf snickered. This woman is a dancer from the city lord's mansion. The son of the city lord already has a wife. But the two of them have been secretly hooking up for a long time. Furthermore, this person's wife is the pearl in the palm of the Wang family of Haoyu City. The Wang family is extremely wealthy. The reason why his father could become the city lord of Haoyu City was all thanks to the support of the Wang family. So because of this, he is usually very domineering. If his wife knew that he was hooking up with a dancer around him, she would definitely not let him off easily. So when she saw that we saw their adultery, she wanted to kill him to silence him. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Li Aotian had already woken up from the severe pain. When he heard these words, he immediately looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. How did he know so clearly? Then what about the other things about the Divine Kingdom? Long Chen secretly asked. As a person of the Divine Kingdom, he definitely knows the basic situation of the Divine Kingdom. However, he doesn't know much about the situation of the geniuses like Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. He hasn't even seen these geniuses with his own eyes. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then it's still worthless. Frenzy frowned. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, so we need to find someone with a higher status and stronger strength than him. Maybe only then can we get useful information. Stronger than him, higher status than him, Long Chen and the others murmured. Suddenly, they looked at Li Aotian at the same time. Higher status and stronger than this person. Wasn't it this person's father, the city lord of Haoyu City? I have a plan. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and secretly said, let him go. With the character of this playboy, he will definitely bring his father to us for revenge. I have the same idea. Long Chen secretly smiled. White-eyed wolf also released Li Aotian and coldly snorted, don't let me see you again, and don't think about taking revenge on us. With your little ability, it's not enough. Get lost. He deliberately said this to provoke Li Aotian. For this kind of playboy, the more you say this, the more he will take revenge on you. Long Chen also waved his hand, and the soundproof enchantment dissipated. Yes, yes, yes. I definitely won't take revenge. Li Aotian nodded repeatedly, turned around and pulled the woman, and fled in panic. Long Qin looked at the back of the two, his eyes flashing, and said, I'm going for a stroll. After saying that, without waiting for Qin Feiyang and the others to respond, he disappeared without a trace. Where did she go? White-eyed wolf was stunned. Didn't you say that? She's going for a stroll. Since you're so concerned, why don't you go with her? Frenzy looked at him teasingly. As her brother, you don't care. Why should I, an outsider, care? White-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Long Chen was helpless. Everything could be related to him. Young city lord, what should we do? They will definitely spread the news about us. At that time, not only will your reputation be ruined, I will definitely not be able to escape death. In the forest. The woman in red looked at Li Aotian worriedly. Li Aotian's eyes were gloomy. Suddenly, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, so you must die. As long as you die, there will be no evidence. What? The woman in red's eyes trembled. Before she could react, Li Outyan killed her. She didn't even have time to scream before she died. I don't want to kill you, but I have no choice. I have to protect myself. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. Li Outyan looked at the woman lying in a pool of blood, his face full of pain. Then, with a wave of his hand, a large pit appeared on the ground. After burying the woman, he flew back to Hayu City without looking back. Not long after Li Outyan left, Long Qin walked out from behind a big tree, looked at the place where the woman was buried, and snorted, "What a scumbag." After a while, Long Qin returned to Qin Feiyang and the others. "What's wrong? Why do you look so angry?" Long Chen looked at his sister in confusion. Long Qin looked at Long Chen, then looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two, and frowned. "Are you men all scumbags?" "Huh?" The four of them looked at each other. What was going on? They didn't seem to have offended her. Long Chen was also very depressed. If you said that White-Eyed Wolf was a scumbag, there wouldn't be much of a problem. But to say that your brother was a scumbag, that was a bit too much. As his sister, how could you not know whether I was a scumbag or not? It was really strange. Come. Drink some wine and calm down. Men shouldn't lower themselves to the same level as women. White-Eyed Wolf took out 3 jars of unparalleled divine wine, threw one to Lunatic, and the other to Long Chen. Long Chen didn't like to drink either. But he didn't stand on ceremony and directly put it in his universe ring. Then he took out a tea table, a tea set, and a chair, and leisurely made tea. When he saw the tea leaves Long Chen took out, Qin Feiyang's eyes immediately lit up. Long Chen took out a tea leaf, but this tea leaf was bright and green, like jade. And before it started to brew, it emitted a strong tea fragrance, making people feel as if they were standing in the green mountains and rivers, and integrated with the breath of nature. This is divine tea. He immediately went up to it, his eyes shining. Oh no, I was careless. Long Chen's eyelids twitched. How could he take out the divine tea in front of this person? White-Eyed Wolf was stunned, and then sneakily went up to Qin Feiyang and said, "Little Qin Zi, I forgot to tell you, White-Eyed Wolf, shut up." Before White-Eyed Wolf could finish, Long Chen glared at him fiercely. "You told me to shut up, so I will shut up." White-Eyed Wolf sneered, ignoring Long Chen's fierce eyes, and said with a smile, "When you were comprehending the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death in the Shin family village, I went to a space divine item. Guess what I saw?" "What?" Qin Feiyang was curious. "What a big tea garden. And most of it is divine tea, and there is more than one kind." White-Eyed Wolf snickered. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Long Chen and said unhappily, "Brother Long, you are not honest. How can you not share good things with us?" Ahem, Long Chen coughed, and he looked very unnatural. "Why don't you take me to your tea garden for sightseeing?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "Sightseeing?" Long Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. "You are not sightseeing, are you? You are going to rob." Very decisive. He took out 2 cans of tea leaves and handed them to Qin Feiyang. "How can I accept this?" Although he said that, his hands were not polite at all, and he took the 2 cans of tea leaves with a smile. One of the cans was the divine tea Long Chen was brewing. The other was a kind of snow-white tea, like the petals of the snow lotus, crystal clear. Glazed jade leaf, moonlight snow sprout. Like the ancient dragon god tea, only 1 piece at a time. Too much and it won't taste good. These 2 cans of tea leaves add up to at least a pound. It will be enough for you for a long time. Long Chen looked at the 2 cans of tea leaves with heartache. Thank you. Qin Feiyang was full of smiles, but then he changed the topic and said with a frown, "No matter how much tea leaves there will be a day when we finish them all." Long Chen was pouring tea. When he heard this, his arm trembled slightly, and he said with a dark face, "Come and find me after you finish drinking. I will give them to you, as long as you don't have any ideas about my tea trees. You are indeed a good friend. I didn't make you a friend for nothing. Qin Feiyang laughed and quickly put away the 2 cans of tea leaves. He sat opposite Long Chen and looked at the teacup expectantly. You didn't make me a friend for nothing, but I feel that you are a little careless in making friends. Long Chen shook his head helplessly. After pouring the tea, he pushed 1 cup in front of Qin Feiyang and took the other cup himself. He put it at the tip of his nose and smelled it. The fragrance of the tea hit his nose, and he suddenly felt much better. Chapter 4058. White-Eyed Wolf. Lunatic drank wine. Qin Feiyang and Long Chen drank tea. Long Chen sat by the side, looking at these stinky men in front of him. The aroma of tea and wine drifted in all directions, attracting many people and beasts to watch. What is this situation? They are actually sitting in the deep mountains and drinking tea. A bunch of lunatics. Soon, streams of powerful auras surged over. This is the city lord's aura. The surrounding people and beasts' pupils immediately shrank as they looked up at the sky. In just a blink of an eye, a group of people descended from the sky. Leading them were 2 middle-aged men. One of them was wearing a discolored robe. His body was thin with white hair on both sides of his temples. His whole body exuded a shocking sense of oppression. The other was a burly man with a height of about 2 meters. He was like a giant, exuding a valiant aura. Next to the 2 was a young man. It was Liao Tian. At this moment, he was very proud. His face was full of contempt. However, when he saw Qin Feiyang and the other 4 leisurely sitting below drinking tea and drinking wine, he was furious. Behind the 3 of them was a group of guards. The aura emitted by each of them was quite extraordinary. Are they here for these lunatics? The onlookers and beasts immediately began to retreat with a strange look in their eyes. It seemed that these lunatics were deliberately waiting for the city lord mansion's people. Moreover, facing the city lord, they didn't panic at all. They were really bold. This tea aroma, and this wine aroma, the city lord looked at the teacups and wine jars in the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others and couldn't help but salivate. This was definitely divine tea, no doubt divine brew. Father, it's them. Liao Tian came back to his senses and immediately pointed at Qin Feiyang and the other 4 and said angrily. It's them? The city lord was stunned and couldn't help but take a closer look at Qin Feiyang and the others. Even though the other party's appearance and disposition were ordinary, and his cultivation was only at half-step sovereign, the fact that he possessed the divine brew and divine tea, especially the divine tea, was something that even he, as a city lord, would rarely see. Without a doubt, the other party was no ordinary figure. You're a guest. City lord, why don't you come down for a drink? Madman looked up at the city lord with a mocking smile. Something's wrong. When the city lord saw the smile on the madman's face, his eyes darkened. The 5 people in front of him were definitely not as simple as they seemed. Are you not coming down? Then I'll invite you down. Madman's eyes flashed coldly. However, before he could make a move, Long Chen suddenly soared into the air. He no longer concealed his cultivation, and the aura of a consummate sovereign destroyed everything in his path. As expected, he was hiding his cultivation. The city lord's pupils shrank. However, what surprised him even more had yet to appear. Long Chen waved his hand, and the ultimate profundities of the 4 supreme laws instantly appeared. The surrounding void collapsed crazily, and the ground below was also torn apart, revealing deep abyss. What? The ultimate profundities of the 4 supreme laws. At this moment, not only the onlookers and beasts, but even the city lord, the burly man, and the group of guards behind him had a change of expression. Liao Tian's body also trembled. He never thought that this was actually such a terrifying powerhouse. This sister of mine is really a bit strange today. Long Chen protected the tea table and looked up at Long Chen suspiciously. I don't know what kind of epilepsy she has. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips. Long Chen's veins popped out as he said angrily, "She's my sister, can't you give her some face? I really can't stay with this white-eyed wolf too often, otherwise, I'll go crazy sooner or later." "Ha," the white-eyed wolf laughed dryly. "In the sky. What kind of trouble have you caused me?" The city lord glared at Liao Tian fiercely and looked at Long Qin with a smile. "I'm really sorry. My son is young and insensible. If he has offended you, I hope you can forgive him." After saying that, he even kicked the burly man next to him. The burly man was stunned for a moment, but when he saw the city lord's eyes, he immediately understood. He quickly looked at Long Qin and said with a flattering smile, "We're here to apologize." Apologize? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. These two people really knew how to steer according to the wind. They obviously came to settle accounts with them, but when they saw Long Qin's strength, they immediately changed their words. Not to mention other things, just their ability to adapt to the situation was really amazing. Long Qin was also stunned. But in the next moment, a trace of contempt crept up in his eyes. To put it nicely, it was a strong ability to adapt. To put it bluntly, it was a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong. This kind of person was a waste of food to live. Run. Looking at the killing intent in Long Qin's eyes, the city lord immediately shouted angrily. The burly man next to him waved his hand, rolled up a group of people, and began to turn around and flee in an instant. Humph. Long Qin coldly snorted and chased after him. He grabbed Liao Tian's hair and pulled hard, tearing off his scalp. He instantly became a bloody man, holding his bloody head and howling miserably. So cruel. White-eyed wolf and lunatic felt their scalps go numb. His entire scalp was pulled off. This was torture. "Bitch, you're courting death." The city lord roared. A wave of death law surged out. The 18 layers of hell instantly appeared in the sky and rushed toward Long Qin. Damn it. A city lord actually mastered the ultimate profound of the strongest law. Lunatic muttered. Thinking about it, in the sky cloud realm, those who mastered the ultimate profound of the strongest law were respected by the world and were high and mighty. But in the divine kingdom, they were reduced to city lords. The city lord looked very impressive. But in fact, their status in the divine kingdom was not even as high as the young people of Jiang Yunshuang. If they were in the sky cloud realm, it would definitely be a waste of talent. You're overestimating yourself. Long Qin's face was full of disdain. The four ultimate profound of the ultimate profound crushed the sky with the power to destroy the world. No, the city lord screamed in despair. Don't kill him. Qin Feiyang immediately stood up. Long Qin glanced at Qin Feiyang and snorted. He crushed the city lord's Qi Si with a palm strike and then kicked him. The city lord was like a rubber ball, smashing at the feet of Qin Feiyang and the others. However, she didn't let Liao Tian go. She grabbed Liao Tian's head and exerted a little force. Liao Tian screamed in pain and his head exploded. His body and soul were destroyed. Little Chen, did your sister take the wrong medicine today? White-eyed wolf's back was drenched in cold sweat. This woman who had gone crazy could not be described with the word scary. She didn't take her medicine. Long Chen was also a bit dumbfounded. He instinctively replied. But as soon as he finished speaking, he reacted and glared at White-eyed wolf. You're the one who's taking medicine. Don't argue with me. I'm not in the mood to argue with you. Your sister is not normal today. I have to stay away from her. White-eyed wolf swallowed his saliva. This was a cruel tigress. The brawny man and the group of guards were scared out of their wits. They didn't care about the father and son's life and death. Long Qin waved his hand and the four ultimate profound of the ultimate profound attacked. Arg! Along with the miserable screams, the group of people died one after another. Blood splashed across the sky. Immediately, Long Qin landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang and the other three immediately took a step back, including Long Chen. At this moment, he was afraid of his sister. What are you doing? I'm not going to kill you. Long Qin rolled his eyes. You're so aggressive. Who wouldn't be afraid when they see you? Long Chen smiled bitterly. I just want to tell you scumbags that women are not easy to bully. Long Qin smiled proudly, exhaled, and said, I'm finally relieved. Hearing the word scumbag again, Qin Feiyang and the other three looked at each other. What happened to him? Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Haoyu City again. Long Chen shivered and hurriedly put away the tea table and chairs. He picked up the dying city lord and said, It's too big. Let's retreat. After saying that, he opened a space-time passage and the group of 5 rushed in like lightning. Who are they? They even dare to kill the people of the city lord's mansion? They're crazy. They even kidnapped the city lord. If he was kidnapped by them, he would definitely be in grave danger. The onlookers and beasts were all shocked. This was the first time in the history of the Divine Kingdom to attack the city lord's mansion. Whoosh! Soon, another group of people rushed over. Among them, there was a woman in her 20s. She wore a long golden dress, and her expression was rather cold. She gave people a feeling of nobility and elegance. Outyan? But when she saw Li Outyan's headless body, a trace of surprise appeared on her face. She hurriedly went down to check. After identification, it was indeed Li Outyan. Who did it? Immediately, a terrifying aura rolled out with her as the center. The people who came with the woman in golden clothes also immediately looked at the onlookers and beasts. It has nothing to do with us. It's these 5 people who killed them. The city lord was also taken away by them. A middle-aged man waved his hand and the shadows of Qin Feiyang and the other 4 appeared. The woman in golden clothes looked at the 5 shadows. She didn't recognize them at all. Then, she looked at the middle-aged man and asked, Where did they go? I don't know. They opened a space-time passage and left. And this woman has mastered 4 ultimate profound meanings of the strongest law. The middle-aged man shook his head. What? 4 ultimate profound meanings of the strongest law? The group suddenly had a change of expression. This kind of person definitely had a background. But their city lord's mansion didn't seem to have provoked such a strong person. No matter how strong they are, they must die. All of you return to the city lord's mansion immediately and order everyone to go out and search for these 5 people. Also, make a trip to the Wang family and find my father. Ask him to bring people to help. The woman said coldly. Yes. The group of people responded respectfully and turned around to rush toward Haoyu City at lightning speed. No matter who you are, don't even think about escaping from my palm. I want you to pay with your blood. The woman looked at the sky and murmured. Then, she picked up Li Outyan's body, turned around, and stepped into the sky. Chapter 4059. In the sky above a mountain. A group of people walked out of a space-time tunnel. It was Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin, what's going on with you today? Don't scare me. Long Chen was very concerned about his sister. It's nothing. I just saw that Li Outyan hooked up with other women even though he already had a wife. He even killed that dancer ruthlessly to protect his reputation. Long Qin's eyes were full of disgust. So that's what happened. Long Chen suddenly understood. The white-eyed wolf was stunned and asked, He killed that dancer? Yes. I saw it with my own eyes. Long Qin said. That's indeed a bit too much. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Anyway, none of you stinky men are good. You're all eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Long Qin glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others, including Long Chen, and scolded them together. Ahem. Long Chen coughed a few times and looked at Long Qin with an aggrieved expression. Sister, your words are very unfair to me. I don't even have any in my bowl, so where am I supposed to find some in my pot? Yes. If you want to scold him, at least let him have a bowl first. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Shut up. Long Chen glared at him. He really regretted coming to the divine kingdom with this wolf cub. They didn't have much contact before, so he didn't feel anything. But now that they were together, he really felt a headache. He didn't know how long they would be together. How would he live in the future? He was now more and more impressed with Qin Feiyang. He could actually get along with the white-eyed wolf for so many years and didn't die of anger. Okay. If you say that Li Outyan is a scumbag, we won't object. But if you say that we are scumbags, then we have to reserve our opinions. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. You can't beat all the men in the world to death because of such a scum. Lunatic was also very helpless. Anyway, we're all the same. Long Qin snorted coldly. Okay, I'm scared of you. Lunatic raised his hands and surrendered. And he looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He didn't realize that this woman had such a cute side. Then, he looked at the city lord. The city lord's face was filled with horror as he asked, "What do you want to do?" "I'm the city lord of Haoyu City. If you touch me, it's equivalent to offending Lord Supreme." "I don't know him." "How could I know him?" "However, all the cities in Scandinavia are under the control of Lord Utmost Exalt. Naturally, I am his subordinate," the city lord said. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. "You'd better let me go quickly. At that time, I can still plead for you in front of Lord Sovereign. Otherwise, you'll die." The city lord thought that Qin Feiyang had been intimidated by Lord Sovereign, so he couldn't help but become bolder. "Plead? You must be joking. Not to mention that Lord Sovereign isn't here now. Even if he is here now, he can only take a detour when he sees us." Lunatic's face was full of disdain. "What?" The city lord was shocked. Such a big tone. No one in the divine kingdom dared to say such disrespectful words. Could it be, suddenly? His eyes trembled as he looked up at Qin Feiyang's group in surprise. He heard that there were a few young monsters in the sky cloud domain who came to the divine kingdom. Could it be these people in front of him? But Qin Feiyang didn't give him a chance to guess. The puppet mark appeared and disappeared into the city lord's head. The city lord howled miserably. The city lord's age was much older than Li Outyan, so the memory he had was not something Li Outyan could compare with. After an entire day, Qin Feiyang finished reading. Moreover, this was still the key memory. If all the memories were to be read, it would take at least 8 years. "How is it?" Long Chen looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Although this person has never seen those monsters, he knows more information than Li Outyan. Qin Feiyang smiled. "That's good." Long Chen nodded and said with a smile, "Then let's go to the Black Tortoise world and talk slowly." "Okay." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and shattered the city lord's head and soul before leading the four into the Black Tortoise world. In the tea garden. Qin Feiyang made tea while scanning the tea garden, his face full of regret. Although the tea garden was large, it was a pity that there was no divine tea tree. He didn't need too many. He would be satisfied if there were dozens or hundreds of them. I'll say it again, don't have any ideas about my tea trees. Long Chen looked at Qin Feiyang warily. Don't worry. I'm not such an immoral person. Qin Feiyang chuckled. If it was other aspects, Long Chen believed it. But when it came to tea trees, especially divine tea, he didn't believe that Qin Feiyang didn't have any ulterior motives. Because Qin Feiyang didn't have any other hobbies but tea, he definitely coveted the divine tea trees in his tea garden. Why don't you be more generous and give little Qin Zi 2 tea trees of each variety? The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. In your dreams. I spent a lot of effort to get those tea trees from my father. Even if you give me the inheritance of an ultimate profound, I won't exchange it. Long Chen pursed his lips. The white-eyed wolf couldn't understand. He didn't even want to exchange the inheritance of an ultimate profound. Was the tea really that delicious? Tell me. Long Chen quickly changed the topic. He didn't want her to really grab him and snatch his tea tree as she spoke. Let's talk about the structure of the Divine Kingdom first. The Divine Kingdom also has 5 continents, which are the East, South, West, and North continents, as well as the Central Dynasty. The South continent is the territory of the Protoss. The West continent is the territory of the human race. The North continent is the territory of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon. The East continent is the territory of the Orc race and the Sea race. Qin Feiyang said. The Sea race? Long Chen and the others were stunned. Why was there another race? From the memories of this city lord, I learned that the Sea race is a kind of creature that lives in the sea, similar to the mermaid race of our great Qin. And the ruler of the Sea race is known as Neptune. It is said that his strength is comparable to the king, the divine king, and the sovereign of the human race. However, the Sea race is relatively low-key. Other than the East continent, it is usually difficult to see them in the other 3 continents. Qin Feiyang introduced. Damn, comparable to the king and the others. This is not good news. The madman's eyes darkened. Yes. The foundation of the Divine Kingdom is beyond imagination. In addition to the Sea race in the East continent, the Orc race is also very terrifying. It is said that the ruler of the Orc race, the sovereign beast, is also an extremely terrifying existence. Qin Feiyang sighed. There is also a sovereign beast? How many powerhouses are hidden in the Divine Kingdom? The white-eyed wolf frowned. I don't know. Although this city lord has mastered the ultimate meaning of the strongest law, his status is only the same as the city lords of the major cities in the Sky Cloud realm. As for the major giants, these city lords only know of their existence, but they don't know the details at all. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What about the Central Dynasty? Long Chen asked. The Central Dynasty is even more mysterious. In the memories of this city lord, there is no relevant information. He only knows that there is a Central Dynasty in the Divine Kingdom. And the location of the Central Dynasty is right in the center of the Divine Kingdom. It is similar to the Sky Cloud Island in our Sky Cloud realm. Qin Feiyang said. So mysterious? At first, I thought that this meant that the Central Dynasty is the land of the Purple Gold Divine Dragons. The white-eyed wolf was shocked. It is indeed a bit unbelievable. Long Chen nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang. Then where are we now? The West Continent, the territory of the human race. Qin Feiyang said. The white-eyed wolf asked curiously, are there humans in the other continents? Definitely. Apart from the East Continent and the Central Dynasty, humans are all over the Divine Kingdom. As for the East Continent, humans are not allowed to set foot there because of the Beast race and the Oceanic race. As for the Central Dynasty, I don't know what it is like. However, the supremacy of the human race lives in the West Continent, so the West Continent is regarded as the headquarters of the human race. Qin Feiyang said. In other words, although the monarch, the divine king, and the supremacy of the human race each rule a continent, the people under them can freely go to the other continents? Long Chen asked. Yes. Of course. The monarch is another matter. Because he is the emperor of the Divine Kingdom. The current leader of the Purple Gold Divine Dragons is Lord Ji. Qin Feiyang said. Lord Ji, that bastard. I'll destroy him sooner or later. The white-eyed wolf gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the young man in the Tianyun realm, they would have died in the hands of Lord Ji. Long Chen drank his tea and smiled at Qin Feiyang. Since you already know where the Violet Gold Divine Dragon race's ancestral land is, do you, a descendant of the Violet Gold Divine Dragon race, want to go take a look? Yes. It's really your ancestral land for you. Long Qin also looked at Qin Feiyang with a teasing smile. Ancestral land? Did you make a mistake? If you really want to calculate, the ancestral land of the Qin clan should be the human emperor's hometown. Isn't the human emperor's hometown in the Tianyun realm? So strictly speaking, the Tianyun realm is the ancestral land of the Qin clan. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile. Long Qin said, you can't say that. The princess of the divine kingdom is also your ancestor. Her ancestral land is also your ancestral land. What do you mean? You want me to go to the purple gold divine dragon's ancestral land so badly? Qin Feiyang looked at Long Qin suspiciously. I just want to go and see how many people there are in the purple gold divine dragon's ancestral land. Long Qin said with a smile. Boring. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. So should we stay in the West Continent and hunt the human prodigies, or the North Continent and the South Continent and hunt the prodigies of the divine race and the purple gold divine race? White-eyed Wolf asked. Qin Feiyang sipped his tea and looked at Long Qin with a smile. Brother Long, what do you think? My opinion, Long Qin pondered for a while and said, let's go to the South Continent and hunt the prodigies of the divine race. Why? Long Qin looked at Long Qin in confusion. They were now in the territory of the human race. Why would they go to the South Continent? Chapter 4060. Think about it carefully. With your brain, you should be able to figure it out. Long Qin smiled. Hearing this, Long Qin lowered her head and began to ponder. Going to kill the god race is heaven's pride, human race, god race, sea race, beast race, purple gold divine dragon race. The white-eyed wolf looked at her playfully and said, Brother has already figured it out, but you still can't figure it out? It seems that you are the stupidest one. Shut up. Long Qin glared at him fiercely. Actually, it's very simple. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Long Qin stopped Qin Feiyang and said, don't say it. If I don't figure it out today, I will kill myself here. Don't. If you do this, we will have to pay a coffin price. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. Long Qin was so angry that her face and neck turned red. What kind of man was this? He had no sympathy at all. I'm not angry. I'll endure it. A good woman doesn't fight with a bad man. She kept telling herself, trying to calm herself down. After pondering for a while. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she looked at Long Qin and asked, Brother, is it related to the human race's supreme master? Go on. Long Qin smiled. Long Qin pondered for a while and said, because we want to cooperate with the human race's supreme master, so at this time, if we go to kill the human race's heaven's pride, it may arouse his disgust. That's right. I told you, you can think of it. Long Qin nodded. His eyes were full of admiration. It's not difficult. Long Qin looked at the white-eyed wolf proudly. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips and said, It took you so long to figure it out, and you still have the nerve to be proud? If I were you, I would find a brick and kill myself. You, Long Qin suddenly stood up. Stop, stop. Long Qin hurriedly got up to appease Long Qin, and at the same time stared at the white-eyed wolf. Why did they look more and more like a pair of enemies? Could it be that the demon ancestor was right? No, no. If this wolf cub became his brother-in-law, wouldn't he be angered to death in the future? In short, you are not allowed to kill human sky prides before negotiating with the human race's sovereign. As for the negotiations, there's no hurry. After all, apart from Qin Feiyang, we have yet to show our worth. Long Qin said. You must be joking. You're God's domain, little lunatic seal of all evil and blood-eye, and my battle soul to protect your sister. Isn't that enough to show our value? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Yeah. Look at my fighting soul. If it weren't for me, would they have been able to find Dong Xingyang's old enemy? If it weren't for me, would you have been able to escape from the tunnel? This time, the biggest reason why you were able to successfully enter the divine kingdom was because of me. Long Qin said. Could it be that he was standing with the white-eyed wolf? Yes, 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 you're the best. Long Qin's face was full of love as he looked at the white-eyed wolf and sighed. Our fighting soul and the root of all evil are indeed powerful, but after all, we haven't grasped the will of heaven. That's right. In the past, I thought that grasping the ultimate meaning of the strongest law would make one invincible, but now I know that the will of heaven is truly powerful. For example, if I can grasp the will of heaven, coupled with the root of all evil, I'm confident that I can defeat the divine king of the god race. Lunatic said. The white-eyed wolf and Long Chen couldn't help but nod. The will of heaven is indeed powerful, but the power of faith is even stronger. A mere sword of faith can crush 3,000 gods' domains, including the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death with the will of heaven. The young man is right. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. We must develop the black tortoise world quickly. Qin Feiyang swept his gaze across the black tortoise world, his eyes full of yearning. It's easy to say. Even if we snatch a large number of soul lines and crystal veins from the divine kingdom, the growth of the black tortoise world will still take a long time. Lunatic shook his head. But if we don't do it now and delay it until later, it will only drag us further and further away. How about this? Let's first plunder the crystal veins and soul lines in the West Continent. Firstly, we can strengthen the black tortoise world, and secondly, we can cause a huge commotion. At that time, the experts of the god race will definitely come to the West Continent to encircle us. At that time, we can take the opportunity to enter the nest of the god race. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Okay. But there's a prerequisite. We can't harm the innocent and anger the human sovereign. Long Chen nodded. That's a must. We'll only plunder the crystal veins and soul lines. We'll leave after plundering them. There's one more thing. Qin Feiyang looked at Long Chen and asked, what do Dong Xingyang's old enemies look like? Long Chen waved his hand, and 3 men and 2 women appeared. One of the men and the woman had the mark of the god race between their eyebrows. They were obviously from the god race. The other 2 men and 1 woman were no different from the human race. All 3 of them are from the human race? Lunatic frowned. No. This man is from the purple gold divine dragon clan. Long Chen pointed at a young man in a purple robe. This person was tall and straight, about 20 years old, and had an extraordinary temperament. At the corner of his eye, there was a more obvious black mole the size of a mung bean. Long Chen explained, at that time, I heard their secret conversation. This person seems to be called Ji Shaoyi, Ji Yunhai's grandson. Ji Yunhai's grandson? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. It was really a small world for enemies. White-eyed Wolf asked, what is Ji Shaoyi's battle soul? I don't know. They didn't talk about these things. Long Chen shook his head. Long Chen asked, Brother Qin, is there any relevant information about these people in the city lord's memory? There is some, but not much. At present, including Jiang Yunshuang, the divine kingdom has 6 possessors of the strongest battle soul. Qin Feiyang pondered. 6. Your and demon ancestors' battle souls have successfully evolved. Excluding your Eye of Heaven and Eye of Despair, there are still 8 strongest battle souls left. The possessors of these 8 strongest battle souls are Qin Batian, Lu Xingyang, Mu Tianyang, Lu Xingyang, Mu Qing, Mermaid Princess, Lin Yi, and Lu Jiajin. Now, the divine kingdom has 6 possessors of the strongest battle souls. In other words, there are still 2 possessors of the strongest battle souls that have not appeared. Lunatic said. Hearing Lunatic's words, Long Chen's expression seemed a little unnatural. Big cousin, Qin Feiyang murmured, looked up at Long Chen, and frowned. Your father and the sky-swallowing beast said that my cousin and the inner demons are not dead, but why haven't they appeared yet? How would I know? Long Chen smiled bitterly. Could it be that they are fooling me? Qin Feiyang frowned. This shouldn't be the case. Long Chen shook his head. As such a powerful existence, there was no need to make up such a lie. I hope so. Qin Feiyang sighed, got up, and said, we still have to start with the Protoss first. Who told them to have 3 possessors of the strongest battle souls? Madman also chuckled. Then how are you going to thank me? Long Chen looked at the 2. If she hadn't overheard these things, Qin Feiyang and the others wouldn't have been able to seize the initiative at all. Let the white-eyed wolf repay you with his body. The madman rolled his eyes and chuckled. Long Qin was stunned, and suddenly his face darkened, and said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Yes. Are you trying to find something to say?" "Just this woman, I don't want her." The white-eyed wolf stared at Lunatic. "Bastard." Long Qin was immediately burning with anger. "Who do you think you are? You want this lady to pay you? The situation is tense, run." Seeing that the situation was not good, the white-eyed wolf immediately fled. "Stop right there." Long Qin chased after him angrily. "Qin, Seeing this, Long Qin immediately shouted anxiously, but Long Qin turned a deaf ear. Madman chuckled and said, "They are all young people, just let them be. If they don't fight, they won't be close." "Old Qin, don't you agree?" The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. This senior brother really wanted to see the world in chaos. A row of black lines appeared on Long Chen's forehead. It seemed that this lunatic wanted to play matchmaker. Then, let's take action first. Qin Feiyang looked at the two and said with a smile, "If you want to loot the spirit vein and crystal vein, you two can go. I still have something to do." After Long Chen said that, he glanced at the Devil's Land and asked, "Can I stay here?" "Whatever." Qin Feiyang opened his mouth and asked suspiciously, "But, what are you going to do?" "Keep it a secret first." Long Chen smiled mysteriously and flew alone to the south of the Devil's Land. The south was full of medicine fields, and very few people went there, so it was particularly quiet. What is he going to do? Lunatic was puzzled. It should be the inheritance of the ultimate profound. Qin Feiyang guessed. It's so comfortable to have a powerful father. Lunatic looked envious. Don't be jealous. Don't you have an inheritance now? But I really have to thank Ice Dragon for what happened recently. Qin Feiyang sighed. His heart was very complicated. Yes. If it weren't for his help, facing the inheritance of 15 ultimate profound of the death law, we would have to suffer in silence. Moreover, whether it was in the Western continent or here, it was because of their help that we were able to escape. Lunatic nodded. But my hatred for him just can't be dispelled. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and shook his head. Let's not think about these annoying things first. Let's go, let's start with Hao Yu City. Hee hee. Lunatic bared his teeth. Swish. Both of them appeared outside. The headless body of the city lord was still there. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and buried the body. Then, Lunatic opened a space-time tunnel and the two of them walked in one after another. Just as the two of them left, 2 guards came to the sky above this mountain. Divine sense covered the sky and earth, covering all directions. Very soon. They found the city lord buried at the bottom and hurriedly flew over to dig up, defying the heavens. After carefully observing for a moment, their eyes trembled slightly. That's right. This was the city lord. Sure enough, he had met with misfortune. At that moment, they took out a voice transmission stone and reported this matter. Hao Yu City. City Lord's mansion. At this moment, the atmosphere was particularly oppressive. In a hall, a woman wearing a golden spear sat on top, holding a voice transmission stone in her hand. The city lord is also dead, below. The 4 guards couldn't help but turn pale. Chapter 4061. The woman glanced at the 4 commanders before looking at the left side of the hall. There was a white-haired old man sitting there with his eyes closed as if he was resting. Father, can you say something? Don't keep silent, okay? Her words were filled with anxiety and anger. The 4 commanders also looked at the white-haired old man and said flatteringly, Old Master Wang, now that the city lord isn't here, you are the backbone of our Hao Yu City. You can't just sit there and do nothing. Moreover, you are related to the city lord by marriage, and the young city lord is your son-in-law. Old Man Wang slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the four commanders with an extremely cold expression. But when he looked at the woman, a trace of affection appeared in his eyes. He sighed, misfortune never comes alone. Who did this father and son offend? I don't know. But even if they offended someone, they wouldn't dare to be so brazen. The woman frowned. That's right. The city lord has a high status. Who would have the guts to touch him? The four commanders nodded. Old Master Wang also felt that it made sense. He suddenly asked, could it be that they did something wrong and angered the higher-ups? The higher-ups. The woman and the four commanders were startled. It shouldn't be. Old Master Wang shook his head and rejected the idea. He muttered, if it's really someone under the sovereign or someone from the god race, there's no need to hide to kill the father and son. They can just give the order. Yes. It must be someone else. The woman nodded. Killing the city lord is equivalent to offending the sovereign. Why are these people so bold? Old Master Wang frowned. Boom. But at this moment, two powerful auras descended above the city. Immediately after, following a loud explosion, the spirit formation above the city shattered with a loud bang. What's going on? The six of them hurriedly ran out and looked up. They saw two young men standing in the sky. It was Qin Feiyang and Madman. It's them. The woman's eyes turned cold. Old Master Wang looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman with shock in his eyes. Half-step sovereign realm cultivation had this ability. That's right. Qin Feiyang and Madman's cultivation were still suppressed to the half-step sovereign realm. The woman said in a low voice, they've already broken the barrier. Doesn't this prove that they're hiding their strength? Boom. His voice fell. The woman immediately took a step forward to meet Qin Feiyang and the man. Hurry up and catch up. Old Man Wang's face changed. He gave an order to the four commanders and rushed to the woman's side. At the same time, Madman and Qin Feiyang also looked down at the woman. Who is it? Madman was suspicious. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, Li Aotian's wife, the pearl of the Wang family, Wang Biyun. The one beside her is her father, the old master of the Wang family, who is also the current head of the Wang family. After reading the memories of the father and son, he was naturally familiar with them. So it's them. Madman nodded in realization and laughed, hurry up, I'll go take care of them. All right. Qin Feiyang smiled. Sweeping his eyes over the entire city, he said, leave Haoyu City immediately. His voice was like a bell, resounding in all directions. What does he mean? He wants us to leave Haoyu City. What is he trying to do? Everyone was surprised. But the next moment, they panicked and fled out of the city. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The cause and effect law and the law of death surged out like a tide and poured into the city below. The city immediately began to crumble and crack. The aura of this law, yes, it has reached the level of the ultimate meaning. He actually mastered two ultimate profundities of supreme laws of nature. Everyone was shocked. Wang Biyun, the old master of the Wang family, and the four commanders also had a change of expression. Kiki, if you know what's good for you, quickly scram. Madman took a step in front of the six of them with a sinister smile on his face. How dare you be so presumptuous after killing my father-in-law and husband? Wang Biyun was furious. The law of swords surged out and the ultimate meaning instantly appeared in the sky. Fuck. Madman was dumbfounded. Li Aotian's wife actually mastered the ultimate meaning? Although it was only the ultimate meaning of an ordinary law, it was still shocking enough. Because in the sky cloud realm, people like Elder Hua who ruled a continent didn't master the ultimate meaning of an ordinary law. The divine kingdom's strength was indeed worthy of its reputation. However, with just an ordinary law's ultimate meaning, they wanted to avenge Li Aotian and Elder Hua? What a joke. The ultimate meaning of the law of thunder was instantly activated. Accompanied by a loud rumble, the two ultimate meanings collided with a loud bang. It's only so-so. Let's attack together. The four commanders looked at each other and activated an ordinary law's ultimate meaning one after another. All right. I admit that the divine kingdom is really strong. Madman looked at the four commanders and saw that each of them had grasped an ultimate profound. He immediately felt powerless. Fortunately, the divine kingdom didn't invade the sky cloud realm. Otherwise, the sky cloud realm's foundation wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps between the divine kingdom's teeth. Boom! At the same time, an aura of death emerged from the Wang family's old man's body. The 18 layers of hell appeared in an instant. The ultimate meaning of the law of death. Madman's eyes narrowed slightly. You dare to kill my son-in-law, you're really tired of living. Let me tell you, even if a god descends today, he won't be able to save you. The Wang family's old man said coldly. Boom! The ultimate meaning of the law of death, as well as the ultimate meaning of Wang Biyun and the four commanders, immediately charged towards Madman with the power to destroy the world. Look at how arrogant you are. Madman's face was full of disdain. Boom! The ultimate meaning of the law of death and the law of destruction instantly evolved. Accompanied by a loud bang, the 6 ultimate meanings were annihilated on the spot. What? He actually also mastered 2 ultimate meanings of the strongest laws. You guys, quickly escort Bu away. The Wang family's old man's face changed as he immediately looked at the 4 commanders and roared. The 4 commanders' faces were already pale. How could they dare to hesitate? He immediately took Wang Biyun and flew away without looking back. At the same time, the Wang family's old man looked outside the city and roared, "Quickly come and help." Boom! A series of terrifying auras burst out from his body. 4 figures broke through the air and landed beside the Wang family's old man. These people were all very old. But their auras were extremely powerful. Just the Wang family is hiding so many people with ultimate meaning of the strongest laws? Madman was stunned. How terrifying was the foundation of this divine kingdom? No matter how many ultimate meanings you have mastered, as long as there is no will of the heavenly Tao, you will undoubtedly die today. The Wang family's old man sneered. Boom! The 5 of them activated their ultimate meaning at the same time. They were all ultimate laws. At this moment, the city had completely collapsed. One by one, the spirit vein and crystal vein rose from the ground, each as huge as a mountain ridge. They are trying to snatch the spirit vein and crystal vein of our Haoyu city. Old man Wang, we can't let them succeed. The crowd in the distance roared. Although many people in Haoyu city had already stepped into the sovereign realm and didn't need the spirit vein and crystal vein, they all had descendants. Without the spirit vein and crystal vein, these descendants wouldn't be able to cultivate. In short, no matter where it was, the spirit vein and crystal vein were indispensable. Seeing this, the Wang family's old man and the other 4's faces were gloomy to the extreme. All the ultimate meanings were activated at the same time and charged toward Qin Feiyang in the sky. Do you think I am air? Madman raised his eyebrows. He only activated one ultimate meaning of the death law. The people of Haoyu City were puzzled. What's the situation with this person? There were 5 people on Old Man Wang's side, a total of 5 ultimate meanings of the strongest laws. You want to block 5 ultimate meanings of the strongest laws by activating one ultimate meaning of the strongest laws? You must be dreaming. In fact, Old Man Wang and the other 4's faces were full of ridicule. However, at the next moment, they were dumbfounded. The mark of all evil appeared between Madman's eyebrows. The power of the death law suddenly soared by a large margin, and the 18 levels of hell suppressed the 5 ultimate meanings, shattering them one by one. Impossible. Countless people looked at this scene in shock. What's going on? A single ultimate intent was actually able to fight to a draw with 5 ultimate intents? But Madman was very dissatisfied with this result. Because back then, Qin Feiyang's ultimate meaning of the life and death law could fight 1 against 6. But now, under the blessing of the origin of all evil, the 18 levels of hell could only fight 1 against 5. This meant that the power of the origin of all evil couldn't be compared to the ultimate meaning of the life and death law. He originally thought that the origin of all evil and the ultimate meaning of the life and death law should be on par, but he didn't expect the difference to be so big. Although the power of the two only differed by 1 ultimate meaning, when fighting, the difference was like heaven and earth. Because the ultimate meaning of the life and death law could completely crush the power of the origin of all evil. To hell with it. Why is this so similar to the mark of the god race? Old man Wang murmured, and a trace of fear crept up his face as he shouted, "Go!" At that moment, the 5 of them turned around and fled without looking back. At this time, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and all the crystal vein and spirit vein disappeared from between his eyebrows. "Let's go." Then, he put away the power of the law, looked at the people in the distance, and smiled at Madman. "Where are we going?" Madman bared his teeth. "Strike while the iron is hot. Cold Wind City." Qin Feiyang secretly smiled and gave Madman a coordinate. He definitely couldn't say it in public, otherwise the other party would know their whereabouts and arrange a trap in advance, waiting for them to take the initiative to come to their door. Madman opened a space-time tunnel, and the two turned around and left under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Chapter 4062. Not long after, a man in black descended above the ruins, exuding a shocking murderous aura, as if he was a demon god that had walked out of a sea of corpses. Looking at the scene in front of him, his face sank. "Lord!" Old Master Wang and the others hurriedly flew over and bowed. "Where are they?" the man in black asked. He had rushed over after receiving the message for help. "They're gone." Old Master Wang was in great pain. "Where did they go?" The man in black frowned. "I don't know." Everyone shook their heads. The man in black clenched his fists and asked, "Are there any casualties in Haoyu City?" Old Master Wang shook his head and said, "The casualties are nothing, but our spirit vein and crystal vein were all snatched away by them." "Who said there were no casualties?" "The city lord and the young city lord died in their hands." One of the commanders roared. "What? The city lord is dead?" The man in black was shocked. "Yes. Not long ago, they were killed outside the city, leaving only a headless corpse." Wang Biyun nodded, her face full of grief. "Preposterous." The man in black was furious and asked, "Who are they?" "I don't know." Old Master Wang shook his head and suddenly said, "But one of them seems to have mastered a method similar to the god race mark." "A method similar to the god race mark?" The man in black was stunned. "Yes." Old Master Wang nodded. Thinking of how the other party only relied on 1 death law ultimate profound to crush their 5 ultimate profound, his scalp couldn't help but go numb. "Similar to the god race mark," the man in black murmured, as if suddenly thinking of something. He hurriedly asked, "What do they look like? And what does the mark look like?" Old Master Wang waved his hand, and Qin Feiyang and Madman's shadows appeared. The man in black immediately sized up Qin Feiyang and Madman. Qin Feiyang and Madman had changed their appearances. Even if the man in black knew them, he definitely wouldn't be able to recognize them now. However, the man in black's gaze quickly locked onto the mark of all evil between Madman's eyebrows, his eyes filled with surprise. After a while, he took out the divine sound transmission stone. Buzz! A figure quickly appeared. It was the old man in black who followed the human race's supreme. "Great Paragon." The man in black bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Great Venerable." Old Man Wang and the others knelt respectfully in the air. "Is something the matter?" the black-robed old man asked. "Great Venerable, there's something I'd like to ask you." The black-clothed man turned the divine sound transmission stone and asked Qin Feiyang and the madman's phantoms, "Have you seen this mark before?" The black-clothed old man looked at the mark between the madman's brows, and his gaze shook slightly as he said with surprise, "Isn't that the mark of all evil? I've heard about it from Lord Supreme. Seal of all evil." The man in black was shocked and asked, "Then isn't he a madman?" "That's right. He's a lunatic." The old man in black nodded and asked in a deep voice, "You have news about him?" "Yes." Previously, they changed their appearances and appeared in Bright Moon City. They killed the city lord and his son, and even stole all of Bright Moon City's spirit veins and crystal veins. But now, he has already left. His whereabouts are unknown. The man in black said. Since they appeared in Bright Moon City, it means that they have always been in the West Continent. Send more people to find them. But remember, don't fight them head-on. You're no match for them. The old man in black warned. Understood. The man in black turned off the transmission stone and looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman's shadows again with a trace of fear in his eyes. He had never thought that it was this group of people who came to Bright Moon City to commit murder. Old man Wang immediately asked, "My lord, is the madman you and the great venerable talking about the madman from the sky cloud field?" "That's right." The man in black nodded. "It's them." In an instant, everyone's faces were filled with shock. The name of Qin Feiyang and the others had already spread throughout the Divine Kingdom. Not only did they snatch the gate of the Divine Kingdom, but they also successfully escaped from the pursuit of the king and the others. Now, the reason why the major cities were so heavily guarded was because they were looking for these people. But they had never thought that Bright Moon City would be so unlucky to become the first target of these people. The man in black was silent for a while, then he looked at Old Man Wang and asked, "You are?" Old Man Wang hurriedly said, "I'm the head of the Wang family in Bright Moon City, Wang Danian." Wang Danian, the man in black pondered for a while and asked, "You're Wang Chuan's father?" Yes. Wang Danian nodded and pulled Wang Biyun, "This is my daughter, Biyun, and also Chuan, her sister. The dead city lord and his son are Biyun's husband and father-in-law. My lord, you must uphold justice for me." Wang Biyun cried. This was really an unexpected disaster. Wang Chuan and I are friends, so I will definitely help if I can. The man in black comforted her and sighed, "But I really can't help with this matter. You may not know the strength of these people. Not to mention me, even the Great Venerable and the others are not necessarily a match for Qin Feiyang and the others. So, my condolences." Wang Biyun's eyes trembled. Sigh. The man in black sighed and looked at Wang Danian. "Bright Moon City is now without a leader. I hope Uncle Wang can temporarily take over the role of City Lord to rebuild Bright Moon City and stabilize the order of Bright Moon City. It's my duty." Wang Danian nodded. "Thank you. But you don't have to worry. Qin Feiyang and the others' goal should be the Crystal Vein and the Soul Vein, so they may not come to Bright Moon City again in the future. As for the Soul Vein and Crystal Vein you lost, I will report it to the Great Venerable. At that time, the Great Venerable will think of a way for you." The man in black smiled. "Thank you, my lord. Also thank the Great Venerable for us." Everyone said gratefully. The man in black waved his hand, looked at the disappointed Wang Biyun, and comforted, "My condolences." After saying that, he turned and left. At the same time, in the depths of a mountain, there was an ancient hall. Inside the hall, at this moment, a middle-aged man in a golden robe was sitting on top. Below, the old man in black stood respectfully and was talking about what happened in Bright Moon City. The middle-aged man was the human race's supreme. The old man in black was the Great Venerable. After a while, after the Great Venerable finished talking, he looked up at the Supreme and asked, "My lord, what do you think of this matter?" The Supreme frowned and said, "They only took the Soul Vein and Crystal Vein and didn't start a massacre. It seems that they didn't want to massacre the city. I guess they don't dare to massacre the city." The Great Venerable smiled. Don't dare? With their strength, what else do they not dare to do? Moreover, with the damage our divine kingdom has caused to the sky cloud realm, even if they massacre the city, we have nothing to say. I can only say that there is a trace of kindness in their hearts. The human race's supreme said. The great venerable was slightly stunned and asked carefully, listening to what you said, it seems that you appreciate them? Putting aside the grudges between the divine kingdom and the sky cloud realm, don't they deserve appreciation? In our divine kingdom, have you seen more outstanding young people than them? The human race's supreme asked. The great venerable lowered his head, and the geniuses of the divine kingdom kept flashing through his mind. He shook his head and said, no. Wait, aren't there those few? If they take action, they can definitely compete with Qin Fei Yang and the others. Those few, the human race's supreme murmured and sighed, even the monarch, the divine king, and I can't order them to take action. It's difficult to expect them to take action. Hearing this, the great venerable looked a little helpless. As for the death of Hao Yu City Lord and his son, there's a saying that flies don't bite a seamless egg. Everyone in Hao Yu City is fine except for the two of them, and they died outside the city. There must be another reason. The Supreme speculated. As expected of the human race's Supreme. He didn't even ask anyone to investigate and he could see the clues. Do you need me to send someone to investigate? The great venerable asked. Don't worry. What we need to do now is to find them quickly. If we let them continue like this, the West Continent will fall into chaos sooner or later. The human race's Supreme rubbed his forehead, feeling very tired. Even if they found them, what could they do? Unless they found a chance to encircle and annihilate them, even if they met face to face, as the human race's Supreme, he wouldn't be able to stop these young people. Buzz. At this moment, the divine voice-transmitting stone rang. The great venerable hurriedly took it out, and another black-robed man appeared. What's the matter? The great venerable frowned. The black-robed man said in a deep voice, I just received news that Cold Wind City was robbed, and all the spirit and crystal veins were taken away. What? The great venerable exclaimed. How long had it been? Another city was robbed? The human race's Supreme asked, was it Qin Fei Yang and the others? I don't know. It said that two unfamiliar faces did it. But one of them has the same means as the God race's mark. He crushed all the overlords in Cold Wind City with just two ultimate profound laws. The black-robed man said. It seems to be them. The human race's Supreme shook his head helplessly. The black-robed man was stunned for a moment, then asked in surprise, you mean, that mark is the mark of all evil? Yes. The human race's Supreme nodded. What are they doing? The black-robed man was furious. The great venerable glanced at the human race's Supreme, then looked at the black-robed man and asked, are there any casualties in Cold Wind City? No. Apart from the spirit and crystal veins, there are no injuries. I even heard that before snatching the spirit and crystal veins, they even asked the people of Cold Wind City to evacuate in advance, as if they didn't want to hurt them. The black-robed man frowned. The way these people did things was really hard to fathom. Okay. Continue to keep an eye on them, and let us know immediately if there's any news. The great venerable ordered. Yes. The black-robed man nodded, and the shadow quickly disappeared. The great venerable pondered for a while, put away the divine voice-transmitting stone, and looked up at the human race's Supreme, saying, it seems that their goal is indeed only the spirit and crystal veins, but why are they collecting so many spirit and crystal veins? Could it be for the sky cloud realm? I've been to the sky cloud realm, and the sky cloud realm doesn't lack spirit and crystal veins. The human race's Supreme shook his head. That's strange. The great venerable frowned. They'll definitely take action again, the human race's Supreme thought for a while, then looked at the great venerable and said, you 10 venerables, go to the major cities and see if you can meet them. If you meet them, don't attack them, but politely invite them to Mount Supreme as guests. Guests. The great venerable was stunned. Wasn't this inviting a wolf into the house? Besides, Mount Supreme was the most sacred place in the West Continent, and also their headquarters. In the eyes of the other party, this must be a dangerous place. Facing such a situation, would they agree to come? Yes, guests. I'll have a good talk with them. The human race's supreme nodded. I'll do my best. The Great Venerable took a deep breath, nodded, and then turned around and left quickly. Chapter 4063. Half a month passed. A total of 50 cities in the West Continent had been plundered. This matter caused a sensation in the entire Divine Kingdom. For a time, the members of the God race and the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race all came to the West Continent to watch the show. But the Sea race and Beast race of the East Continent were very quiet, as if it had nothing to do with them. On this day, Qin Fei Yang and Madman arrived in the sky above another city. In the Divine Kingdom, this city could be considered a mid-tier city. However, it was several times larger than the major cities in the Sky Cloud realm. This was the difference. Cities like Cloud Sea City and Wind Sea City could only be considered medium-sized cities in the Divine Kingdom. It's them. Now, everyone could recognize Qin Fei Yang and Madman at a glance. Stop. Accompanied by a shout, a middle-aged man flew out from the city and landed in front of Qin Fei Yang and Madman. Looking at this middle-aged man, Qin Fei Yang and Madman's pupils immediately constricted. This person was about 1.8 meters tall and as thin as a match. His hair was half white and half black, and his eyes were deep, giving him a gloomy feeling. Moreover, this person's aura was very strong, and even Qin Fei Yang and Madman could feel a sense of danger. Obviously, he was definitely a terrifying expert. The middle-aged man said, "I am the third venerable of Mount Supreme. I hope the two of you can show mercy." This third venerable had been waiting here for half a month, and finally Qin Fei Yang and Madman arrived. However, facing Qin Fei Yang and Madman, he was also a little nervous. Mount Supreme? Third venerable? Madman was stunned. Mount Supreme is the highest place in the West Continent, and it is also the residence of the human race's sovereign. And there are 10 venerables under the human race's sovereign. These 10 people, regardless of strength or status, are the strongest existences in the West Continent, excluding the human race's sovereign. It seems, they all have the will of the heavenly Tao. Qin Fei Yang sized up the third venerable while explaining to Madman. You're so familiar with the West Continent in such a short time. As expected of a monster from the Sky Cloud realm. Third venerable's voice was a little hoarse. At first glance, it sounded like the voice of a demon, causing people to unconsciously feel a sense of panic. You flatter me. However, Lord Third Venerable didn't wait for us here just to prevent us from looting the crystal vein and the soul line, did he? Qin Fei Yang smiled. The Third Venerable looked at Qin Fei Yang in astonishment. He was too smart. He asked, "Who are you guys?" Qin Fei Yang and Madman looked at each other and consumed a face-restoring pill. Soon, their faces were restored. Qin Fei Yang. Lunatic. Third Venerable's pupils shrank. Compared to the other geniuses of the Sky Cloud realm, he was most afraid of Qin Fei Yang. This was because Qin Fei Yang not only had 3,000 incarnations and the eye of heaven, but he also had the will of the heavenly Tao, the ultimate profundity of the laws of life and death. Others might not be clear, but he was very clear. Even the human sovereign's sword of faith couldn't stop him. He was also very strong, but he wasn't confident at all when facing Qin Fei Yang. They are Qin Fei Yang and Madman? So they don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. But why are they so strong? The people in the city below looked at the two of them curiously. Old Qin, could there be an ambush here? Madman asked as he looked around vigilantly. Don't worry. If there was an ambush, this third venerable wouldn't be standing here and chatting with us. Qin Fei Yang thought to himself. Third venerable took a deep breath and looked at Qin Fei Yang and Madman. Under Lord Sovereign's orders, I'm here to invite the two of you to Mount Supreme as guests. What? They're inviting them to Mount Supreme as guests? Everyone was shocked. This was a great honor. For all the living beings in the West Continent, Mount Supreme was a holy land that they dreamed of. Logically speaking, shouldn't they be suppressed immediately? Why would they be invited to Mount Supreme? And it was an invitation from Lord Sovereign. Qin Feiyang and Madman were also very surprised by this invitation. Because they never thought of it that way. Senior brother, is this a trap? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. It was too abnormal. If they were here to kill them, they would believe it unconditionally. However, the fact that they were invited to Mount Supreme as guests was a bit hard to fathom. Who knows if it's a trap? Madman pursed his lips. But suddenly, his eyes lit up and he sent a voice transmission. Could it be that the human sovereign wants to ask for peace? Ask for peace? Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head. That's impossible. We only looted a few dozen cities' spirit veins and crystal veins. It shouldn't be enough for him to ask for peace. Only. Madman's mouth twitched. In the past half a month, each city had at least 500,000 to 600,000 spirit veins and crystal veins. 50 cities, how many would that be? 20 to 30 million. It was much more than the original spirit veins and crystal veins of the Black Tortoise realm. Even for the Divine Kingdom, 20 to 30 million spirit veins and crystal veins was not a small loss. I really don't know why this guy dared to say the word only. If the human sovereign heard it, he would probably vomit blood from anger. What do the two of you think? Third Venerable's attitude was very polite, as if he was inviting a distinguished guest. Madman glanced at Third Venerable and thought, why don't we go and take a look? No rush. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and waved his hand. The law of death and the law of karma surged out. Seeing this, Third Venerable thought that Qin Feiyang was going to attack him and instinctively retreated. But in the end, he saw the power of the two laws surging towards the city below. Leave the city immediately, or bear the consequences. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, most of the people in the city immediately ran out of the city. But there was also a small number of people who relied on the presence of Third Venerable and had nothing to fear. There were even some people who grasped the ultimate meaning who ran out to clamor. You want to die? I'll grant your wish. Madman's eyes flashed with killing intent as the mark of all evil appeared between his eyebrows. Quickly leave the city. Third Venerable saw that the situation was bad and hurriedly shouted. You want us to leave? Did I hear wrong? Is this something that the Third Venerable should say? Are we just going to watch them do whatever they want? Many people expressed their dissatisfaction. Third Venerable was also helpless. How to stop them? Qin Feiyang's means are not something you can imagine. If they don't withdraw quickly, they will all be buried here. I really don't accept this. A burly man rushed out and activated 2 ultimate meanings. 1 ultimate meaning. 1 ordinary meaning. Let me take a look too. How strong are they? Even the dignified Third Venerable has to hold back. A few more people ran out, all of them grasping ultimate meanings. There was even one person who grasped 3 ultimate meanings, 1 ultimate meaning, and 2 ordinary meaning. If such strength was placed in the sky cloud realm, they would be known by everyone. However, in the Divine Kingdom, they were unknown. If you want to see our strength, you will have to pay a price. Madman chuckled. His 7-foot body instantly turned into a 10,000-foot tall giant. This scene made Third Venerable's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Because this was the first time he saw Madman after his transformation. The berserk aura emitted from his body made people's hair stand on end. Madman punched out. Boom! The ultimate meanings were like withered trees that couldn't withstand a single blow and were instantly shattered. Even the ultimate meaning of the ultimate meaning was the same. There was no fighting power at all. Because only the God race mark could contend with the root of all evil. So strong. The people who ran out of the city looked at Madman's huge body in shock. The few people who were clamoring were also dumbfounded. This is madman's strength? It is indeed terrifying. Not daring to continue being arrogant, they turned around and ran out of the city. I said, you will have to pay the price. Madman slapped out, and his huge hand covered the sky. Boom! At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted like a volcano. The owner of this aura was Third Venerable. A river of stars fell from the sky, emitting an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. This was the ultimate meaning of the spacetime law. Moreover, it also erupted with the will of the heavenly Tao. He couldn't leave them in the lurch, so he chose to make a move. However, he didn't really have the intention to fight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just activated one ultimate meaning. He just wanted to stop Madman and save those people. But Madman didn't care at all. His huge hand crazily fell, and those people couldn't help but scream in despair. Boom! Their bodies were shattered on the spot. Madman grabbed their divine souls and turned to look at Third Venerable. Those huge eyes were like two blood moons, causing Third Venerable's scalp to go numb. Don't hurt their divine souls. Third Venerable's face darkened. The other ultimate meaning of the ultimate meaning were also restless. But at this moment, here, an even more terrifying aura erupted. Third Venerable's expression changed as he hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang. He saw a huge nation floating above Qin Feiyang. It was the ultimate meaning of the life and death law, the nation of life and death. Boom! The nation of life and death shattered the sky and blasted towards the river of stars. The two immediately collapsed in the void. Third Venerable's pupils constricted. Although the two ultimate meanings were evenly matched, he knew that Qin Feiyang had already shown mercy. Because Qin Feiyang didn't activate the will of the heavenly Tao. If he did, it would definitely be a one-sided situation. At the same time, the power of the ultimate meaning of the life and death law also deeply shocked him. His ultimate meaning of the spacetime law was supported by the will of the heavenly Tao, but even so, his ultimate meaning of the life and death law was comparable to it. It was ridiculously strong. Don't attack again. Otherwise, even if you are Third Venerable, I will still kill you. Qin Feiyang said, never looking at Third Venerable. But Third Venerable still felt a bone-piercing sharpness and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Was this the Qin Feiyang of the Sky Cloud realm? With this kind of strength, apart from the rulers, who else could compete with him? The people outside the city finally saw the strength of Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist. They were all shocked. Needless to say, the divine souls in the mad scientist's hand were trembling non-stop. Senior brother, give them a way out. Qin Feiyang looked at the mad scientist and smiled. I don't intend to kill them. I just want to teach them a lesson. The mad scientist bared his teeth. His hand loosened. The divine souls immediately fled for their lives. This lesson was really not ordinary. It would probably leave a shadow in their hearts for the rest of their lives. Chapter 4064. The Third Supremacy also let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they didn't die, otherwise, as a supremacy of Mount Supreme, he would have no face in the future. At this moment, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and took away all the spirit veins and crystal veins. No one dared to stop him. Even the Third Supremacy could only stare. The Third Supremacy took a deep breath and looked at the two of them. Now, can you follow me to Mount Supreme? Crazy was about to speak. But Qin Feiyang reached out and stopped him. He looked at the Third Supremacy and smiled. No rush, we'll meet in Qingtian City in 3 days. With that, he turned around and left with Madman without looking back. Qingtian City? The Third Supremacy raised his eyebrows. They still want to rob Qingtian City? The people outside the city were also in an uproar. So unscrupulous, is there any law? This is simply bullying. A moment later. Outside the city. In the sky above a mountain. Crazy looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and asked, what do you mean? Why did you say that we're going to Qingtian City in public? Don't say anything. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Then, he swept his gaze over the surrounding void without batting an eyelid. Crazy was stunned and immediately became vigilant. He asked, "Someone is following us? We can't rule out this possibility. After all, even the Third Supremacy has personally appeared. Moreover, we can't be careless with the next plan." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he released his divine sense without any warning, covering the entire area with it. Immediately, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he turned around and looked at the void behind him. There really is someone? Madman was shocked and immediately released his divine sense towards the void behind him. As expected, there was a spatial divine item hidden in the void a few miles away. The owner of the spatial divine item also realized that the two of them had discovered it and immediately controlled the spatial divine item to turn around and escape. Humph. Crazy snorted and chased after it like lightning, throwing a punch at the spatial divine item. With a loud crack, the spatial divine item shattered on the spot and a black-clothed man fell out in a sorry state. This person was 7 feet tall and had a cold face. His 2 thick black eyebrows were like sharp swords that emitted an invisible sharpness. But at this moment, his eyes were filled with panic. He never thought that these two people would be so vigilant. "Who are you?" Madman stepped forward and blocked the black-robed man. Qin Feiyang also took a step forward and stood behind the black-clothed man. "Don't misunderstand. I don't mean any harm." The black-clothed man hurriedly waved his hand. "You don't have any ill intentions. Why are you following us?" Madman sneered. "Really? I'm just following orders. Please have mercy on me." The black-clothed man was terrified. Although he had never seen the two of them before, as a member of the Supreme Palace, he had long heard of their deeds. Even the monarch was once defeated by Qin Feiyang. The Supreme Palace was a force founded by the supreme being of the human race, and there were many experts there. All the human tribes and all the major cities were under the jurisdiction of the Supreme Palace. It could be said that they had supreme authority. "I hate being followed the most." Madman's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Wait." Qin Feiyang reached out to stop Madman. He walked to Madman's side and sized up the black-clothed man. Facing Qin Feiyang, the black-clothed man was even more terrified. Madman's methods were terrifying, but in comparison, Qin Feiyang's methods were even more shocking. "You shouldn't be here under orders, right?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Huh?" The black-clothed man looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. "In other words, you are here for revenge." Qin Feiyang laughed. The black-clothed man's eyes trembled. What was wrong with this person? He could actually see through his thoughts. "Old Qin, what do you mean?" Madman also looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. "Senior brother, if you know his identity, you will know why I said that. He is Wang Chuan." The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted. "Wang Chuan?" Madman was stunned. Who was this person? But the black-clothed man's face was instantly filled with disbelief. How did he know his identity? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Wang Chuan, the son of old Master Wang, Wang Biyu's elder brother, which is also Li Aotian's brother-in-law." So that's the case. Madman suddenly understood. They killed Li Aotian and his son. As his brother-in-law, Wang Chuan naturally wouldn't let it go. And this brother-in-law is also an enforcer of the Supreme Palace. He seems to have mastered 3 ultimate mysteries. One is the law of destruction, the law of earth, and the law of metal. Wang Chuan, am I wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Chuan with a smile. Looking at this person, he couldn't help but have a thought in his mind. When Wang Chuan heard this, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He actually knew about his situation so well. It was as if he had specially investigated him. Don't misunderstand. You are not qualified for us to investigate. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Wang Chuan clenched his fists. He was too arrogant. After all, he was an enforcer of the Supreme Palace. Not convinced? Madman smiled and said, I was wondering why the Wang family was so powerful to be able to help Li Aotian's father become the city lord of Haoyu City. It turns out that it was your power. Wang Chuan glanced at Madman, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, since you have already found out, then give me a quick death. You want to die? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. I won't kill you. Wang Chuan was surprised. Won't kill him? What did he mean? To be honest, I sympathize with your sister. Not only did she marry a playboy, but she was also betrayed by him. Qin Feiyang smiled. Betrayed? Wang Chuan frowned. You still don't know. Your brother-in-law had an affair with a dancer in the city lord's residence behind your sister's back. And he was very playful, running deep into the mountains and forests to find excitement. Madman looked at him mockingly. Impossible. Wang Chuan shook his head. He was sure that he looked down on Li Aotian. He didn't want to improve himself and was a typical playboy. However, he also knew Li Aotian's character. He definitely wouldn't dare to do something like betraying his sister. It seems that all of you were kept in the dark. We saw it with our own eyes. Speaking of which, you should thank us for helping you get rid of this scum. Madman snickered. How could this be? Wang Chuan muttered. This was simply too unexpected. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. We told you this because we wanted to tell you that we didn't kill the innocent. Now, let's talk about the conditions for your life. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. What conditions? Wang Chuan asked. It's very simple. Take away your ultimate meaning of the law of destruction and give it to me. Qin Feiyang smiled. What? Wang Chuan's body trembled. He actually wanted his ultimate meaning of the law of destruction. One had to know. The reason why he could become a law enforcer of the Supreme Palace was mainly because he had mastered the ultimate meaning of the law of destruction. If he were to take it away, would he still be able to stay in the Supreme Palace? He would probably be kicked out on the spot. Madman also smiled in realization. Didn't Qin Feiyang also master the ultimate meaning of the law of destruction? Therefore, he targeted Wang Chuan's law. The ultimate meaning could be taken away. The reason why they didn't do this in the Sky Cloud realm was because they couldn't find anyone. Because there were too few people in the Sky Cloud realm who had mastered the ultimate meaning. As for people like Feather Emperor, Blood Ancestor, Little Rabbit, Long Chen, and Qi Shaoyun, they couldn't do anything. But the Divine Kingdom was different. Here, there was no lack of ultimate meaning. In any random city, one could find 3 or 4 of them. As long as one was strong enough and ruthless enough, obtaining a few ultimate meaning inheritances was just a matter of minutes. However, it was definitely impossible to make someone willingly hand over the ultimate meaning. After all, the ultimate meaning wasn't just the strongest means, it also represented status and power. Losing the ultimate meaning was equivalent to instantly falling from heaven to hell. Just like Wang Chuan at this moment. No matter what, he wasn't willing to hand it over to Qin Feiyang. If he was really forced, he would rather choose to self-destruct and destroy himself along with the ultimate meaning. The ultimate meaning is very precious, but no matter what, it can't be compared to life. As long as you can keep your life, no matter how much you lose, you can still get it back in the future. But if you lose your life, then no matter how much you have, it doesn't have much meaning. Am I right? Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Chuan with a smile. But in Wang Chuan's eyes, this smile was like a demon smiling at him. He couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Boom! The next moment, a destructive aura rushed out from his body. Sure enough, he chose to self-destruct. Damn it, you still dare to self-destruct? Madman was furious. The all-evil seal opened, accompanied by a scream, instantly shattering Wang Chuan's chi-si. Even if you kill me, I won't give it to you. Wang Chuan roared. You really think I don't dare to kill you? A cold light flashed in Madman's eyes as he slapped Wang Chuan's head. Wang Chuan sneered and closed his eyes, waiting for death. This scene made Madman helpless. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, "What do we do now?" Sigh. Qin Feiyang also sighed helplessly. This ultimate profound had to be done willingly. If the other party is unwilling, even if you put a knife on the other party's neck, it won't work, especially for someone like Wang Chuan who isn't afraid of death. As for forcibly taking it away, it was impossible to do that. The white-eyed wolf can do it, but after the white-eyed wolf takes it away, the ultimate meaning will disappear. This is a bit of a headache. Should we bring him to Soul Ceiling Valley? Madman asked. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. No matter what, he must obtain the ultimate meaning of the law of destruction today. For someone like him who had 3,000 incarnations, any additional ultimate intent would increase his combat power by several folds. Madman grabbed Wang Chuan, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the three of them immediately appeared above Soul Ceiling Valley. This place is, smelling the pungent smell and looking at the terrifying scene below, Wang Chuan's face turned pale. I'll say it one last time, do you want to hand over the ultimate meaning of the law of destruction? Madman asked. Wang Chuan swallowed his saliva and clenched his fists. Looking at the two of them, he sneered, "You want me to submit in such a place? You guys are looking down on me too much. You have backbone. However, I hope you can really withstand it." Madman chuckled, grabbed Wang Chuan, and threw him into Soul Ceiling Valley. Chapter 4065. However, even when Wang Chuan fell into Soul Ceiling Valley, he didn't change his expression as he looked coldly at Qin Feiyang and Madman. He's really not afraid of anything? Madman frowned. What can we do about it? After all, it's the ultimate meaning. There are many people in this world who regard the ultimate meaning as more important than their lives. Let's not talk about him, let's talk about us. If someone asks us to hand over the ultimate meaning, will we be willing? We definitely won't be willing. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Then what should we do? Madman asked. I don't know either. Qin Feiyang shook his head. It was easy to deal with people who were afraid of death. But facing someone like Wang Chuan who not only wasn't afraid of death but also took the initiative to seek death, they were helpless. Madman pondered for a while. Suddenly, there was a sneer in his eyes as he stared at Wang Chuan. I want to see how tough you are. Wang Chuan revealed a mocking look. It was as if he was saying, bring it on if you have any means. Madman looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed, let's go to Bright Moon City. Bright Moon City? Wang Chuan was shocked. Why would they go to Bright Moon City? This was also the doubt in Qin Feiyang's heart. Isn't the Wang family in Bright Moon City? Why don't we go and wash the Wang family with blood now and exterminate them without leaving a single one? Madman's eyes were overflowing with blood. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and nodded, I have the same idea. Wash the Wang family with blood. Wang Chuan's eyes trembled as he hurriedly shouted, stop right there. The two lowered their heads and looked at Wang Chuan suspiciously. Wang Chuan clenched his fists and closed his eyes in pain before finally nodding, all right, I will give you the ultimate meaning of the destruction law. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other, revealing a trace of a smile in their eyes. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was very concerned about his family. This person wasn't too bad. They originally thought that after obtaining the ultimate meaning of the destruction law, they would directly kill this person. But now, it was better to let him live so that he could go back and fulfill his filial piety. Very soon, Wang Chuan stripped away the ultimate meaning of the law of destruction. He looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, promise me that you won't harm my family. If you had done this earlier, we wouldn't have come up with this plan. Madman chuckled. Wang Chuan glanced at the ultimate esoteric law of destruction, his face filled with reluctance. Then, he gritted his teeth and waved his hand, sending the ultimate esoteric law of destruction flying toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed Wang Chuan and waved his hand, causing Wang Chuan to emerge from soul-sealing valley. Without the ultimate profound, what's the point of me living? Since I gave you the ultimate profound, please send my corpse to Hayu City and hand it to my father. Tell him that your son is unfilial. Wang Chuan's eyes were empty. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his palm towards the top of his head. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and stopped Wang Chuan, saying, "Why are you doing this? In a person's life, other than status, power, and wealth, there are many other things that are worth cherishing. You snatched my ultimate profound, and now you're telling me these principles. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" Wang Chuan sneered. "But if you didn't follow us and have the intention to kill us, would I have the chance to snatch your ultimate profound? This is karma, where there is a cause, there must be an effect," Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "Where there is a cause, there must be an effect," Wang Chuan murmured. Suddenly, he closed his eyes, and the power of karma was gradually born. The hell? Epiphany? Madman looked at Wang Chuan in shock. He really didn't expect that this person could enter an epiphany state, and what he comprehended was the karma law. We seem to have underestimated him a little. Qin Feiyang was also very surprised. Madman nodded. Those who can enter an epiphany have limitless potential. Especially their luck, it far surpassed others. As time passed, the karma force emitted from Wang Chuan's body became stronger and stronger. About half an hour passed. Wang Chuan finally opened his eyes. Looking at the karma law around him, he raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang with an extremely complicated expression. It was clearly this person who snatched his ultimate profound from the destruction law, but now, because of this person, he comprehended the karma law. What an ill-fated relationship. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the three of them appeared in the void outside. "You can leave now," Qin Feiyang said. "Not killing me?" Wang Chuan was stunned. "Originally, I wanted to kill you, but your concern for your family and your talent made me have a whole new level of respect for you. However, let me give you a piece of advice: don't be greedy for status and power. These things will only become shackles for people, making them sink deeper and deeper until they finally lose their way. At that time, not only will it bury your talent, but it will also make you fall into eternal damnation. So, take care of yourself." Qin Feiyang reminded and led Madman into the Black Tortoise world, leaving Wang Chuan standing alone in the void in a daze. Black Tortoise world. "It seems that you really admire him." Madman laughed. "He is a talent. Unfortunately, he is not one of our talents." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then, aren't you afraid that he will take revenge on you in the future?" Madman looked at him mockingly. "If he really listened to my words, he wouldn't do that." "Of course. Even if he comes for revenge, what's there to be afraid of?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and walked toward the ancient castle. "That's true. Killing him is just a matter of convenience." Madman nodded and quickly chased after him, asking, "Are you planning to fuse with the ultimate profound from the destruction law?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then, 3 days later, are we still going to Clear Sky City?" Madman asked. "Not going. I didn't plan to go in the first place. I just want to see if they will set up an ambush in advance after hearing the news." Qin Feiyang smiled. "I see." Madman nodded and asked, "Then, when do you plan to go to the southern continent?" Seeing that Qin Feiyang was getting stronger and stronger, he also couldn't wait to go to the southern continent to kill the god race prodigies and unlock the seal on the box as soon as possible to obtain the inheritance and grasp the will of the heavens. "Don't be in such a hurry. The plan has to be done step by step." Qin Feiyang chuckled and asked, "You don't seem to have anything to do next. Why don't you go to Clear Sky City to take a look?" "Okay. As long as I can successfully kill the god race prodigies, I will listen to you." Madman bared his teeth. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He gave Madman a coordinate and sent him out of the Black Tortoise realm. Then, he entered the ancient castle to fuse with the ultimate profound from the destruction law. When Madman appeared outside, Wang Chuan was still there. What are you doing? Why aren't you leaving? Do you really want to die? Madman looked at him suspiciously. Wang Chuan came back to his senses and looked up at Madman. He shook his head and said, I don't want to die now. Why? Just because you comprehended the karma law? Madman was curious. No. Wang Chuan shook his head and took a deep breath. Because now, I have found the right goal in life. I will return to the sovereign palace later and ask the great sovereign for my resignation. I will go. You have such high awareness? Madman was stunned. This was really unexpected. Wang Chuan pondered for a while and asked Madman, did Li Aotian really betray my sister? We don't need to lie to you about this. Although he and that dancer hid it well, there are many people in the city lord mansion. Someone must know, but they don't dare to say it. You can go back and investigate, won't you know? Madman said lightly. Thank you. Wang Chuan cupped his hands and thanked him. Then, he opened a space-time tunnel. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and said to Madman, the foundation of the divine kingdom is not something you can imagine. Be careful. Then, without waiting for Madman's reply, he turned and stepped into the space-time tunnel. Madman looked at Wang Chuan's back in shock. He was really enlightened by Qin Feiyang. His performance was completely different from before. He looked at the space-time tunnel again. He actually mastered the space-time laws. Not bad. He was indeed a talent. However, for them, whether it was Wang Chuan or Li Aotian, they were just passers-by in their lives. Perhaps, they would never meet again. Then, he also opened a space-time tunnel and left. In the blink of an eye. 3 days passed. In these 3 days, the people of Qingtian City were in a state of panic. Because Qin Feiyang had already said that he would descend on Qingtian City in 3 days, not only had the spirit vein and crystal vein been transferred, even the people in the city had been evacuated. The sky gradually brightened and the sun rose. Outside the city, there was a sea of people gathered. There were humans and god race. There were also people of the purple gold divine dragon clan. They were all waiting. Inside the city, it was also dead silent. However, in a hall of the city lord's mansion, there were 3 people sitting. These 3 people were the monarch, the divine king, and the human race sovereign. There was no need to doubt. They were waiting for Qin Feiyang and Li Aotian here. They should be here soon. Through the window, the monarch looked at the rising sun and murmured. The divine king and the human race sovereign looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. Just a few young people needed the 3 of them to come personally. Throughout the countless years of the divine kingdom, when had such a ridiculous thing happened? That's right. In their opinion, this was ridiculous. However, as time passed bit by bit, Qin Feiyang and Li Aotian still didn't appear. The 3 of them couldn't help but frown. The people outside the city also began to discuss. What's going on? It's already late in the morning and they still haven't appeared? Could it be that they are lying to us? That's impossible. With their courage, they will definitely do what they say. Let's wait a little longer. Although they said that they would come to our Qingtian city 3 days later, they didn't say the specific time. It could be in the afternoon or at night. Be patient. The others could wait patiently, but the monarch and the other 2 didn't have the patience. They had a bad premonition in their hearts. Don't you think that this is very strange? The divine king suddenly spoke. What's strange? The monarch was suspicious. When they were ransacking the first 50 cities, they didn't let us know about their actions at all. But when it came to Qingtian City, they directly said it in front of the 3 sovereigns. Is there no problem with this? The divine king frowned. The monarch and the human race sovereign were also surprised when they heard this. Chapter 4066. Suddenly, the divine king's eyes trembled as he said in surprise, "Could it be a diversion? Luring the tiger away from the mountain." The king and the human race supreme being's eyes trembled. If it was really a diversion, what was the goal of Qin Feiyang and the others? Mount Supreme? The forbidden area of the god race? Or the forbidden area of the purple gold divine dragon race? Or to loot other cities? The human race supreme being waved his hand, and 10 venerables appeared. As expected, they were all hiding in the dark. The human race supreme being ordered, "Great Venerable, go back to Mount Supreme and see if there's any movement. The rest of you, go to the major cities and see if there's any trace of Qin Feiyang and the others." Yes. The 10 venerables nodded and immediately turned to leave. The king and the divine king also called out a portion of the hidden experts and ordered them to immediately return to the south and north continent to check on the situation of the 2 continents. And soon, the people sent out came back with news. Everywhere was very quiet, and there was no trace of Qin Feiyang and the others. What are they trying to do? This made the king extremely annoyed, and he couldn't figure it out at all. Time passed. An entire day passed. Qin Feiyang and the others still didn't appear. The king and the other 2 were extremely helpless. They came to Qingtian City with so many people, but in the end, they didn't see anything. These brats must be playing with us. The mermaid supreme being smiled bitterly. Because other than that, there was no other explanation. Do they think we're monkeys? How dare they? The divine king was very angry. Didn't they say that they were coming to Qingtian City? Come on then. What's the point of playing with them like this? Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll let you know the price of angering me. Then, the divine king got up, flicked his sleeves, and left. The king and the human race supreme being looked at each other, shook their heads and smiled helplessly. They also got up and opened a space-time tunnel to leave. At this moment, it was already early in the morning. Not only did the people outside the city not leave, but more and more. What's going on? They didn't come out? The people who came later looked at the peaceful clear sky city in astonishment. Not only did they not come, they didn't even see a shadow. They are toying with us. Toying with us? Brother, don't flatter yourself. We don't even have the qualifications to be toyed with by them. The people they want to toy with are the monarch and the others. Take a look. The monarch, the divine king, and the prime personally came to Qingtian City in order to capture them. However, in the end, they waited for an entire day and did not see anyone. You can imagine how bad the divine king and the others are feeling right now. The crowd discussed animatedly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He actually dared to toy with the divine king, the monarch, and the sovereign. He was truly audacious. The most important thing was, the divine king and the other 2 couldn't do anything about these people and could only sulk. In the blink of an eye. Half a year passed. Qin Feiyang and the others did not appear again, nor did they plunder the city. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. However, the monarch, the divine king, and the supremes of the human race were getting more and more worried. This was too abnormal. It was not the character of Qin Feiyang and the others at all. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Could it be that these little brats were planning some shocking conspiracy? Just a casual sentence was enough to make these big shots live in fear and unable to eat or sleep. If Qin Feiyang knew about this, he would definitely be overjoyed. But one night, half a year later, Qingtian City. Someone outside the city seemed to have seen Qin Feiyang and the madman. As soon as this news spread out, the people of Qingtian City became nervous again. However, some people said that they might have seen wrongly. But a few days later, a few people saw Qin Feiyang and the madman appear outside the city in the middle of the night. And this time, they saw it quite clearly. What? They appeared in Qingtian City again? Mount Supreme. The Supremes of the human race looked at the great venerable below and frowned. Yes. Someone saw it with their own eyes. However, they didn't make a move. They just flashed past each time. The great venerable nodded. What are they trying to do? The Supremes of the human race slammed his palm on the armrest, looking incomparably annoyed. Couldn't they let him have a few days of peace? How about I make a trip to Qingtian City personally? The great venerable asked. Okay. The Supremes of the human race nodded. However, when the great venerable arrived at Qingtian City, Qin Feiyang and the madman never appeared again. Bastard. What are you trying to do? Can't you be more straightforward? That night, the great venerable's angry roar sounded outside the city, shocking everyone. Everyone smiled bitterly when they heard this roar. Qin Feiyang and the others really knew how to cause trouble. Even the great venerable was about to go crazy. Another few days passed. Mount Supreme. This was a majestic mountain range. Towering peaks towered into the sky. From afar, it looked like giant swords towering into the sky. Ancient palaces sat in the mountains, scattered like stars in the sky, looking majestic. The night was as dark as ink. 2 enforcers passed by in the sky. Suddenly, they stopped and looked at a mountain below. They couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. There were 3 black figures on the mountain. They had no aura at all, like ghosts. Who are you? The 2 of them shouted. Hee hee, accompanied by a sinister laugh, a sword light appeared, illuminating the night. It's you. The 2 of them finally saw the 3 black figures on the mountain. It was Qin Feiyang, the madman, and Li Feng. The sword light was emitted by the Time Divine Sword. The Time Divine Sword was the ultimate profound of the time law. Its sharp edge tore the sky and split the earth. And the person who attacked was Li Feng. He had already fused with the inheritance that Long Chen gave him, the ultimate profound of the time law. Of course, Qin Feiyang had also fused with the ultimate profound of the destruction law. With the appearance of the Time Divine Sword, the 2 enforcers' expressions changed, and they shouted, Supremes, Qin Feiyang and the others have come to Mount Supreme. Their voices were like a bell, resounding through the night sky. What? The Supremes of the human race was sitting in a hall with his eyes closed. Hearing this, he immediately opened his eyes, and the anger in his eyes was clearly visible. You didn't come when I invited you, but you came here secretly? Why are you so insensible? Boom! A monstrous aura erupted. He took a step forward and disappeared from the hall. However, by the time he arrived at the scene, it was already a mess. The 2 enforcers were also lying on the ground in a sorry state. As for Qin Feiyang and the other 2, they had already disappeared without a trace. Supremes. They are simply too much. They actually came to Mount Supreme to cause trouble. This is a blatant provocation to us. The 2 enforcers struggled to get up and ran to the Supremes of the human race. Their faces were also filled with anger. The Supremes of the human race took a deep breath and looked at the 2 of them, asking, Are you all right? My life is not in danger for now. But it will be hard to guarantee the next time. Thinking of the previous scene, their scalps couldn't help but tingle. Whoosh! At this moment, the 10 Supremes also came through the air. Behind them, there was a dense crowd of people. They all came to support after hearing the news. But when they came here and saw the empty mountains and rivers, their expressions were immediately stunned. Where are they? The great Supremes asked. They have already left. The Supremes of the human race sighed. What's going on with them? They came to take a look, and then immediately fled? When they were alone, they shouldn't be so afraid of Mount Supreme. The great Supremes frowned. It was really puzzling. That's right. With our strength, we can flatten Mount Supreme. Suddenly, an ethereal voice sounded. It was the madman's voice. But it was erratic and couldn't be determined. Everyone present was shocked. They still haven't left? The Great Supreme said angrily, "What exactly do you want to do?" "What do we want to do? Isn't it obvious? We want to destroy your Mount Supreme. However, if we destroy it all at once, it will be really boring. So we plan to destroy you step by step, making you all live in fear and have a mental breakdown." The madman laughed. The group of people's eyes darkened. "Why are you doing this?" The Supremes of the human race said. "Then why did you invade the Sky Cloud realm? We're just giving them a taste of their own medicine. Just you wait. Next, your Mount Supreme will be very lively." Huh, the madman's rampant laughter echoed in the sky for a long time. The Supremes of the human race had been looking for the location of Qin Feiyang and the other two. Until the last moment, he finally locked onto their location. Shwa. In an instant. He landed on top of a giant mountain not far away and looked down at the mountain peak below. There was no one on the mountain peak. But there was a space-time tunnel that was dissipating. And he could still sense the aura left behind by Qin Feiyang and the other two. They really are three little foxes. The Supremes of the human race whispered. Whoosh. The Great Supremes and the others also rushed over. Looking at the dissipating space-time tunnel, their faces darkened. "Sir, these people will definitely do what they say. What should we do now?" A law enforcer asked nervously. "Yeah. We can't let them continue to mess around like this. Otherwise, our Mount Supreme will lose all face." The second Supremes nodded. "Losing face is a small matter. If we really let them continue like this, not only the people below, but even us old fellows will collapse sooner or later. Their method of revenge is a bit ruthless." The Great Supreme sighed. Destroying Mount Supreme step by step was like torturing them. The Supremes of the human race pondered for a while, then looked at the Great Supremes and said, "Immediately inform the monarch and the divine king to bring reinforcements. This time, no matter what, we must get rid of these threats." His words were filled with killing intent. At the same time, the South Continent. There were also countless cities of various sizes on this land. Most of the people living in these cities were from the human race. After all, no matter where it was, the human race's huge population would far surpass the other races. However, unlike the West Continent, the cities of the South Continent were all controlled by the God race. All kinds of resources were also controlled by the God race. If humans wanted to live in the South Continent, they had to abide by the rules of the God race. As for the God race, they also had a huge population. According to what Qin Feiyang learned from reading the memories of the city lord of Haoyu City, the population of the God race was at least a few billion. They were known as the second most populous race in the Divine Kingdom. Chapter 4067. However, there was a place that even ordinary Protoss were not qualified to enter, let alone humans. That place was the Mythical Island. The Mythical Island was located in the center of the South Continent. It was a huge island floating in the sky. It was the land of the Protoss. The Protoss living on the Mythical Island were basically the direct descendants of the Protoss. For example, Jiang Yunshuang, Jiang Chen, and Jiang Xing lived on the Mythical Island. That's right. The Protoss also had a difference between direct descendants and collateral descendants. The treatment enjoyed by the direct descendants was countless times better than that enjoyed by the collateral descendants. The direct descendants were born with supreme status, while the collateral descendants had to rely on themselves. They had to comprehend at least one ultimate law to have a chance to enter the Mythical Island. The Mythical Island was the same as Mount Supreme. It was a holy land in the eyes of the Protoss. Entering the Mythical Island was equivalent to ascending to heaven. Below the island, there was a stretch of mountains and rivers that stretched endlessly. The mountains were majestic and ferocious beasts were everywhere. On one of the mountain peaks, 3 figures stood side by side. It wasn't Qin Feiyang and the other two. It was Long Chen, White-Eyed Wolf, and Long Qin. The White-Eyed Wolf and the other two also concealed their aura and hid in the darkness like ghosts. Their eyes were locked on the mythical island in the sky. Actually, when Qin Feiyang and the madman appeared outside Qingtian's city, White-Eyed Wolf and the other two had already secretly sneaked into the South Continent. This was Qin Feiyang's plan. They split into two groups and did things separately. Qin Feiyang, the madman, and Li Feng deliberately created chaos in the West Continent to attract everyone's attention. White-Eyed Wolf, Long Chen, and Long Qin quietly entered the South Continent to investigate the situation of the Protoss. In other words, White-Eyed Wolf and the other two had been in the Divine Land for more than 10 days. In these 10 days, they had been investigating the Protoss and were almost done. Whoosh! Suddenly, a space-time tunnel appeared beside them. White-Eyed Wolf and the other two turned around and saw three figures walking out. They were Qin Feiyang and the other two. This is the land of the god race? Looking at the deity island in the sky, the madman and Li Feng were stunned. Yes. According to our observations, there's a protective barrier around this island. The one who set it up seems to be a high-grade sovereign divine weapon. Long Chen nodded. A high-grade dominator weapon? Madman was shocked. That's right. It's not just the purple-gold divine dragon clan. The god race also has a high-grade sovereign weapon. Overseeing this place all year round. Long Chen's tone was grave. Hearing this, Li Feng turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, then could Mount Supreme also have a high-grade ruler weapon? I don't know. However, in the memories of the city lord of Haoyue City, there is a piece of information. It is said that the human sovereign has a very powerful sovereign weapon. As for what level of sovereign divine weapon it is, the city lord doesn't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. If that's the case, then it's definitely a high-grade ruler weapon. After all, the god race and the purple-gold divine dragon clan both have a high-grade ruler weapon. Li Feng's gaze was heavy. Maybe. Qin Feiyang nodded. Li Feng stared blankly at Qin Feiyang and asked in confusion, "Why do you look so relaxed?" Qin Feiyang paused and asked suspiciously, "Should I be very worried?" "Shouldn't you be? These are 3 high-grade ruler weapons." Li Feng said in shock. "I know, but it's just 3 high-grade ruler weapons. Is there a need to be so serious?" Qin Feiyang didn't understand. Li Feng was shocked. The madman, White-Eyed Wolf, Long Chen, and Long Qin all looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. "Is there a problem?" Qin Feiyang was very confused. He didn't seem to have said anything wrong. Sigh. Long Chen shook his head and sighed. He patted Li Feng's shoulder and comforted, "It's not Qin Deja's fault. For someone like him who has 3,000 incarnations, high-grade ruler weapons aren't worth mentioning." Li Feng paused and shook his head with a bitter smile. The madman, White-Eyed Wolf, and Long Qin looked at Qin Feiyang with helpless expressions. "What do you mean? Can't we talk properly?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. Long Qin rolled his eyes and said angrily, "You have 3,000 incarnations, so of course you don't care about high-grade ruler weapons. But we're different." This, Qin Feiyang paused and suddenly slapped his head. He looked at the 5 and smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, I didn't react in time." "You're asking for a beating." White-Eyed Wolf glared at him. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. "Indeed. With 3,000 incarnations, not to mention 2 or 3 high-grade ruler weapons, he wouldn't be afraid even if there were 8 or 10. This was because 3,000 incarnations could greatly increase his strength. However, the madman and the others were different. Although their methods were heaven-defying, none of them had 3,000 incarnations. For example, White-Eyed Wolf. Even if he grasped 6 ultimate laws and merged them with the will of the heavens, he could at most fight against a mid-grade ruler weapon. He had no chance of winning against a high-grade ruler weapon. This was because a high-grade ruler weapon's lethality was comparable to 100 low-grade ruler weapons combined. As for their battle souls, they were even more useless against a high-grade ruler weapon. "Do you understand now?" Tell me, weren't you angry just now? The madman rolled his eyes at him. Sorry. Qin Feiyang kept apologizing. Up until now, no matter if it was a low-grade ruler weapon, mid-grade ruler weapon, or high-grade ruler weapon, he had always relied on his 3,000 incarnations to crush them. This caused him to overlook the threat these ruler weapons posed to the madman and the others. They weren't a threat to him, but to the madman and the others, there was a fatal danger. I hope that the soul vein and crystal vein we stole this time will allow the ruler weapons of the Black Tortoise world to quickly evolve. The white-eyed wolf's eyes were filled with desire. If each of them had a high-grade ruler weapon, in addition to their own strength, then even if the Divine Kingdom came to surround them, they could still easily crush them. Don't have too much hope. Long Chen shook his head. What do you mean? The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. Think about it, the Divine Kingdom is so powerful and has so much origin energy, but they can only create a few high-grade ruler weapons. And the gap between the Black Tortoise world and the Divine Kingdom is obvious. Not to mention high-grade ruler weapons, they probably don't even have the ability to create mid-grade ruler weapons. Long Chen said indifferently. I think so too. The Divine Kingdom only has a few high-grade ruler weapons, so you can imagine how difficult it is for a mid-grade ruler weapon to evolve into a high-grade ruler weapon. The madman shook his head and sighed. There's no rush. Take it slow. I'm here anyway. Moreover, the Black Tortoise world has fused with the time array, so its growth speed is much faster than the Divine Kingdom. Sooner or later, the Black Tortoise world will catch up to the Divine Kingdom. Qin Feiyang smiled. Let's hope so. The madman nodded. I'm looking forward to the castle's evolution now. The castle and the Black Tortoise world have fused into one. Wherever the Black Tortoise world grows, the castle will also grow. As long as it evolves into a mid-grade ruler weapon, it means that the Black Tortoise world has the ability to create one. Qin Feiyang smiled. Long Chen was stunned and asked, from what you're saying, the castle doesn't need to absorb origin energy like other ruler weapons to evolve? No need. Strictly speaking, it doesn't even need to cultivate on its own. Qin Feiyang said. That's really comfortable. Long Chen was stunned. Moreover, it doesn't seem to need to undergo a tribulation. Because when the castle evolved into a low-grade ruler weapon, it didn't go through a tribulation. Qin Feiyang smiled. This should be the benefit of fusing with the Black Tortoise world. The castle is really lucky. Long Chen sighed. No. The castle and the Black Tortoise world complement each other. Without the castle's time array, the Black Tortoise world wouldn't have been able to grow so fast. Moreover, when the Black Tortoise world hadn't grown yet, the castle was even stronger than the Black Tortoise world. At that time, they still had to rely on the castle's protection. Qin Feiyang shook his head. This is called the sweet after the bitter. The castle was also investing in it back then. Long Chen joked. When Qin Feiyang and the others heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. Qin Feiyang collected his thoughts and looked at the white-eyed wolf and the others. Tell me what you've gathered these days. It's nothing more than that. Jiang Yunshuang, Jiang Chen, Jiang Xing, and that man and woman are all on the mythical island. We've also investigated the situation of that man and woman. They were originally from a branch family of the god race and weren't qualified to enter the mythical island. But later, they activated their strongest war souls and were highly regarded. The Divine King ordered people to bring them to the mythical island and focus on nurturing them. They didn't disappoint the Divine King's expectations. Now, the two of them are even stronger than Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing. They have both mastered two ultimate profundities of the strongest laws. Moreover, they comprehended them on their own. Long Chen said. What's the big deal? If we're given time, we can also comprehend them on our own. Li Feng said disdainfully. That's for sure. In terms of age, they're old enough to be our ancestors. However, their talent is indeed not bad. Long Chen smiled. Then what are their names? And what are their war souls? Qin Feiyang asked. The man is called Jiang Xing, the woman is called Jiang Zishan. Jiang Xing's war soul is the evil eye, while Jiang Zishan's war soul is the all-seeing eye. Long Chen explained. Aren't they the archenemies of Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang? The madman raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Long Chen looked at him in confusion. To be honest, I want to find Dong Xingyang's Eye of Destiny first. The madman snorted coldly. You have a problem with Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang? Long Chen asked with a smile. Aren't you asking the obvious? The madman glared at him. I've already said it. It's all in the past. Don't mention it again. If you really don't like them, then just let them follow me. I'll welcome them. Long Chen laughed. You're quite good at dreaming. The madman's face was full of disdain. No matter what, he couldn't let this guy get away with it. However, if Brother Wolf could get along with Long Qin, it would be a different story. Chapter 4068. Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. He looked up at the floating island and pondered for a while, then asked, How are the arrangements on your side? It's all arranged. Crazy nodded. Long Chen smiled and said, In that case, now we just need to wait for the Divine King to lead his people to Mount Supreme. The reason why Qin Feiyang, Li Feng, and Madman went to Mount Supreme to cause trouble was actually to divert attention. Because they had already announced that they would destroy Mount Supreme step by step. The human race's sovereign would definitely not sit still and wait for death. With Mount Supreme's foundation, it would be a bit difficult to deal with Qin Feiyang and the others. So, they needed the help of the Divine King and the King. Also, if they wanted to successfully encircle Qin Feiyang and the others, just the Divine King and the King weren't enough. They had to bring the old antiques of their race. As long as the Divine King left with the old antiques of the God race, wouldn't Jiang Xing, Jiang Zishan and Jiang Yunshuang be theirs? I think the human sovereign is already contacting the Divine King and the King. Li Feng snickered. If this plan of luring the tiger away from the mountain succeeded, not only would Jiang Yunshuang and the others be able to get a lot of divine items from the God race. For example, crystal veins and soul veins. Although Qin Feiyang and the others had looted 51 cities in the West Continent and got a lot of soul veins and crystal veins, who would complain about having more of these things? Especially in the Xuanwu world, the more the better. Long Chen smiled and said, Brother Qin, last time you purposely went to rob Qingtian City. It wasn't just to test if the king and the others would come to encircle us, right? Yeah. Qin Feiyang nodded. What do you mean? White-eyed Wolf looked at the two curiously. It's simple. To confuse them so that they can't guess what we want to do. It's also to lay the foundation for this plan. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Laying the foundation? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Why was it that the more he listened, the more confused he became? You can't even figure this out, yet you keep saying that you're smart. Don't you feel ashamed? Long Qin looked at the white-eyed wolf with disdain. You know? Come. I'm all ears. Tell me. The white-eyed wolf snorted. Fine. Last time, Qin Feiyang said that he was going to rob Qingtian City. But in the end, we didn't go. Faced with such a situation, the monarch and the others will definitely think that we are luring the tiger away from the mountain and have other plans. This point has also been confirmed. At that time, the monarch, the human paragon, and the divine king have all sent their people back to their clans to check on the situation. I'm guessing they're still wondering what we're trying to do. There's a good saying. No matter how shrewd a person is, once he loses his mind, he'll be like a headless fly, losing his judgment. This is also Qin Feiyang's purpose, to confuse them. Long Qin said. That's right. Actually, to put it simply. Last time in Qingtian City, they thought that we were luring the tiger away from the mountain, but nothing happened in the end. But this time, we're really luring the tiger away from the mountain, so they won't suspect anything. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. So that's how it is. Psychological warfare. The white-eyed wolf nodded in realization. So, the plan has to be carried out step by step. Facing the divine king, the monarch, and the human paragon, we have to be 120% alert. Otherwise, one wrong step and we'll lose the whole game. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yes. When facing these people, the taboo is to be impatient. Long Chen nodded. The night was as dark as ink. In the sky, the mythical island was also extremely quiet. Qin Feiyang and the other 5 stood in the mountains, watching the mythical island like 6 ghosts. Wait. Even if the Divine King and the others leave, they'll definitely open the space-time tunnel and go to Mount Supreme. We can't see them if we hide here. Even if they've left, we won't know. Li Feng frowned. There's no need to worry about that. Once the God King leaves, there will naturally be someone who will inform us of this. Long Chen waved his hand and smiled. Leak information? Qin Feiyang, the mad scientist, and Li Feng were stunned. We didn't waste any time in the South Continent in the past 10 days. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. If you have something to say, then say it. The mad scientist glared at him. Why are you keeping us in suspense? A few days ago, we met a young man from the god race in a nearby city. His name is Jiang Yukuan, a direct descendant of the god race. And he has another identity. He's Jiang Yunshuang's cousin. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. Jiang Yunshuang's cousin? Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist were startled. That's right. He's a famous foppish son of the god race. We happened to bump into him, so we took control of him. The white-eyed wolf said. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang smiled. If there's a spy, then things will be much easier. However, Li Feng was a little hesitant and asked, is he reliable? Even if he was controlled, he could still betray them. After all, the god race was very powerful. Ordinary secret arts of control shouldn't be a problem for them. Moreover, even if it was a blood oath, the king would have a way to break it. Don't worry. Jiang Yukuan is controlled by Little Chen himself. Little Chen is very confident. Except for the ruler of the divine kingdom, no one can break this secret art of his. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. What secret art? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at Long Chen curiously. Soul control art. Direct control of the divine soul. It's similar to your seal of slavery. It can peek into the opponent's mind and erase the opponent's divine soul from a distance. Long Chen smiled. Soul control art, Qin Feiyang murmured. As the son of the ice dragon, Long Chen's secret art of control was certainly not simple. It might even be stronger than the seal of slavery. As long as Long Chen said that no one could break it, then no one could. As for the ruler of the divine kingdom, even if he wanted to help, he didn't have the energy to do so. About half an hour later. Suddenly, a black figure flew out from the divine island and went straight down. It was a young man in black clothes. He was about 25 or 26 years old. He was 1.8 meters tall and had an extraordinary temperament. Looking at the young man, Long Chen, Long Qin and the white-eyed wolf smiled. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk when the young man landed in front of Long Chen, he immediately knelt on the ground and bowed, greetings, master. Qin Feiyang looked at the young man suspiciously. Although this person looked energetic and didn't show any signs of being controlled, he always felt that something was wrong, like a puppet. But it didn't seem like it. That was because puppets usually had empty and lifeless eyes. But this person was very energetic. Long Chen nodded and smiled, get up. Jiang Yukuan got up and stood respectfully in front of Long Chen. Has the divine king left? Long Chen asked. He has already gone to Mount Supreme. And he took with him more than 1,000 elders, including the 9 sovereigns. Jiang Yukuan said truthfully. 9 sovereigns? Li Feng was stunned. The god race is the same as the human race. They also have 10 sovereigns. Each sovereign controls the will of the heavenly Tao. Long Chen explained with a smile. Amazing. Li Feng was speechless. If they were in the sky cloud realm, which one of them wouldn't be a lord? White-eyed Wolf looked at Jiang Yukuan and asked, if the 9 sovereigns are taken away, does that mean there is still 1 sovereign left? Yes. The one left behind is the 10 sovereigns. The Divine King asked him to guard the island. Jiang Yukuan nodded. Qin Feiyang asked, then besides the 10 sovereigns, are there any other powerhouses on the island who have mastered the will of the heavenly Tao? No. Jiang Yukuan shook his head. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked again, then do you know where Jiang Yunshuang, Jiang Xing, and Jiang Zishan live? Yes. Jiang Yukuan nodded. Very good. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. This time, he would catch all 3 of them in one fell swoop. Long Chen glanced at Qin Feiyang and said to Jiang Yukuan, send us to your spatial divine item and then take us to the island. Yes. Jiang Yukuan nodded respectfully. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feiyang and the other 5 immediately appeared in an unfamiliar stone room. The stone room was about a few hundred feet long. Although it was a spatial divine item, the decoration was extremely luxurious. Pearls, agates, and emeralds were inlaid on the floor. The tables, chairs, and furniture were all made of 10,000-year-old mahogany. Sit anywhere. Long Chen smiled. As if he was the owner of this spatial divine item, he was not unfamiliar with it at all. He entertained Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang laughed involuntarily. Outside. Jiang Yukuan rose into the air and returned to the island. Qin Feiyang and the other 5 sat around the table. Long Chen made tea and said to Jiang Yukuan outside, let's see the situation outside. As soon as he finished speaking, a picture immediately appeared in the void next to him. The picture showed the situation of the island. At the edge of the island, there stood a magnificent gate, which was hundreds of feet high and exuded an ancient aura. There were 2 bold words engraved on it. Divine Clan. This was the entrance to the island. The entire island was shrouded in a barrier. The only way to enter the island was through this gate. Don't underestimate this gate. This gate was made of Heaven's Eye stone, which had the ability to distinguish between real and fake. If you changed your appearance and sneaked into the Divine Clan, your original appearance would immediately be revealed. Of course. If you were strong enough, you wouldn't have to think so much. You could just break the barrier and kill your way in. Qin Feiyang and the others had this strength. However, although they had the ability to break the barrier, they couldn't act rashly and alert the enemy at present. After all, once there was a commotion, the Divine King would immediately receive the news. At that time, he would come back with the monarch and the human clan's supreme master, as well as a large number of experts to support them. Then it would not be them who would capture Jiang Yunshuang and the others, but the monarch and the others who would encircle and annihilate them. Therefore, they had to capture Jiang Yunshuang and the others first before they could truly let loose. At the gate, there was a white-robed old man in charge. He had white hair and a white beard, with a celestial demeanor. His aura was as unfathomable as the ocean. This person was the 10 venerables of the Divine Clan. Great-grandfather. Jiang Yukuan bowed respectfully. The 10 venerables opened their eyes and looked stunned. They raised their old arms and waved. A light curtain immediately appeared on the stone gate, and then it slowly cracked open. Jiang Yukuan walked in. Didn't you just go out? Why are you back? A trace of affection appeared on the 10 venerables' old faces. And from the way Jiang Yukuan addressed the 10 venerables, it was not difficult to tell that the 2 had a close relationship. I forgot to bring something. Facing the 10 venerables, Jiang Yukuan's face was also full of respect. You're so young and you're already forgetful. What will happen in the future? There's more. Don't wander around outside all day. Learn from your sister Jiang Yunshuang and work hard on your cultivation. The 10 venerables reprimanded gently. Okay. Jiang Yukuan nodded. Then go. The 10 venerables waved their hands. I'll take my leave. Jiang Yukuan bowed and saluted. Then, he rose into the air and flew forward.